The majestic hotel stood proudly overlooking the sparkling sea, its grand facade a testament to a more elegant era. Hercule Poirot, the renowned Belgian detective, adjusted his impeccably tailored suit as he surveyed the bustling lobby. He was here for a holiday, a respite from the intricate puzzles of London, yet he could not help but observe the human drama unfolding around him with his characteristic meticulous eye. The air was thick with the scent of salt and expensive perfume, a combination that spoke of leisure and hidden tensions. His attention was soon captured by a young woman, a vibrant figure amidst the more sedate hotel guests. She moved with a careless energy that seemed to defy the formal atmosphere, her laughter a bright, clear sound. This was Nick Buckley, the mistress of the nearby End House, a property perched precariously on the cliffs. Over a cocktail that evening, she recounted to Poirot a series of bizarre and frightening incidents that had recently plagued her, a heavy painting crashing down just where she had been sitting moments before, the brakes of her little roadster failing on a steep hill. She dismissed them with a shrug and a wry smile, calling them nothing but a string of rotten luck. But Poirot, his little grey cells already stirring, perceived something more sinister.
"Mademoiselle," he said, his voice low and serious, "you speak of accidents, I, Hercule Poirot. I do not believe in such a concentration of misfortune. It is against nature," he insisted. That she accept his protection, his holiday now forgotten in the face of a potential mystery. The following day, he would visit this end house himself, as Nick left, still brushing off his concerns. Poirot watched her go, a frown etching his usually placid features.
The English, he thought with a touch of exasperation, their stubborn nonchalance could be a fatal flaw. It was all terribly dramatic, of course, but also utterly ridiculous. Here he was, on a supposed vacation, already drafting a mental list of suspects and motives. So much for the restorative sea air. The Poirot Collection. An essay by Charles Osborne, The Poirot Novels. This comprehensive list details the thrilling investigations of the brilliant Belgian detective Hercule Poirot. It begins with the mysterious affair at Styles and concludes with the poignant Curtain, Poirot's last case, chronicling a legendary career in crime-solving. 1. The mysterious affair at Styles, 1922-20, Captain Arthur Hastings, recovering from injuries sustained in the Great War, is staying at the grand English estate known as Styles Court. The home belongs to his friend John Cavendish and John's formidable aunt, the wealthy Emily Inglethorpe, who has caused a stir by marrying a man much younger than herself. When Emily dies suddenly from what is discovered to be strychnine poisoning, Hastings knows just the man to call. He summons his old acquaintance, the now retired but ever brilliant Hercule Poirot, who steps onto the scene and into literary history. A fascinating aside, this novel, written in 1916, was Agatha Christie's debut. It faced rejection from 6 publishers before the Bodley Head finally accepted it, after a lengthy deliberation. A contemporary review in the Times Literary Supplement praised it as almost too ingenious, very clearly and brightly told. 2. The Murder on the Links, 1923. The desperate cable from France held a stark message, "For God's sake, come." Yet by the time the esteemed Hercule Poirot could answer Monsieur Renaud's urgent summons, it was too late. The wealthy industrialist was found dead, a knife in his back, discarded in a shallow, hastily dug grave on the very golf links that bordered his luxurious property. The list of potential killers is long and compelling. There's his wife found holding the murder weapon, his resentful son, and even Renaud's secret lover. Each one stands to gain from his death, and each seems to have a motive. While the local authorities are quick to declare the case closed, Hercule Poirot remains unconvinced. His skepticism proves warranted when a second body turns up, killed in the exact same manner, throwing the entire investigation into disarray. On a lighter note, amidst the chaos, Captain Arthur Hastings has a chance encounter that will change his life forever, meeting the woman he is destined to marry. Critics were unanimous in their praise. The New York Times called it a standout mystery. Warmly recommended. The literary review hailed its clever construction, and Sketch simply stated that with Agatha Christie, readers are never disappointed. Next is Poirot Investigates, a collection from 1924. What connects a glamorous movie star, a cursed Egyptian artifact, and the kidnapping of a head of state? Only the unparalleled deductive genius of Hercule Poirot. This volume gathers 11 of his most puzzling cases, including the adventure of the Western Star, the $1 million bond robbery, and the kidnapped Prime Minister. It's worth noting that these tales first appeared in Sketch magazine, which also debuted the iconic illustration of the detective with his egg-shaped head and meticulous moustache. Reviewers celebrated the collection for its ingenious plots and delightfully light narrative style, with the Irish Times noting that in the realm of pure detective fiction, Christie had no equal. Then comes the groundbreaking 1926 novel, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. In the seemingly tranquil village of King's Abbot, a widow's suicide sparks vicious rumors, whispers of an earlier murder, blackmail, and an affair with the wealthy Roger Ackroyd himself. Just as Ackroyd is about to unmask the blackmailer, he is found stabbed to death in his locked study. Hercule Poirot, retired to the village for a quiet life of vegetable gardening, is drawn into the heart of the mystery, facing a fiendishly clever adversary. This novel famously shattered the conventions of the genre and cemented Christie's fame. While debates about its revolutionary plot twist raged, readers were utterly captivated, a spell that has held for generations. A word of advice: if you don't know the ending, avoid all discussion and read it immediately. It has been hailed as a landmark of detective literature and the most brilliant deception ever crafted in The Big Four, 1927. Poirot's plans for a relaxing voyage are abruptly interrupted. A gravely injured man stumbles into his rooms, collapses, and with his last conscious effort scrawls the number 4 over and over. Compelled by this cryptic warning, Poirot cancels his trip and, with Captain Hastings, investigates a global conspiracy centered around a shadowy and powerful alliance known only as the Big Four. Finally, The Mystery of the Blue Train, 1928, presents a stark contrast. The famous Blue Train is synonymous with luxury and calm, a haven from the world's intrigues. Yet, as Poirot would tell you, evil has a way of finding the most elegant settings. Hercule Poirot finds himself travelling toward the French Riviera. On the same train is Ruth Kettering, an American heiress fleeing a collapsing marriage. Her journey a desperate attempt to reunite with a past love. Her personal turmoil becomes a public spectacle. However, when she is discovered brutally murdered in her first-class cabin, the crime is so vicious, the victim is nearly unrecognizable. Readers who cherish Murder on the Orient Express will find this earlier railway adventure essential, culminating in Poirot's unsettling reconstruction of the fatal events. Black Coffee presents a classic country house mystery. Sir Claude Amory has developed a volatile new explosive, and the formula has vanished, stolen by someone within his own home. He gathers the household in his library, locks the doors and proposes a deal. When the lights are extinguished, the thief need only return the papers to the table and all will be forgiven. Yet, when the room is illuminated again, Sir Claude lies dead. Hercule Poirot, with Captain Hastings and Inspector Japp at his side, must navigate a web of family resentments, rekindled romances, and enigmatic outsiders to identify the killer and avert an international disaster. Originally crafted by Agatha Christie as a stage play in 1929. The story was later adapted into novel form. Critics celebrated it as a delightful and authentic addition to the Christie canon, a clever puzzle that captures all the charm of her most beloved works. In Peril at End House, a young woman named Nick Buckley seems to be living under a dark cloud. It starts with the sudden failure of her car's brakes on a winding coastal road, followed by a boulder that plummets down a cliffside, nearly striking her. Even within the supposed safety of her own home, a heavy painting crashes down above her bed. When Hercule Poirot, vacationing in Cornwall with his friend Captain Hastings, notices a bullet hole clean through Nick's favourite sun hat, his holiday is over. He becomes convinced someone is trying to kill her, and he sets out to solve a murder that has not yet happened, but seems terrifyingly inevitable. The case in Lord Edgware Dies begins at a fashionable party where the celebrated actress Jane Wilkinson casually declares her intention to be rid of her inconvenient husband. When that very man, Lord Edgware, is found stabbed to death in his study, Jane appears to have the perfect alibi, having been seen dining across town. With the help of Captain Hastings, Poirot delves into the theatrical world of London, suspecting an elaborate performance designed to conceal the truth. He must determine not only how the deed was done, but whether the final curtain has truly fallen on the violence. Murder on the Orient Express finds the famous detective boarding the legendary train, securing a last-minute berth. During the journey, a fierce snowstorm halts the express in the mountains. By morning, amidst the stranded luxury, one passenger is discovered dead in his locked compartment, a wealthy American stabbed repeatedly, isolated from the outside world, with a killer assuredly among them. Poirot must interrogate a carriage full of strangers, each with their own secrets, to uncover a solution that will challenge his very understanding of justice. When it comes to the timeline of her stories, Agatha Christie herself rarely seemed preoccupied with how her books connected to one another. This is precisely why fans can enjoy both the Miss Marple and Hercule Poirot mysteries in any order they please. For the devoted Poirot enthusiast, however, a small detail might be of interest. At the beginning of Murder on the Orient Express, the great detective is noted to be returning from a little affair in Syria. The events of Murder in Mesopotamia, 1936, actually concern the business he must attend to following that very affair, specifically the investigation into an archaeologist's wife's death. If you're looking to postpone the delights of the Orient Express for a little while longer, this novel provides the perfect opportunity. A word of caution: following this sequence, you should avoid reading Cards on the Table, 1936, before Orient Express, as Poirot quite offhandedly reveals the ending of the latter story within its pages. It's worth noting that Murder on the Orient Express stands as one of Christie's most celebrated works, a status earned through its glamorous setting and brilliantly constructed plot. The novel also contains a thoughtful, non-sensational reference to the shocking kidnapping and murder of Charles and Anne Morrow Lindbergh's infant son, a tragedy that had gripped the public just 2 years prior. Its fame was further cemented by the popular 1974 film adaptation, featuring Albert Finney as Poirot, one of the few screen versions to receive even a hint of approval from the author Dorothy L. Sayers in the Sunday Times called it a murder mystery conceived and carried out on the finest classical lines. The Saturday Review of Literature found it hard to surpass, while the Times Literary Supplement noted, "Need it be said, the little grey cells solve once more the seemingly insoluble, Mrs. Christie makes an improbable tale very real, and keeps her readers enthralled and guessing to the end." Three-act tragedy, 1935, opens like a theatre programme, featuring a telling credit. Illumination by Hercule Poirot. Light certainly needs to be shed on the fateful dinner party hosted by the celebrated actor Sir Charles Cartwright for 13 guests. The evening proves especially unlucky for the gentle Reverend Stephen Babington, who chokes and dies after sipping his martini. Yet, when the glass is sent for analysis, it shows no trace of poison, just as there appears to be no clear motive for his murder. This death is merely the first act in a series of meticulously staged killings, leaving everyone to wonder who the true director of this grim play might be. The New York Times declared it makes for uncommonly good reading. In Death in the Clouds, 1935, Hercule Poirot finds himself in seat 9 on a short flight from Paris to London, an almost perfect position from which to observe his fellow passengers. To his right, a lovely young woman is visibly smitten with the man across from her. Ahead, in seat No. 13, the Countess of Horbury struggles to hide her severe cocaine addiction across the aisle in seat No. 8. A detective novelist is battling a persistent wasp. Poirot is indeed ideally placed to take in all these details, except for one crucial fact. The passenger seated directly behind him has slumped over during the flight. Dead. Murdered. By someone in Poirot's immediate vicinity. Now the detective himself must be counted among the suspects. The Times literary supplement warned, it will be a very acute reader who does not receive a complete surprise at the end. Captain Arthur Hastings returns as narrator for the ABC Murders, 1936, which details a personal challenge issued to Mr. Clever Poirot by a killer calling himself ABC. This murderer leaves a copy of the ABC Rail Guide beside each victim, seemingly intending to work his way alphabetically through the English countryside, having already struck in Andover, Bexhill-on-Sea and Churston, and to drag Poirot along for the grim journey. Originally serialized in London's Daily Express, this novel became a cultural phenomenon, inviting readers to match wits with the famous Belgian detective in real time. The challenge remains as fresh and thrilling today as it was then, solidifying the ABC Murders as an absolute essential in the Christie library. Julian Simons hailed it as a masterpiece of hidden craft, calling it stunningly original. The Sunday Times noted that no one plays the murder game with more cunning than Agatha Christie. In Murder in Mesopotamia, Nurse Amy Letheran never felt drawn to the so-called mysterious East. Yet she takes a post at the remote Hassaniya dig in the Iraqi desert to attend to an archaeologist's wife. Mrs. Leidner is plagued by strange visions and a consuming dread, confessing to her nurse, "I'm afraid I'll be murdered." Tragically, that fear proves justified, and Nurse Letheran soon finds herself without a patient. Fortunately, the world's premier detective is nearby, having just wrapped up a case in Syria, and intrigued by the excavations, Hercule Poirot arrives in time to spearhead a murder inquiry that will challenge his formidable intellect, set against a landscape steeped in ancient treachery. The New York Times praised it as smooth, brilliantly inventive, and utterly engrossing. Cards on the Table opens with Christie's own foreword, stating that the deduction here must be purely psychological, for the murderer's mind is the ultimate point of interest. This neatly captures why her novels remain so compelling decades later. This premise introduces what is often considered her most uniquely demanding puzzle, indeed, Poirot's personal favourite. He is among 8 guests at a dinner party hosted by the ostentatious Mr. Shaitana. The other attendees include Superintendent Battle, Colonel Race, mystery novelist Ariadne Oliver, and 4 individuals Shaitana quietly believes are murderers. After the meal, bridge is played at 2 tables, one for the investigators, another for the suspects, with Shaitana observing by the hearth, until he is found stabbed. The ultimate closed-room mystery unfolds, readers should note. Poirot incidentally reveals the solution to Murder on the Orient Express within this story. The Daily Mail called it the finest murder story of her career, showcasing her most ingenious plotting. The collection Murder in the Mews features 4 novellas. In the title story, Poirot and Inspector Japp look into a suicide that seems anything but. In The Incredible Theft, rumours of supernatural involvement in stolen military plans are, as Poirot demonstrates, utterly incredible. Dead Man's Mirror presents a bullet that kills Gervais Chevenix's gore and shatters a mirror, providing Poirot with the essential clue. Finally, in Triangle at Rhodes, while enjoying a Mediterranean holiday, Poirot encounters trouble in the form of the lovely Valentine Chantry, then celebrating her 5th wedding. The Daily Mail found all 4 tales to be superb entertainment with unexpectedly satisfying conclusions. Dumb Witness is Christie's affectionate nod to dog lovers, a group she counted herself in, dedicating the book to her own pet. Captain Hastings resumes his narrative role in his second-to-last Poirot outing. Notably, the story also gives a voice to Bob, a wire-haired terrier who, after a thoughtful appraisal, decides Poirot is not really a dog person. Poirot, however, is there to investigate the seemingly natural death of Bob's owner, Miss Emily Arundel. It all seemed perfectly natural, except for the fact that Miss Emily had written to Poirot expressing her fears that someone in her own family was trying to murder her. That letter, tragically, arrived 2 months too late for the detective to intervene. Undeterred by this setback, Poirot and his canine companion Bob are determined to uncover the killer. Their investigation promises a rewarding outcome for Bob, who finds a joyful new life with Captain Hastings, a man who is, without question, a true dog lover. A word to the wise, Dumb Witness is best enjoyed after reading The Mysterious Affair at Styles, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, The Mystery of the Blue Train and Death in the Clouds, as the culprit from each of those earlier mysteries is casually revealed here. One critic hailed it as one of Poirot's most exceptional cases. In Death on the Nile, widely considered one of Agatha Christie's finest novels, we find Hercule Poirot once more attempting a peaceful vacation, this time aboard the steamer Karnak as it journeys along the Nile River. The trip, featuring stops at ancient archaeological sites, is quickly shattered. It seems Poirot, who had tried to retire years earlier, is perpetually unlucky when it comes to taking time off. The tranquility evaporates when the newly married Lynette Ridgway is discovered shot in the head. Suddenly, Poirot is faced with an entire ship full of potential suspects, though he does find a capable ally in Colonel Race of British intelligence. It's worth noting that a film adaptation was later produced by the team behind Murder on the Orient Express. Released in 1978, it featured Peter Ustinov as Poirot and was generally well received, though Christie herself, having passed away 2 years prior, never saw it. The novel itself was described by one newspaper as a flawless piece of storytelling. Appointment with Death pulls us back to the Middle East with Poirot for what might be his most vivid adventure. The journey takes us to stunning locations like the Dome of the Rock, the stark Judean desert, the Dead Sea, and the breathtaking ancient city of Petra. Yet this rose-red city becomes a setting for profound horror when the despised matriarch, Mrs. Boynton, is found dead. The only clue is a small puncture on her wrist, with the clock ticking and only 24 hours to solve the crime. Poirot remembers a chilling offhand remark he overheard in Jerusalem. "You see, don't you, that she's got to be killed?" One reviewer boldly claimed this mystery was twice as brilliant as the already superb Death on the Nile. Hercule Poirot's Christmas was a special gift from the author to her brother-in-law, who had once complained her stories were a bit too clever for his taste. He wanted a straightforward, bloody murder. Christie delivered exactly that, from its ominous epigraph quoting Macbeth to its shocking conclusion. The story delivers a violent puzzle. On Christmas Eve, the strained Lee family gathering is shattered by a terrible crash and a scream. The tyrannical family patriarch, Simeon Lee, is found in a locked room with his throat slashed. Poirot, visiting his friend Colonel Johnson for the holidays, is called to the scene. He enters a house charged not with grief, but with deep-seated suspicion and hidden relief. Readers should be aware that a conversation within these pages casually gives away the solution to 3-act tragedy. So much for festive family harmony. In Sad Cyprus, the young and beautiful Eleanor Carlyle stands accused in a crowded courtroom of murdering her romantic rival, Mary Gerard. The case against her appears overwhelming. She had the motive, the opportunity, and the access to the poison that caused the death. As the hostile proceedings unfold, only one person can potentially save Eleanor from a grim fate: Hercule Poirot. A biographer later noted that this novel stands out as one of Christie's most realistic and emotionally grounded works, moving beyond a mere schematic puzzle. This novel stands out for its use of the potential wrongful conviction as a central plot device, and it functions magnificently as a classic whodunit. 22. 1, 2, Buckle My Shoe, 1940. The nursery rhyme's final line, "My plate's empty," couldn't be further from the truth for the reader, who is served a feast of intrigue. The story begins with what looks like the suicide of a prominent dentist on Harley Street, who is also suspected of killing a patient. Having just visited that very dentist for an appointment, Hercule Poirot's instincts scream that something is amiss. The solution hinges on a single shoe buckle, yet as the old counting rhyme ticks on, the question remains, can Poirot gather the clues and set them in order before the killer completes their grim tally? The New York Times praised it as a swift course of unflagging suspense leads to complete surprise. 23. Evil Under the Sun, 1941. She possessed a magnetism that rendered every other woman on the beach somehow dull and ordinary. As if pulled by an invisible force, the gaze of every man present found and fixed upon her. Even the usually dispassionate Hercule Poirot was not immune. She was Arlena Stewart, a celebrated actress sharing a summer holiday on Smuggler's Island with the famous detective. She became a familiar vision, basking daily on the sun-drenched sands. Then, on a perfectly clear morning, her lifeless, bronzed body was discovered in a secluded cove lying in the shadows. She had been strangled. Poirot, whose attempts at a peaceful vacation are famously doomed, soon discovers that nearly every guest at the exclusive resort had some prior link to Arlena, but which of them possessed both the ruthless capability and a motive strong enough to kill? It's worth noting that the team behind Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile adapted this story for film in 1982, once again featuring Peter Ustinov as Poirot. The Daily Telegraph declared, "Christie has never written anything better," while the Times Literary Supplement noted, "She springs her secret like a landmine." 24. 5 Little Pigs, 1943. A phenomenal success from the start, its first edition selling out rapidly. 5 Little Pigs, titled Murder in Retrospect in the US, delves into a murder committed 16 years in the past. Carla Crail enlists Hercule Poirot to re-examine the case that condemned her mother, Caroline, to life imprisonment, where she later died. Caroline had been convicted of poisoning her husband, the renowned artist Amyas Crail, Carla's father. Poirot focuses on 5 key suspects, all still alive, whom he persuades to provide their own accounts of the distant tragedy. Masterfully weaving together past and present, memory and fact, the pursuit of truth and deliberate obfuscation, this novel was groundbreaking. Years before the term Rashomon effect entered common parlance through film, Agatha Christie challenged her readers to examine a single crime through multiple conflicting lenses and to ponder the elusive nature of truth. Thankfully, the meticulous Belgian detective deals in facts, not fog. Poirot operates with absolute precision, and he is determined to unmask the real culprit. The Observer remarked that Christie leads him to one of her smashing last-minute showdowns. 25. The Hollow, 1946, a theatrical murder scene arranged for Poirot's supposed entertainment at the country estate of Lady Lucy Anquetel, takes a shockingly real turn. The intended performance called for Dr. John Christou to be shot by his wife, Gerda, and to collapse in a convincingly staged pool of crimson paint. The shot rang out, and it was fatal. Dr. Christou's dying breath formed a name that was not his wife's, Henrietta. A peaceful weekend in the countryside was instantly transformed into one of Hercule Poirot's most perplexing investigations, unravelling a tangled network of romantic entanglements among the guests at the Hollow. Interestingly, the monumental success of The Mousetrap often overshadows Christie's other theatrical achievements. An adaptation of The Hollow was a notable hit, first staged in Cambridge in 1951, and enjoying a successful run in London's West End for more than a year. Notably, Poirot does not appear in the play. The eccentric Belgian detective was replaced by a straightforward inspector from Scotland Yard. In her autobiography, Christie reflected that she almost wished she had made the same substitution for the novel, as the characters of The Hollow are so richly drawn on their own. Yet fans of the detective, both when the novel was a major bestseller and now, would undoubtedly disagree. The San Francisco Chronicle praised the book as a grade A plot, the best Christie in years. The Labours of Hercules, 1967, while enjoying a glass of Poirot's fine Chateau Mouton Rothschild, Dr. Burton of All Souls College makes a rather cutting observation about his host. This spurs Poirot into a determined personal challenge against his mythological namesake. He vows to undertake 12 labours, 12 exceptionally difficult cases, and upon their completion finally lay down the mantle of the hero for good, retiring and leaving the cleansing of society's evils to others. The cases Poirot takes on test his formidable intellect as severely as the legendary labours tested Hercules' strength, resulting in one of the most captivating collections in Christie's bibliography. He solves them all, naturally, though true retirement proves as elusive as ever. The Sunday Express called it 12 little masterpieces of detection. Poirot and Agatha Christie at their inimitable best. Author Marjorie Allingham noted, "I have often thought that Mrs. Christie was not so much the best as the only living writer of the true classic detective story." The San Francisco Chronicle described it as a finely shaped book, richly devious and quite brilliant. Taken at the flood, 1948. Gordon Claude perishes in the Blitz, only weeks after marrying a charming young widow, Rosaline Underhay, leaving her as the sole inheritor of the substantial Claude family wealth. A pervasive atmosphere of resentment lingers in the post-war air, and it heavily poisons the Claude family home. This toxicity soon reaches Poirot himself through a visit from the dead man's sister-in-law, claiming to have been guided to Poirot by those beyond the veil. She asserts that Rosaline's first husband is, in fact, still alive. While sceptical of the supernatural, Poirot is familiar with Rosaline's somewhat notorious reputation. His interest is fully captured when he reads of the mysterious death of a man named Enoch Arden, who had recently appeared in the village of Walmsley Vale near the Claude estate. Poirot feels compelled to investigate, but is his journey to Walmsley Vale meant to deliver Rosaline to justice, or to prevent her from being sent prematurely to the afterlife? This novel introduces Superintendent Spence, a capable ally who would assist Poirot in 3 subsequent cases. Elizabeth Bowen wrote in The Tatler, "One of the best, her gift for blending the cosy with the macabre has seldom been more in evidence than it is here." The Manchester Evening News found it told briskly, vivaciously, and with ever-fertile imagination, and the New York Herald Tribune simply advised, "Don't miss it. Mrs. McGinty's dead. How did she die? Down on one knee, just like I." This old children's rhyme takes on a grim new meaning when a real Mrs. McGinty is found murdered in her cottage in the village of Broadhinny, a case falling under Superintendent Spence's purview. The elderly woman was killed by a savage blow to the back of the head. Afterward, the assailant pried up the floorboards in a frantic search, leaving everyone to wonder, what were they looking for? Justice demands a price, and in this case, a meagre sum of money has led to the conviction of James Bentley, a despised tenant, sentenced to hang. Yet Superintendent Spence remains unconvinced of the man's guilt, compelling him to seek the aid of Hercule Poirot in a desperate bid to uncover the truth and prevent an innocent man's execution. Notably, the celebrated crime writer Ariadne Oliver, familiar from Cards on the Table, rejoins the investigation, lending her unique perspective to Poirot and Spence. Critics have praised the narrative's elegant simplicity and masterful deception, with one paper noting its flawless construction and another declaring it a standout in the Poirot canon following a family funeral. Cora Lansquenet is known for her unfortunate habit of making inappropriate comments. Her final observation, however, proves fatally accurate when she is found brutally murdered after suggesting her brother's death was not natural. This remark, made in front of the family lawyer, Mr. Entwistle, and the assembled inheritance-eager Abernethy relatives, sparks immediate panic. Entwistle, determined to avoid further scandal among his clientele, swiftly enlists Hercule Poirot to navigate the treacherous waters of a family where greed and suspicion run deep. The investigation reveals a nest of secrets, turning a complicated will into a classic Christie puzzle of motive and murder. A series of petty thefts at a London student hostel would typically be beneath the notice of the great detective Hercule Poirot. However, when the disorder disrupts the work of his impeccably efficient secretary, Miss Lemon, whose sister manages the troubled residence, he reluctantly agrees to investigate. The case transforms from mere mischief into a genuine enigma, as Poirot examines a curiously bizarre inventory of stolen and damaged goods, ranging from medical equipment to clothing, and even a diamond ring discovered submerged in a tureen of soup. Poirot delightedly calls it a unique and beautiful problem, but the situation turns grim when it becomes clear a murderer is using the chaos as a cover. Reviewers celebrated the novel's surprising twists, noting that even seasoned readers would be caught off guard. When Sir George and Lady Stubbs decide to host a village fete featuring a staged murder mystery, they enlist the expertise of novelist Ariadne Oliver to design the game. As the event approaches, however, Ariadne is plagued by a growing sense of dread that the pretend crime might inspire a real one. Trusting her instincts, she summons her old friend, Hercule Poirot, to the Dartmoor estate. Her fears are tragically confirmed when the playful fiction gives way to actual homicide, forcing Poirot to sift through the guests and performers to find a killer who has turned a game into a deadly reality. Critics hailed the novel's ingenious plotting, a testament to Christie's unparalleled skill in crafting a compelling and clever mystery. Political turmoil in the Middle East sends dangerous ripples all the way to Meadowbank, an exclusive and seemingly tranquil girls' school in the English countryside. Prince Ali Yusuf, the progressive ruler of Ramat, foreseeing his imminent overthrow, entrusts a fortune in jewels to his close friend and pilot Bob Rawlinson. In a moment of desperation, Rawlinson conceals the gems within the belongings of his unsuspecting niece, Jennifer Sutcliffe, just before she departs for Meadowbank. After Rawlinson is killed, the secret of the hidden jewels travels with Jennifer to the school, attracting a deadly shadow. When violence erupts within Meadowbank's hallowed halls, the ensuing panic and suspicion can only be quelled by the meticulous mind of Hercule Poirot, who must find a killer among the staff and students before another life is lost. This collection of stories introduces us to Colonel Pikeaway, a character who will later make appearances in the non-Poirot novels Passenger to Frankfurt and Postern of Fate. We also meet the financier Mr. Robinson, who will show up again in Postern of Fate and later at Miss Marple's Bertram's Hotel. The Daily Express praised Cat Among the Pigeons as immensely enjoyable, while the New York Times noted, "To read Agatha Christie at her best is to experience the rarefied pleasure of watching a faultless technician at work, and she is in top form here in the foreword to The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding. Agatha Christie presents the collection as the chef's selection, with herself as the chef. She fondly recalls the joyful Christmases of her youth at Abney Hall, though her famous detective's holidays are seldom so peaceful. In the title novella, a reluctant Poirot finds himself at a traditional English country Christmas. The festivities include all the expected trimmings, but also the body of a woman in the snow, a Kurdish knife, leaving a vivid stain on her white fur wrap. The volume collects this novella along with The Mystery of the Spanish Chest, the novella The Underdog, and the short stories 4 and 20 Blackbirds, The Dream, and A Miss Marple Mystery, Greenshaw's Folly. The Times literary supplement found it had the irresistible simplicity and buoyancy of a Christmas treat. In The Clocks, typist Sheila Webb arrives for a new assignment at 19 Wilbraham Crescent in the seaside town of Crowdine. Instead of a client, she discovers a well-dressed corpse surrounded by 5 clocks. The blind homeowner, Mrs. Pebmarsh, denies any knowledge of summoning Sheila or owning so many timepieces. Neither woman recognizes the dead man. By chance, young intelligence specialist Colin Lamb is nearby, working on his own case at the Naval Yard. Confronted with such a bizarre scene, Lamb knows only one man capable of untangling it, his friend and mentor, Hercule Poirot. The New York Times hailed it as the Grand Manner detective story in all its glory, with the bookman calling it a superlative Christie extremely ingenious. Third Girl begins with a jarring interruption to Hercule Poirot's breakfast. A young woman arrives, claiming she might have committed a murder, but she flees in panic upon meeting the detective and vanishes. Poirot, with the help of crime novelist Ariadne Oliver, learns the girl shared a flat with 2 others. As he digs into the life of this mysterious third girl, unsettling rumors surface involving weapons and bloodstains. Even if no murder occurred, something is deeply amiss, and it will require all of Poirot's famed cunning to determine whether she is a criminal, a victim, or someone in the grip of delusion. The Sunday Telegraph deemed it first-class Christie. For Halloween party, mystery writer Ariadne Oliver attends a celebration in Woodley Common. Among the guests is an unlikable adolescent girl, Joyce, notorious for spinning wild tales about witnessing murders. When Joyce is found drowned in an apple-bobbing tub, Mrs. Oliver is forced to reconsider the truth behind the girl's stories. She calls upon Hercule Poirot to discover which party guest wanted the young storyteller silenced. The investigation proves difficult, as not a single person in Woodley Common believes the girl was actually murdered. They all think it was just a tragic accident, a notion Poirot must thoroughly dismantle to find the killer hiding in plain sight. The Daily Mirror hailed it as a thundering success, a triumph for Hercule Poirot. In Elephants Can Remember, a perplexing tragedy from the past resurfaces. General and Mrs. Ravenscroft had always appeared to be a stable, contented couple. This made the discovery of their bodies all the more shocking 12 years prior. A gunshot had claimed them both. The weapon lay between them, bearing the fingerprints of each, leaving the dreadful question, was it a murder-suicide? And if so, who was the aggressor? This real-life puzzle consumes the famous mystery writer Ariadne Oliver, a former friend of the pair, who enlists the aging but brilliantly sharp Hercule Poirot to find the truth. As the proverb says, old sins cast long shadows, and Poirot's mind remains uniquely equipped to navigate them. Teaming with Mrs. Oliver and Superintendent Spence to reopen the cold case, they uncover a startling pattern, a grim reminder that, as Poirot's impeccable memory confirms, crime often echoes itself through the years. The Times simply called it splendid. Poirot's early cases offers a captivating glimpse into the detective's formative years, showcasing the development of his legendary little grey cells. 14 of the 18 stories are recounted by his loyal friend, Captain Arthur Hastings, including what is believed to be their earliest recorded adventure, the affair at the Victory Ball, which occurs shortly after the events at Styles. 2 tales are narrated by Poirot himself to Hastings, most notably The Chocolate Box, which delves into his early career with the Belgian police and recounts his most humbling failure, a rare instance where, by his own admission, his grey cells failed him entirely. Yet, throughout this fascinating collection, those cells are typically in dazzling form, presenting a series of ingenious puzzles that challenge the reader at every turn. The volume includes such classics as The Adventure of the Clapham Cook, The Cornish Mystery, The Double Clue, and The Le Mesurier Inheritance. The Sunday Express praised it as superb vintage Christie. Narrated by Captain Hastings, Curtin, Poirot's last case brings the legendary detective's career full circle. "This, Hastings, will be my last case," declares Poirot, who we first met as a retired refugee at Styles. Now, in a fitting close, the scene returns to Styles Court, converted into a guest house. Here resides the individual Poirot calls X, a murderer responsible for 5 deaths and poised to kill again. Poirot confesses that X possesses a technique so superb it has, thus far, defeated even Hercule Poirot. In this final, deeply personal investigation, Poirot confronts a chilling evil and ultimately bequeaths to Hastings a revelation of astounding moral complexity. As biographer Charles Osborne noted, the conclusion is among Christie's most surprising. Notably, upon the novel's publication, the New York Times honored the fictional detective with a front-page obituary, an unprecedented tribute for a character of fiction. Christie had written this final tale decades earlier, securing it until her own retirement from writing. She passed away shortly after its release, leaving Poirot's legacy and her own forever sealed. In 1932, Agatha Christie released 2 works: a fresh Hercule Poirot mystery titled Peril at End House, and a separate collection of stories starring Miss Marple. Interestingly, when reflecting on her career decades later in her autobiography, Christie admitted this particular Poirot case had faded so completely from her memory that she could scarcely recall writing it. This personal amnesia has, perhaps unfairly, led some modern commentators to overlook what is actually one of her most cleverly constructed puzzles, featuring a dazzling plot and a cast of remarkably vibrant characters. The story unfolds in the glamorous coastal resort of St. Lou, hailed as the Queen of Watering Places on England's southern shore, to Captain Hastings. It feels strikingly reminiscent of the French Riviera. While nominally set in Cornwall, the town's layout and atmosphere are a thinly veiled portrait of Christie's own hometown, Torquay in Devon, with the characters lodging, the majestic hotel, standing in for the famed Imperial Hotel. Hastings is back in England on a visit from his ranch in Argentina, and a passing reference is made to the notorious Blue Train murder Poirot solved a few years prior without his friend's help. Peril at End House is a classic example of Christie operating like a master stage magician, directing the audience's attention one way while the crucial action happens elsewhere. It's also a novel where names hold deceptive power, a trick the author was so fond of she reused variations of it in later books, while some purists might cry foul, comparing it to her infamous narrative sleight of hand in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Readers at the time of publication raised no such objections. The characters surrounding the modern young heiress, Nick Buckley, are a particularly lively bunch. They include a suspiciously perfect Australian couple whose cries of cooey and slightly off-kilter slang, "And now you tell me you're a Bonza detective," strike Poirot as almost comically over the top. One gets the sense Christie's memories of her own Australian travels were growing a bit hazy. Hastings himself has a bizarre memory slip, telling Poirot, "Bella always goes by my judgment," when his wife's name is actually Dulcie. Bella, as fans will remember from the murder on the links, is Dulcie's sister, a curious error for a devoted husband to make, or perhaps a subtle clue woven into the fabric of the tale. "That observation is hardly a novel one," Poirot replied. "Yet do you not find it holds true?" He wore a private smile and did not immediately respond. I pressed him. 1,000 apologies, Hastings. My mind was wandering, in fact, to that very region of the globe you just invoked. The French Riviera? Precisely. I was reflecting on my final winter there and the singular events that transpired. I recalled it immediately. The notorious murder aboard the Blue Train, a labyrinthine and perplexing case, had been unravelled by Poirot with his characteristic unfailing precision. How I envy you that experience, I said, with genuine feeling. I could have been of use, Poirot mused. Your practical perspective is always an asset. I studied him from the corner of my eye. Long acquaintance has taught me to be wary of his flattery, yet he seemed entirely earnest. And why not? I possess a thorough familiarity with his methods. What I acutely missed was your capacity for speculation, Hastings, he continued, his tone drifting. A case requires moments of levity. My valet Georges, an otherwise exemplary man with whom I occasionally deign to converse, possesses no such faculty. This comment struck me as entirely beside the point. Tell me, Poirot, I ventured, do you never feel the urge to return to your work? This life of inactivity. It suits me perfectly, my friend, to bask in the sun. What could be more agreeable, to descend from one's pinnacle at the height of one's renown? What gesture could be more dramatic? They say of me, that is Hercule Poirot. The magnificent, the peerless there has never been his equal, nor shall there be. Very well, I am content. I require nothing more. I am a model of humility. I would not have selected the term humble myself. It appeared my diminutive companion's self-regard had not diminished with age. He reclined in his chair, stroking his famous moustache, practically radiating contentment. We were seated on a terrace of the majestic hotel, the largest in St. Lou, perched on a headland with sweeping views of the ocean. The hotel gardens sprawled below us, dotted with palm trees. The sea was a profound, captivating blue, the sky cloudless, the sun shining with a wholehearted intensity an August sun ought to possess, but in England so frequently does not. A diligent hum of bees provided a pleasant backdrop. The scene was idyllic. Having arrived just the previous evening, this was our first morning of a planned week's stay. If the weather held, our holiday would be flawless. Retrieving the morning paper that had slipped from my grasp, I returned to the day's reports. The political news was dreary and uninviting. There was unrest in China and a lengthy piece on a suspected financial fraud in the city, but nothing of gripping interest. A strange business, this parrot fever, I commented, turning the page. Most peculiar. 2 additional fatalities in Leeds, I see. Deeply unfortunate. I turned another page. Still no word on that aviator Seaton on his global circuit. Remarkably brave, these men. That amphibious aircraft of his, the Albatross, must be a marvel. A tragedy if he's been lost. Not that they've abandoned hope. He may have reached one of the Pacific Islands. I believe the indigenous people of the Solomon Islands still practice cannibalism, do they not? Poirot inquired amiably. He must be a man of great fortitude. Such endeavours make one proud to be British. It compensates for the disappointments at Wimbledon, Poirot offered. I started to object, but he dismissed my protest with a graceful wave. As for me, he declared, I am not amphibious, like the unfortunate Captain Seaton's machine, but I am a citizen of the world, and for the English, as you know, I have always held a profound admiration. Their meticulous approach to consuming the daily news, for instance. My attention had drifted back to the political section. They certainly are putting the Home Secretary through the ringer, I remarked, with a slight laugh. The poor fellow hardly gets a moment's peace. He certainly has his share of difficulties, that man. Indeed, so many that he is now looking for assistance in the most unlikely places. I could only stare at him. With a faint, knowing smile, Poirot retrieved his morning mail neatly bound with a rubber band from his pocket. He selected a single letter and slid it across the table toward me. "It must have been delayed in reaching us yesterday," he remarked. I read it with a growing sense of thrilled anticipation. "Poirot," I exclaimed, "this is incredibly flattering. Do you think so, my friend? He writes in the most glowing terms about your capabilities." "He is correct," said Poirot, modestly lowering his gaze. "He implores you to look into this matter as a personal favour." "Quite so. There is no need to recount the contents to me. I have, as you know, already perused the letter myself."
"This is terrible," I cried. "It will ruin our holiday entirely." No, calm yourself. That is not at all the case." "But the Home Secretary insists the situation is urgent. He may believe that or he may not. Politicians, they excite so easily. I have witnessed it myself. In the halls of government, yes. But surely we must make plans. The express train to London has already departed. The next one. Please, Hastings, compose yourself, I beg you. Always this agitation." "We are not travelling to London today, nor tomorrow, but this summons, it does not command me. I am not a member of the police force, Hastings. I am asked to work as a private consultant. I decline." "You decline, absolutely. I shall write with the utmost courtesy, offering my profound regrets and apologies. I will explain that I am utterly desolated. But what can one do? I have retired. I am finished." "You are not finished," I protested with feeling. Poirot gave my knee an affectionate pat. "There speaks the loyal friend, the faithful companion. And you are not wrong. The little grey cells, they still operate. The order, the method, it remains. But when I have retired, my friend, I have retired. It is over. I am not some theatrical star who delivers a dozen farewell performances. In a spirit of generosity, I say, let the younger men have their opportunity. They might possibly accomplish something worthy. I doubt it, but they might. In any event, they will be adequate for this undoubtedly tedious affair of the Home Secretary's. But, Poirot, consider the compliment. I am above compliments. The Home Secretary, being a sensible man, understands that securing my services would guarantee success. What can be done? He is unfortunate. Hercule Poirot has solved his final case. I studied him. Secretly, I regretted his stubbornness. Successfully resolving a case of this nature could burnish his already global reputation even further. Yet I couldn't help but admire his resolute stance. Abruptly, an idea occurred to me, and I smiled. "I wonder," I said, "that you are not apprehensive. Such a definitive declaration might very well tempt fate." "Impossible," he replied, "that anything could alter the decision of Hercule Poirot." "Impossible." "Poirot, you are correct, my friend. One should not employ such a word." "Ah, indeed. I do not claim that if a bullet were to strike the wall beside my head, I would not investigate. One is only human after all." I smiled. A small stone had just landed on the terrace near us, and Poirot's whimsical comparison amused me. He bent down and picked up the pebble as he continued. "Yes, one is human. One is the sleeping dog, very well. But the sleeping dog can be awakened. There is a proverb in your language that expresses this." "So," I said, "if you should discover a dagger placed by your pillow tomorrow morning, let the criminal who left it there beware." He nodded, though somewhat distractedly. Suddenly, to my astonishment, he stood and descended the few steps from the terrace into the garden. As he did, a young woman came into view, hurrying up the path toward us. I had just noted that she was a rather pretty young woman when my focus shifted to Poirot, who, not watching his step, had caught his foot on a tree root and tumbled down hard. He happened to be right beside the girl at that moment, and together we helped him back up. My concern was for my friend, but I still registered a glimpse of dark hair, a mischievous expression, and large, striking blue eyes. "1,000 apologies," Poirot sputtered. "Mademoiselle,
You are too kind. I am so very sorry. Ah,
My foot, it pains me a great deal. No, it is nothing serious, merely a twisted ankle. It will be fine shortly. But if you could assist me, Hastings, you and Mademoiselle together, if she would be so generous. I am embarrassed to impose. With me on one side and the girl on the other, we managed to guide Poirot to a chair on the terrace. I proposed calling a doctor, but my friend dismissed the idea firmly. It is nothing, I assure you. The ankle turned, that is all.
uncomfortable now, but it will pass. He winced. Look, in a little while I will have forgotten it, mademoiselle. I thank you immensely. You have been most gracious. Please sit down. The young woman took a seat. It's really no trouble, she said, but I do wish you'd have it looked at. Mademoiselle, I promise you it is a trifle. In the delight of your company, the discomfort is already fading. She laughed. That's a good line. What about a drink, I suggested. It's just about the right time. Well, she paused. Thank you, that would be nice. A martini? Yes, please. Make it a dry martini. I went to order. When I returned with the drinks, Poirot and the girl were deep in lively conversation. Imagine, Hastings, he said, that house over there, the one on the headland we admired so much. It belongs to Mademoiselle here. Really, I replied, though I couldn't remember having expressed any particular admiration. In truth, I'd barely noticed the place. It looks rather lonely and grand, standing all by itself out there. It's called End House, the girl told us. I adore it, but it's a crumbling old pile, practically falling to pieces. You are the last of an old family, mademoiselle. Oh, we're nobody special, but Buckleys have lived here for centuries. My brother passed away 3 years ago, so I'm the end of the line. That is sad. You live there alone, mademoiselle. Oh, I'm travelling often, and when I'm home, there's usually a lively bunch coming through. It's never dull. That is very contemporary of you. I myself was imagining you in some shadowy ancient manor, haunted by a dreadful family curse. How fantastic! You must have a wonderfully dramatic mind. No, it isn't haunted, or if it is, the ghost is a friendly one. I've had 3 very close calls in the last few days, so I suppose I lead a charmed life. Poirot straightened up, instantly attentive. Close calls? That sounds most intriguing, mademoiselle. Oh, they weren't anything dramatic. Just silly accidents, you know. She flinched sharply as a wasp buzzed near her face. I despise these wasps. There must be a nest nearby. The bees and the wasps. You do not care for them, mademoiselle. You have been stung before. No, but I loathe how they zoom right past your head. The bee in the bonnet, said Poirot. That is your English saying. Just then our cocktails arrived. We raised our glasses and made the usual light-hearted toasts. I'm actually supposed to be at the hotel for drinks, Miss Buckley mentioned. They're probably wondering where I've gotten to. Poirot cleared his throat and placed his glass down. Ah, for a cup of fine, thick chocolate, he sighed. But in England one does not find it. Still, in England you have some charming customs. The young ladies, their hats they put on and take off, so gracefully, so effortlessly. The girl looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Why wouldn't they? You ask because you are young, so very young, mademoiselle. To me, the natural style is a high, rigid hairstyle, like so, with the hat secured by many pins, here, 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 and here. He punctuated the air with 4 sharp jabs. But that sounds terribly uncomfortable. Ah, I should say so, Poirot replied, with the heartfelt tone of a martyr. When the wind blew, it was pure agony, enough to give one a migraine. Miss Buckley pulled off her own simple, wide-brimmed felt hat and tossed it aside. And now we wear these, she laughed. which is both sensible and charming," Poirot said with a slight bow. I studied her with interest. Her dark, tousled hair lent her an elfin quality, which matched her small, vivid face, shaped like a pansy, and her enormous dark blue eyes. There was something haunting and arresting about her, perhaps a hint of recklessness, underscored by the shadows beneath her eyes. We were seated on a less frequented terrace. The main one, where most guests gathered, curved just around the corner where the cliff dropped steeply to the sea. From that direction now appeared a red-faced man with a rolling gait, his hands half-clenched at his sides. He had a breezy, carefree air about him, the look of a seasoned sailor. "I can't imagine where the girl has gone," he announced in a voice that carried easily to where we sat. "Nick! Nick!" Miss Buckley stood. "I knew they'd be getting anxious. All right, George, here I am. Freddie's desperate for a drink. Come along, girl." He shot a frankly curious glance at Poirot, who must have stood out sharply among Nick's usual circle. The girl offered a quick introduction. "This is Commander Challenger, To my surprise, Poirot did not supply his name. Instead, he rose, bowed very formally, and murmured, "Of the English Navy. I hold the English Navy in the highest regard. Remarks of that sort seldom sit well with an Englishman." Commander Challenger flushed, and Nick Buckley smoothly took charge. "Come on, George. Don't just stare. Let's go find Freddie and Jim." She smiled at Poirot. "Thank you for the cocktail. I hope your ankle feels better." With a nod to me, she slipped her hand through the sailor's arm, and they vanished around the corner. "So that is one of Mademoiselle's companions," Poirot mused quietly, one of her lively set. "What is your impression of him, Hastings? Is he what you would term a good fellow?"
Yes.
I hesitated, trying to decipher exactly what Poirot meant by good fellow, then offered a tentative agreement. "He seems all right as far as one can tell from a brief meeting." "I wonder," said Poirot. The girl had forgotten her hat. Poirot bent to retrieve it and began twirling it absently on his finger. "Does he cherish a tendresse for her? What is your opinion, Hastings?" "My dear Poirot, how should I know here? Give me that hat. The lady will need it. I'll take it to her." Poirot ignored my request. He kept revolving the hat slowly on his finger. "Not yet. It amuses me. Really, Poirot. Yes, my friend, I grow old and childish, do I not?" This echoed my own thoughts so precisely that I was momentarily disconcerted to hear it spoken aloud. Poirot gave a soft chuckle, then leaned forward, placing a finger beside his nose. "But no, I am not quite the imbecile you imagine. We will return the hat. Most assuredly, but later. We will deliver it to Endhouse, and in doing so we shall secure another opportunity to see the charming Miss Nick. Poirot," I said, "I believe you've fallen in love. She is a pretty girl, is she not?"
"Well, you saw her yourself. Why ask me? Because, alas, I can no longer trust my own eye. To me these days, anything young is beautiful youth. Youth, it is the tragedy of advancing years. But you, I appeal to you. Your judgment after so long in Argentina is hardly current, but it is at least more reliable than my own sentimental gaze. You admire the woman from 5 years ago, but you are certainly more up-to-date than I am. She is attractive, is she not? Does she have that universal appeal?"
"One gender is enough, Poirot." "The answer, I should think, is a definite yes. Why are you so curious about her? Am I curious?" "Well, consider what you've just been saying." "You are mistaken, my friend. I may be curious about the lady." "Yes, but I am far more curious about her hat." I stared at him, but he seemed completely serious. He gestured with it. "Yes, Hastings, this exact hat. Do you understand the cause for my interest? It's a nice hat," I said, confused, "but a very ordinary one."
Plenty of young women own hats like it. Not exactly like this one. I examined it more carefully. You see, Hastings? A simple fawn felt good cut. I did not ask for a description. It is clear you do not see truly astonishing. My poor Hastings, how consistently you miss what is before you. It surprises me every single time. But look, my dear old fool, you need not engage the little grey cells. Your eyes will suffice. Look, look. And then, at last, I understood what he had been attempting to show me. The hat, turning slowly on his finger, had that finger poked neatly through a hole in its brim. Seeing my comprehension, he withdrew his finger and handed me the hat. It was a small, precise, round hole, and I could not fathom its purpose, if it had one. Did you notice how Mademoiselle Nick started when a bee buzzed by? The bee in the bonnet, the hole in the hat, but a bee couldn't make a hole like that.
Precisely, Hastings. What insight! It could not. But a bullet could, my dear fellow. A bullet, but yes, a bullet such as this. He opened his hand to reveal a small object in his palm. A spent bullet, my friend. It was this which struck the terrace earlier while we were conversing. A spent bullet, you mean? I mean that had the aim varied by a single inch, that hole would not be in the hat, but in the skull. Do you see now why I'm interested, Hastings?
You were correct, my friend, when you advised me against using the word impossible. Yes, one is only human. Ah, but he committed a grave error. That would-be killer firing at his victim within a dozen yards of Hercule Poirot. For him, it is indeed bad luck. But you see now why we must gain entry to End House and make contact with Mademoiselle. 3 near brushes with death in as many days. That is what she claimed. We must move swiftly. Hastings, the danger is immediate.
End House, Poirot, I said. I have been thinking. A commendable activity, my friend. Proceed. We were seated opposite one another at lunch at a small table by the window. That shot must have been fired very near to us, and yet we heard nothing. And you believe that in this serene quiet, with only the sound of lapping waves, we should have? Well, it's peculiar. No, it is not peculiar. Some sounds you grow so accustomed to them, you scarcely register their presence. All morning, my friend, speedboats have been running trips in the bay. You complained at first. Soon you did not notice them at all. But truly, you could fire a machine gun and hardly mark it when one of those craft is on the water. Yes, I suppose that's true. Ah, there we are, murmured Poirot. Mademoiselle and her party. It appears they are lunching here. Therefore I must return the hat, but it is of no consequence. The matter is serious enough to justify a visit on its own merits. He rose briskly, hurried across the dining room, and presented the hat with a slight bow just as Miss Buckley and her companions were settling at their table. They were a group of 4, Nick Buckley, Commander Challenger, another gentleman, and a second young woman. From our seats we had only a partial view. Periodically, the naval man's hearty laugh echoed out. He struck me as an uncomplicated, agreeable sort, and I had already taken a liking to him. My companion remained quiet and preoccupied throughout our lunch. He fidgeted with his roll, muttered odd phrases under his breath, and obsessively realigned the silverware. I attempted some conversation, but finding no response, I let the silence settle. He lingered at the table long after finishing his meal, only rising once the neighbouring diners had departed. They were just taking seats in the lounge when Poirot strode over with a brisk, formal air and spoke directly to Nick. "Mademoiselle, might I beg a brief word?" A frown touched her features. I understood her perspective perfectly. She likely saw this peculiar foreigner as an impending bother. I felt for her, knowing how it must look. Reluctantly, she stepped a few paces aside. Almost instantly, an expression of surprise crossed her face at Poirot's low, urgent words. Meanwhile, I stood there feeling increasingly awkward. Challenger, with smooth tact, rescued the moment by offering me a cigarette and making some casual remark. We had sized each other up and found a mutual, unspoken understanding. I sensed I was more his type than the man he'd been lunching with, whom I now observed. He was tall, fair, and rather too polished, with a fleshy nose and an overdone handsomeness. His manner was supercilious, his voice a tired drawl. There was a sleekness about him I instinctively disliked. Then I looked at the woman. She sat directly across from me in a large armchair, having just tossed her hat aside. She was an unusual type, a weary Madonna captured it best. Her fair, nearly colourless hair was parted in the middle and drawn tightly over her ears into a knot at her neck. Her face was pale and thin, yet held a curious allure. Her eyes were a very light grey with large, dark pupils, possessing a strange, detached quality. She was staring right at me. Suddenly, she spoke. "Do sit down until your friend is finished with Nick." Her voice was affected, languid and artificial, yet it carried a peculiar, resonant beauty. She struck me as the most profoundly tired person I had ever encountered, tired in soul, not body, as if she had found the entire world hollow and meaningless. Miss Buckley was kind enough to assist my friend when he turned his ankle this morning, I explained, as I accepted the chair. So Nick mentioned. Her eyes studied me with that same detached air. "There's nothing actually wrong with his ankle now, is there?" I felt my cheeks grow warm. "It was merely a momentary sprain," I said. "Oh, good. I'm relieved Nick didn't invent the whole episode. She is the most divinely gifted little liar, you know. It's quite astonishing, really, a genuine talent." I was at a loss for a reply, and my discomfort seemed to entertain her.
"She's one of my oldest friends," she continued, "and I've always found loyalty such a tiresome virtue, haven't you? Mostly practiced by the Scots, like thrift and Sabbath observance. But Nick is a liar, isn't she, Jim? That marvellous tale about the car's brakes, for instance. Jim insists there was absolutely nothing to it. The fair man answered in a soft, rich tone, "I understand automobiles." He gestured slightly with his head.
Parked outside among the other vehicles was a long crimson car. It seemed impossibly long and aggressively red, with a gleaming polished metal bonnet. A veritable supercar. "Is that your automobile?" I asked on impulse. He nodded. "Yes." I fought a mad urge to say, "How perfectly fitting." Poirot rejoined us then. I stood. He took my arm, offered a quick bow to the group, and steered me away. "It is arranged, my friend. We are to call upon Mademoiselle at End House at 6:30.
She will have returned from her drive by then.
Yes, she certainly must have returned, and in safety." His face was lined with anxiety, his tone deeply concerned. "What did you say to her?" "I requested she grant me an audience at the earliest opportunity." She was reluctant, of course. I could almost read her thoughts. Who is this fellow? Some pushy film director? She would have said no if she could, but put on the spot like that, it's harder to refuse. She agreed to be back by 6:30. That settled it. I said it sounded fine, but Poirot wasn't having it. He was restless as a cat, pacing our sitting room all afternoon, muttering and fussing with every ornament in sight. When I tried to talk to him, he just waved me off. We left the hotel just before 6. "It's unbelievable," I said as we went down the terrace steps. "Trying to shoot someone in a hotel garden, only a lunatic would attempt it." "I disagree. Under one condition, it could be quite a calculated risk. The garden is empty. Hotel guests are like sheep. Everyone gathers on the terrace facing the bay, so naturally that's where they all go. I alone, the original thinker, choose to sit looking over the garden, and even I saw nothing. Look at all the cover, trees, clusters of palms, flowering bushes. A person could hide comfortably, unseen, waiting for the young lady to come along, and she would come this way. Taking the road from End House is much longer. Miss Nick Buckley strikes me as the sort who is always late and takes the shortcut. Even so, the risk was enormous. He might have been seen, and you can't pass off a gunshot as an accident.
Not as an accident. No. What do you mean?
Nothing, just a notion. It may or may not prove correct. Setting that aside, there is the essential condition I mentioned. Which is, surely you can tell me, Hastings. I wouldn't dream of spoiling your fun of outsmarting me. Ah, the sarcasm, the irony. Well, what is glaringly obvious is this. The motive cannot be clear. If it were, then yes, the risk would be far too great. People would immediately wonder, could it have been so-and-so? Where was so-and-so when the shot rang out? No, the murderer, or rather the would-be murderer, must not be an obvious suspect. And that, Hastings, is why I'm afraid. Yes, at this moment, I am afraid. I tell myself there are 4 of them. I say, nothing can happen while they are all together. I insist it would be madness. And yet I am still afraid these so-called accidents, I must hear about them. He turned abruptly. It is still early. We will go the longer way by the road. The garden has told us all it can. Let us examine the proper approach to End House. We left through the hotel's front gate and turned right up a steep hill. At the top, a narrow lane bore a sign, "To End House only." We followed it, and after a few hundred yards it twisted sharply and ended at a pair of worn-out gates that badly needed paint. Inside, to the right, stood a small lodge. The lodge itself was a surprising contrast to the shabby gates and the overgrown drive. Its little garden was neat and tidy, the window frames freshly painted, with crisp, clean curtains hanging. A man in a faded Norfolk jacket was bent over a flower bed. He straightened up as the gate creaked, turning to look at us. He was around 60, at least 6 feet tall, with a sturdy build and a weathered face. His head was nearly bald, but his eyes were a striking, twinkling blue. He seemed friendly. "Good afternoon," he said as we passed. I returned the greeting, and as we continued up the drive, I could feel those keen blue eyes studying our backs with curiosity. Poirot paused thoughtfully, leaving his unspoken wonder hanging in the air. The house itself was a large, gloomy structure hemmed in by trees whose branches scraped against the roof tiles. Its state of disrepair was evident. Poirot gave it a swift, evaluating look before tugging the antiquated doorbell, a pull that required considerable effort and then set off a lonely, echoing clang that seemed to go on forever. The door was answered by a woman in middle years, dressed somberly in black, who struck me as the very picture of respectable, mournful disinterest. She informed us that Miss Buckley had not yet come back. Poirot, explaining our appointment, met with some resistance. She was precisely the sort to view foreigners with deep suspicion. I rather think it was my own reassuring presence that finally persuaded her. We were shown into the drawing-room to wait. The room was a stark contrast to the house's exterior. It faced the sea and was flooded with cheerful sunlight. The furnishings were a shabby clash of errors, cheap, modern pieces awkwardly layered over solid Victorian foundations. Faded brocade curtains hung beside bright new slipcovers and wildly colourful cushions. Family portraits adorned the walls, some of them quite skilfully done. A gramophone and a few scattered records lay about, alongside a portable wireless set. There were hardly any books, but a single newspaper was tossed carelessly on the sofa. Poirot picked up the St. Lou Weekly Herald and Directory, made a face, and set it down, only to snatch it up again a moment later, his eyes scanning a particular column. The door swung open, and Nick Buckley breezed in. "Bring the ice, would you, Ellen?" she called over her shoulder before turning to us with a sparkling, mischievous look. "So here I am. I managed to ditch everyone else. I'm absolutely eaten up with curiosity. Am I the long-lost heroine you've been scouring the countryside for?" "You were so terribly serious," she said, directing this at Poirot, "that it simply must be something grand. Go on, make me a spectacular offer." "Alas, mademoiselle," Poirot began. "Don't tell me it's the opposite," she cut in, her tone playful. "Don't say you're a miniature painter hoping I'll commission a portrait. But no, with a moustache like that, and staying at the Majestic, which serves the worst food at the highest prices in the country. No, it simply can't be anything so mundane. The woman Ellen returned with ice and a tray of bottles. Nick began mixing cocktails with practiced ease, her chatter filling the room. Eventually, however, Poirot's unusual silence seemed to get through to her. She stopped mid-pour, the bottle poised in the air, and said sharply, "Well, that is precisely what I wish for you, to be well, mademoiselle." He accepted the cocktail glass from her. "To your good health, mademoiselle, to its continued and uninterrupted course." Nick was sharp. The gravity in his tone wasn't lost on her. "Is something wrong?" "Yes, mademoiselle. This." He extended his hand, revealing the small bullet resting on his palm. She took it, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. "You know what this is?" "Of course I know. It's a bullet." "Precisely, mademoiselle. It was not a wasp that flew past your cheek this morning in the garden. It was this. You mean to tell me some criminal idiot was firing a gun in a hotel garden?" "So it would appear." "Well, I'll be damned," Nick said frankly, a laugh bubbling up. "I really do seem to lead a charmed life. That makes number 4. "Indeed," said Poirot. "That is number 4. I wish mademoiselle to hear about the other 3 incidents." She stared at him. "I want you to be very certain, mademoiselle, that they were truly accidents." "Why, of course. What else could they possibly be? Mademoiselle, prepare yourself, I beg you, for a severe shock. What if someone is attempting to take your life?" Nick's only response was a peal of delighted laughter. The notion appeared to amuse her enormously. "What a marvellous idea! My dear man, who on earth would possibly want me dead? I'm not some glamorous young heiress whose passing would unlock a fortune. Honestly, I wish someone were trying to kill me. Now that would be exciting, wouldn't it? But I'm afraid there's not a chance of that. Would you describe these incidents for me, mademoiselle?" "Certainly, though there's really nothing to them. They were just silly mishaps. There's a heavy painting above my bed. It fell during the night. By sheer luck, I'd heard a door banging somewhere in the house and went to find and close it, so I wasn't there. It likely would have crushed my skull." "That's incident number 1. Poirot remained solemn. "Proceed, mademoiselle. Let us move to number 2. That one's even less convincing. There's a steep, rocky path down to the sea I use to go bathing. You can dive from a certain rock. A large boulder somehow came loose and came crashing down, just missing me. The third event was different. Something went wrong with the car's brakes. I don't know the specifics. The mechanic explained, but I didn't really follow. The point is, if I'd gone through the gate and down the hill, they would have failed, and I'd have presumably ploughed straight into the town hall. Minor damage to the building. Total annihilation of me, but because I'm always forgetting things, I turned back and merely ran into the laurel hedge." "And you cannot tell me the precise nature of the fault?" "You could ask the fellows at Mott's garage. They'll know." "It was something simple and mechanical that had come loose, I believe. I wondered if Ellen's boy, my helper who answered the door for you as a young son, had been fiddling with it. Boys do love tinkering with automobiles." Naturally, Ellen swore he'd never gone near the car. I suppose something might have just worked itself free, despite what Mott said. "Where is your garage located, mademoiselle? Around the other side of the house. Is it kept locked?" Nick looked surprised. "Oh, no. Of course not, so anyone could have tampered with the car unnoticed. Well, yes, I suppose so, but it all seems so absurd." "No, mademoiselle. It is not absurd. You do not comprehend. You are in danger, serious danger."
I am telling you, and you do not know who I am?
"No," said Nick, her breath catching. "I am Hercule Poirot." "Oh," said Nick, her tone somewhat flat. "Oh, yes. You know my name, then?" "Oh, yes." She shifted uncomfortably. A trapped look entered her eyes. Poirot studied her intently. You are uneasy. That suggests, I suppose, that you have not read my accounts. Well, not all of them, but I know the name, naturally. Mademoiselle, you are a polite little liar. I started recalling the very words spoken at the majestic hotel that afternoon. I forget. You are merely a child. You would not have heard. How swiftly fame fades. My companion here, he will inform you. Nick looked at me. I cleared my throat somewhat awkwardly. Monsieur Poirot was a great detective, I explained. Ah, my friend, cried Poirot. Is that all you can muster? Mais dis donc. Tell mademoiselle, then, that I'm a detective without equal, unparalleled, the greatest the world has ever known. That is now superfluous, I said coolly. You have told her yourself. Ah, yes, but it is more pleasing to have been able to maintain modesty. One should not sing one's own praises. One shouldn't keep a dog and have to bark oneself. Nick agreed with mock sympathy. Who is the dog, by the way? Dr. Watson, I presume? My name is Hastings, I said stiffly.
Battle of 10,066, said Nick. See? I'm not uneducated. Well, this is all too marvellous. Do you honestly believe someone truly wants to dispose of me? It would be a thrill, but of course that sort of thing doesn't actually happen. Only in stories. I expect Monsieur Poirot is like a surgeon who's invented a new procedure or a doctor who's discovered a rare illness and wants everyone to have it. Sacré tonnerre, thundered Poirot. Will you be serious?
You young people of today, is nothing capable of making you serious? It would have been no laughing matter, mademoiselle, had you been found in the hotel garden as a lovely young corpse with a neat bullet hole in your head instead of your hat. You would not have found that amusing, would you? A ghostly laugh at a séance, Nick replied. But truly, Monsieur Poirot, it's very thoughtful of you, yet it must have been an accident. You are as stubborn as the devil himself. That's precisely where my nickname comes from. My grandfather was widely believed to have bargained with the devil. Everyone locally called him Old Nick. He was a terribly wicked man, but wonderfully entertaining. I absolutely worshipped him. I followed him everywhere, so they named us Old Nick and Young Nick. My actual name is Magdala. That is a distinctive name. Yes, it's something of a family tradition. There have been many Magdalas in the Buckley line. There's one right there. She gestured toward a painting on the wall. Ah, said Poirot. Then, observing a portrait above the fireplace, he inquired, Is that your grandfather, mademoiselle? Yes, quite a striking likeness, don't you think? Jim Lazarus once tried to buy it, but I refused. I'm rather fond of Old Nick. Ah! Poirot fell silent for a moment before saying with great earnestness, But let us return to our subject. Listen, mademoiselle, I beg you to be serious. You are in danger.
Today, someone fired at you with a Mauser pistol. A Mauser pistol?
For an instant she was visibly startled. Yes. Why? Do you know someone who owns one? She gave a faint smile. I own one myself. You do? Yes. It was my father's. He brought it back from the war. It's been lying around here for years. I just saw it the other day in that drawer. She pointed to an antique desk, suddenly struck by a thought. She walked over and pulled the drawer open. Her expression turned blank. Her voice took on a new, uneasy tone. Oh, she said, it's gone. From that moment the conversation shifted entirely. Up until now, Poirot and the girl had been talking past each other, divided by a gulf of years and experience. His fame meant nothing to her. She belonged to a generation that only recognizes the celebrities of the immediate moment. Consequently, she was utterly unimpressed by his warnings. To her, he was merely a somewhat comical elderly foreigner with a theatrically dramatic mind. This attitude thoroughly perplexed Poirot. His vanity for one was wounded. It was his firm belief that all the world knew Hercule Poirot. Here was someone who did not. A humbling experience, I privately thought, but not particularly helpful for our purposes. With the discovery of the missing pistol, however, the affair entered a new phase. Nick stopped treating it as a mildly amusing joke. She still maintained her habitual light-hearted demeanour, her personal creed to take nothing too seriously, but there was a definite change in her manner. She came back and perched on the arm of a chair, her brow furrowed in thought. "That's strange," she murmured. Poirot spun around to face me. "You recall, Hastings, the little theory I mentioned? Well, it was correct. Imagine if Mademoiselle had been discovered shot, lying in the hotel garden. She might not have been found for hours. Few people pass that way. And beside her hand, as if just dropped, lays her own pistol. The good Madame Ellen would doubtless identify it. There would be suggestions, naturally, of anxiety or insomnia." Nick shifted uncomfortably. "That's true. I have been worried to death lately. Everyone keeps telling me I seem on edge. Yes, they would say all that, and they would deliver a verdict of suicide. Mademoiselle's fingerprints, conveniently, would be the only ones on the pistol. Oh, yes, it would be a very simple and convincing narrative." "How terribly amusing," said Nick, though I was relieved to note she did not sound terribly amused. Poirot took her words at their conventional value, is it not? "But you understand, mademoiselle, this must not happen again. 4 attempts had ended in failure, yet a 5th might finally bring success."
"Roll out the funeral carriages," Nick remarked with a light tone.
"But my friend and I are here to prevent any such outcome. I appreciated her, including me. Poirot often acts as if I'm not in the room." "That's right," I added quickly. "You have nothing to fear, Miss Buckley. We'll keep you safe." "How wonderfully kind of you," Nick replied, her voice still carrying that breezy, almost amused quality. "I find this entire situation absolutely marvellous, too thrilling for words." Despite her casual air, I noticed a flicker of unease in her eyes. "Our first step," announced Poirot, settling comfortably into his chair, "is to hold a proper consultation." He gave her an encouraging smile. "We begin with a standard inquiry, but an essential one. Do you have any enemies?" Nick shook her head, looking almost disappointed. "I'm afraid not," she said apologetically. "Very well, we shall set that possibility aside. Now we pose the question favoured by cinema and detective novels, who stands to gain from your death, mademoiselle?" "I truly can't imagine," Nick admitted. "That's what makes it all seem so absurd. There's this dreadful old estate, of course, but it's mortgaged to the absolute limit. The roof leaks, and I can assure you there's no secret coal mine or anything remotely exciting hidden in the cliffs." "It is mortgaged, you say?" "Yes, I had no choice. The death duties were crippling. They hit twice in quick succession. First, my grandfather passed away 6 years ago, and then my brother. That finished off any financial stability we had left." "And your father?" "He was invalided home after the war, caught pneumonia, and died in 1919. My mother died when I was an infant. I grew up here with my grandfather. He and my father never saw eye to eye. Not that I blame my father, so Dad found it convenient to leave me here while he travelled the world. Gerald, my brother, didn't get along with the old man either. I suppose if I'd been a boy, I might have clashed with him too. Being a girl spared me. Grandfather used to say I was a chip off the old block and had inherited his spirit." She laughed softly. "From what I hear, he was quite a scoundrel, but incredibly lucky. People around here said everything he touched turned to gold. Of course, he was a gambler and lost most of it again. When he died, there was hardly anything left except the house and land. I was 16 then, and Gerald was 22. Gerald was killed in a car accident 3 years ago, and the place came to me. And after you, mademoiselle, who is your next of kin?" "My cousin Charles Vise. He's a solicitor here in town, perfectly respectable and terribly dull. He's full of good advice and constantly tries to curb what he calls my extravagant tendencies.
He handles your legal and financial affairs, then? I suppose you could put it that way. There isn't much to handle.
He arranged the mortgage and insisted I rent out the lodge. Ah, the lodge, I intended to ask about that. Is it currently let? Yes, to an Australian couple named Croft. They're the aggressively friendly type, you know. Overwhelmingly kind, always arriving with bundles of celery, early peas, that sort of thing. They're horrified by the state of the garden. Honestly, they can be a bit of a nuisance. He is particularly exhaustingly cheerful. She's a poor, crippled thing, confined to a sofa all day. Still, they pay the rent, and that's what matters. How long have they been there? Oh, about 6 months now. I see. Now, aside from this cousin, on your mother's side, I presume? Yes. My mother was Amy Vyse. Very well. Beyond this cousin, do you have any other relatives? Some very distant cousins up in Yorkshire, Buckleys, like me. No one else? No. That is a solitary position. Nick looked at him, puzzled. Solitary? What a strange notion. I'm hardly ever down here, you know. I'm usually in London. Relatives can be utterly suffocating as a rule, always fussing and interfering. It's far more amusing to be independent. A sudden, sharp memory surfaced. A rainy afternoon last autumn, sitting alone in a London cafe, watching families together through the window, and feeling an unexpected, hollow pang she'd quickly dismissed. Poirot nodded. I shall not waste my sympathy. You are a modern woman, I perceive. Now, tell me of your household. How grand that sounds. The household is essentially Ellen. Her husband works as a sort of gardener, though not a very skilled one. I pay them very little, really, because I allow them to keep their child here. Ellen helps out when I'm down at the cottage, and if I throw a party, we just bring in whoever we can find to assist. I'm actually having a party this Monday. It's regatta week, you know. Monday, and today is Saturday. I see now, mademoiselle. What about your friends, those you were lunching with today, for example? Well, Freddie Rice, the blonde, is practically my closest friend. She's had a miserable time. Married to an absolute brute. A man who drank, took drugs, and was altogether the worst sort of character. She finally left him a year or two back. Since then, she's been drifting. I really wish she'd get a divorce and marry Jim Lazarus.
Lazarus?
The art dealer from Bond Street. That's right. Jim's the only son. Rolling in money, naturally. Did you see his car? He's Jewish, of course, but terribly decent, and he's completely devoted to Freddie. They're inseparable. They're staying at the Majestic over the weekend and coming to my place on Monday. And Mrs. Rice's husband? That mess. Oh, he's dropped off the map. Nobody has any idea where he is. It makes things horribly awkward for Freddie. You can't very well divorce a man when you don't know where to find him. Evidently. Poor Freddie, Nick said thoughtfully. She's had the worst luck. Once everything was arranged, she actually tracked him down and put it to him plainly. He said he was perfectly willing, but claimed he simply didn't have the money to take a woman to a hotel. So in the end she forked over the cash, and he took it, vanished, and hasn't been heard from since. Pretty low, I call it. Good heavens, I couldn't help exclaiming. My friend Hastings is shocked, Poirot remarked. You must be more careful, mademoiselle. He is somewhat out of date, you understand. He has just returned from those vast, clear, open spaces, and he has yet to learn the language of modern times. Well, there's nothing to be shocked about, Nick said, her eyes widening. I mean, everyone knows such people exist, but I still call it a rotten trick. Poor Freddie was so desperately hard up then, she didn't know which way to turn. Yes, not a very pleasant business. And your other friend, Mademoiselle, the good Commander Challenger. George? I've known George forever. Well, for the last 5 years anyway. He's a good sort, George. He wishes to marry you, does he not? He brings it up now and then. usually in the small hours, or after the second glass of port. But you remain unmoved? What would be the point of George and me marrying? Neither of us has a penny, and one would get terribly bored with George, all that playing for the team, good old school manner. Besides, he's 40 if he's a day. The comment made me flinch slightly. So he has one foot in the grave, then, said Poirot. Oh, pay no attention to me, mademoiselle. I am a grandfather, a nobody. Now tell me more about these accidents. The painting, for instance. It's been rehung with a new wire. You can come see it if you like. She led us out of the room. The painting was an oil in a heavy frame, hanging directly over the head of the bed, with a murmured, "You permit, mademoiselle." Poirot removed his shoes and stepped onto the bed. He examined the picture and the cord, gingerly testing the weight of the frame. With a delicate grimace, he climbed down. To have that come down on one's head? No, it would not be pleasant. The wire it was hung with before, mademoiselle, was it like this one? A metal cable? Yes, but not as thick. I got a heavier one this time. That is understandable.
And you looked at the broken ends? They were frayed? I suppose so. I didn't really notice. Why would I?
Exactly. As you say, why would you? All the same, I should very much like to see that piece of wire. Is it still somewhere in the house? It was left on the picture. I imagine the man who replaced the wire simply discarded the old one. What a shame. I would have liked to examine it. You don't still believe it was merely an accident, do you? It must have been. An accident is possible. There is no way to be certain. However, the tampering with your car's brakes was no accident, and that boulder that came loose on the cliff. I wish to see exactly where that so-called accident took place. Nick led us through the garden to the edge of the cliff. The blue sea sparkled far below. A rugged, narrow path was cut into the rock face. She pointed out the precise spot, and Poirot gave a thoughtful nod. Then he inquired, "How many entrances are there to this garden, mademoiselle?" "There's the main drive past the gatehouse. Then a service door in the wall halfway up the lane. Over here along the cliff is a gate that opens onto a zigzag path up from the beach to the Majestic Hotel. And, of course, you can just step through a break in the hedge directly into the hotel gardens. That's the shortcut I used this morning to get into town." "And your gardener? Where does he typically work?" "Oh, he usually potters around the vegetable patch, or he's in the potting shed pretending to sharpen tools, which is to say, on the opposite side of the house." "Precisely. So, if someone were to come here and pry loose a heavy stone, it's very unlikely anyone would notice." A slight shiver passed through Nick. "Do you truly believe that's what happened?" she asked. "It seems so senseless to me, so utterly pointless." Poirot took the bullet from his pocket once more, holding it up. "This was not pointless, mademoiselle," he said softly. "It must have been a madman. Perhaps it makes for interesting dinner talk. Are all criminals actually insane? There may be some defect in their little grey cells. Yes, it is quite possible. That, however, is a matter for doctors. My work is different. I think of the innocent, not the guilty, the victim, not the criminal. My concern at this moment is you, mademoiselle, not your unseen enemy. You are young. The sun is shining. The world holds beauty, and your life is full of promise. That is what occupies my thoughts. Tell me, these friends of yours, Mrs. Rice and Mr. Lazarus, how long have they been in the area?" "Freddie arrived in this part of the country on Wednesday. She stayed with friends near Tavistock for 2 nights and came here yesterday. Jim, I believe, has been driving around the countryside. And Commander Challenger? He's stationed at Devonport. He drives over whenever he can, mostly on weekends." Poirot nodded. As we walked back toward the house, a silence fell before he asked abruptly, "Do you have a friend you trust?" "Completely, mademoiselle. There's Freddie. Someone other than Mrs. Rice." "Well, I suppose so. Why do you ask? Because I want you to have a friend come stay with you immediately. Oh, Nick seemed startled. She was quiet for a moment, considering. There's Maggie, she said finally, though without much enthusiasm. I could probably reach her. Who is Maggie? A cousin from Yorkshire. There's a whole flock of them. Her father is a clergyman. Maggie's about my age, and I usually have her visit for a bit in the summer. She's not exactly a riot, though, painfully proper, with hair that's only stylish by sheer accident. I was rather hoping to avoid inviting her this year. On the contrary, your cousin sounds ideal. Exactly the sort of person I had in mind. All right, Nick said with a resigned sigh. I'll send her a wire. Honestly, I can't think of anyone else available right now. Everyone's plans are set. But unless it conflicts with the church picnic or the ladies' auxiliary meeting, she'll come. But what exactly do you expect her to do? Could you have her stay in your room at night? I suppose I could arrange that. Would she find the request strange? Oh, not Maggie. She doesn't overthink things. She just acts with a kind of earnest determination. She approaches everything with faith and steady effort. All right, I'll send a wire for her to come on Monday. Why not tomorrow, with the Sunday train schedule? She'd think I was on my deathbed if I suggested that. No, Monday will do. Are you planning to tell her about this dreadful shadow hanging over me? We shall see. You still treat it as a joke. I am glad to see you have spirit. It, at least, breaks the monotony, Nick replied. Something in her voice caught my attention, and I looked at her more closely. I sensed there was a piece of the story she was withholding. We had moved back into the drawing room. Poirot was idly handling the newspaper on the sofa. You read this publication, mademoiselle? He asked abruptly. The St. Lou Herald, not with any seriousness. I only opened it to check the tide tables. They print them weekly. I see. By the way, mademoiselle, have you ever drafted a will? Yes, I did, roughly 6 months ago, just before my surgery. Pardon, your surgery? My operation? For appendicitis. Someone told me I should make a will, so I went ahead and did. It made me feel rather important, actually. And its provisions? I left End House to Charles. I didn't have much else, but whatever remained I left to Freddie. Truthfully, I suspect the debts would have outweighed the assets. Poirot nodded vaguely. I will take my leave now. Goodbye, mademoiselle. Exercise caution. Caution against what? Nick asked. You are clever. Yes, that is the difficulty. What exactly should I be cautious of? Who can say but have faith, mademoiselle? In a few days I will have uncovered the truth. Until then, I must watch out for poison, bombs, gunfire, car crashes, and arrows tipped with the secret toxins of South American tribes. Nick finished airily.
Do not make light of your own situation, mademoiselle, Poirot said with gravity. He paused at the door. Incidentally, he added, what price did Mr. Lazarus offer you for your grandfather's portrait? £50. Ah, said Poirot. He looked back thoughtfully at the dark, brooding face above the fireplace. But as I mentioned, I don't wish to sell the old fellow. No, Poirot mused. No, I understand. Chapter 4. There must be something. Poirot, I began, once we were on the road.
There's something I believe you should be aware of. And what is that, my friend? I relayed to him Mrs. Rice's account of the car trouble. Ah, that is interesting. There exists, of course, a certain type, vain, hysterical, that seeks attention by inventing dramatic escapes from death, recounting astonishing tales that never occurred. Yes, this is a well-known personality. Such individuals might even inflict serious injury upon themselves to maintain the fiction.
You don't think that Mademoiselle Nick is of that type?
No, certainly not. You observed, Hastings, how difficult it was to convince her of the peril, and she maintained that half-mocking disbelief right to the end. She is a product of her generation, that one. All the same, it is interesting what Madame Rice claimed. Why would she say it? Why mention it even if it were true? It was unnecessary, almost clumsy. Yes, I agreed. That's true. She forced it into the conversation quite abruptly, for no discernible reason. That is peculiar. Yes, very peculiar. These little curious facts, I like to see them emerge. They are meaningful. They point the way. The way to where? You touch upon the weak spot, my excellent Hastings. Where? Where indeed, alas? We will not know until we arrive. Tell me, Poirot, I said, why were you so insistent about her having this cousin come to stay? Poirot halted and waved an animated finger at me. Consider, he exclaimed. Consider for a moment, Hastings, how restricted we are, how our hands are tied to pursue a murderer after the crime is done. That is straightforward enough, at least it is straightforward for someone of my talents. The killer, in a manner of speaking, has signed his work by the very act. But here we have no crime, and more importantly, we do not wish for one. To uncover a crime before it occurs, that is a challenge of an entirely different order. Our primary objective? The safety of the young lady. And that, Hastings, is no simple task. We cannot stand guard over her every hour, nor can we post an officer in heavy boots to follow her about. Spending the night in a young woman's bedroom is out of the question. The situation is tangled with complications, yet there is one thing we can do. We can raise the stakes for our would-be assassin. We can alert Mademoiselle to the danger and introduce a completely neutral observer into the scene. It would require a remarkably cunning individual to circumvent those two obstacles. He fell silent, then continued in a tone that had shifted entirely. But what truly worries me, Hastings? Yes. What worries me is that he may be exactly that, a remarkably cunning man. And I am uneasy. No, I am not at all comfortable, Poirot, I said. You are starting to make me nervous as well.
And so you should be. Listen, my friend, that newspaper, the St. Louis Weekly Herald, it was lying open, folded back to. Where do you imagine? A small notice stating, among the guests currently at the Majestic Hotel are M. Hercule Poirot and Captain Hastings. Just suppose someone had read that item. They know my name. Everyone knows my name. Miss Buckley didn't, I pointed out with a slight smile. She's a bit of a daydreamer. She hardly counts. A serious man, a criminal, would know my name, and he would be alarmed. He would wonder. He would ask himself questions. 3 attempts have been made on the young lady's life, and now Hercule Poirot appears in the vicinity. Is that mere chance? He would ask, and he would fear it might not be chance at all. What, then, would he do? Lie low and cover his tracks. I offered, yes, perhaps, or else, if he possesses genuine boldness, he would strike swiftly, without delay. Before I could begin my inquiries, poof, Mademoiselle is gone. That is what a man of audacity would do, but why assume someone else read that notice? It wasn't Miss Buckley. It was not Miss Buckley who read it. When I gave my name, it meant nothing to her. It wasn't even familiar. Her expression did not change. Besides, she told us, she opened the paper to check the tide tables. Nothing more. Well, the tide schedule was not on that page.
You think someone in the house? Someone in the house, or with easy access to it. And the latter is simple enough. The window was open. Undoubtedly, Miss Buckley's friends come and go freely. Do you have any notion, any suspicion? Poirot spread his hands wide. Nothing. Whatever the motive it is, as I anticipated, not apparent. That is the assailant's protection. That is why he could act so brazenly this morning. On the surface, no one appears to have any reason to wish for the girl's death.
The property, End House. It passes to the cousin, but does he particularly desire a heavily mortgaged and quite dilapidated old house? It isn't even a family home to him, remember. He is not a Buckley. We must certainly see this Charles Vyse, but the idea seems improbable. Then there is Madame, the close friend, with her peculiar eyes and her air of a sorrowful Madonna. You sense that too, I asked, surprised. What is her interest in all this? She informs you that her friend is a liar. How very charming. Why does she tell you? Is she afraid of something Nick might say? Is it connected to the car, or did she use that as an example, her real fear being something else entirely? Did someone tamper with the car, and if so, who, and does she know about it? Then the handsome, fair-haired man, Mr. Lazarus, where does he fit? With his impressive automobile and his wealth, can he possibly be involved in any way, Commander Challenger? He's above board, I interjected quickly.
I'm certain of it. A true gentleman. No doubt he attended the sort of school you consider proper, fortunately. As an outsider, I am not burdened by such preconceptions, which allows me to conduct my inquiries without bias. Still, I must confess I struggle to link Commander Challenger to this affair. Honestly, I cannot see how he fits in at all. He doesn't, I replied firmly. Poirot studied me thoughtfully. You have a remarkable influence on me, Hastings.
Your instincts so consistently point the wrong way that I am almost tempted to follow them. You represent that thoroughly decent sort of man, honest, trusting and honourable, who is invariably deceived by a rogue. You are the kind who would invest in dubious oil ventures or fictitious gold mines. Swindlers depend on hundreds like you for their livelihood. Ah, well, I shall look into this. Commander Challenger, you have stirred my suspicions. My dear Poirot, I exclaimed, irritated, you are being completely absurd. A man with my experience of the world never learns, Poirot said with a sigh. It is astonishing, but there it is. Do you think I could have run a successful ranch in Argentina if I were the gullible fool you describe? Do not upset yourself, my friend. You have managed splendidly, you and your wife. Bella, I said, always trusts my judgment. She is as sensible as she is delightful, Poirot replied. Let us not argue. Look, just ahead, Mott's garage. That, I believe, is the establishment Miss Buckley mentioned. A few questions should clarify that small matter. We entered the garage and Poirot introduced himself, explaining that Miss Buckley had recommended them. He inquired about hiring a car for afternoon drives and smoothly shifted the conversation to the recent damage to Miss Buckley's vehicle. Immediately, the owner grew animated. It was the strangest thing he'd ever encountered, he said, launching into technical details. I have never been mechanically inclined, and Poirot, I suspect, is even less so, yet certain facts became clear. The car had been deliberately tampered with, and the sabotage could have been done quickly, in very little time. So there we are, Poirot remarked as we walked away. Our little Nick was correct, and the wealthy Mr. Lazarus was mistaken. Hastings, my friend, this grows more intriguing by the moment. What now? We visit the post office and send a telegram, if it is not too late. A telegram? I asked, hopeful for a clue. Yes, Poirot said absently, a telegram. The post office was still open. Poirot wrote out his message and sent it, offering no explanation of its contents. Sensing he wanted me to ask, I deliberately held back. It is inconvenient that tomorrow is Sunday, he observed, as we ambled back toward the hotel. We cannot call on Mr. Vyse until Monday morning. You could reach him at his home. Naturally. But that is precisely what I wish to avoid initially. I prefer first to consult him in a professional capacity and form my opinion from that angle. Yes, I mused. I suppose that is wise. The answer to one simple question, for instance, could change everything. If Mr. Charles Vyse was in his office at 12:30 this morning, then he could not have fired that shot in the garden of the Majestic Hotel. Shouldn't we also verify the alibis of the 3 people at the hotel? That is far more challenging. Any one of them could have slipped away briefly, exiting through one of the many windows from the lounge, smoking room, or writing room, moving quickly under cover to the spot where the girl would pass, firing the shot, and hurrying back. But, my friend, we are not yet certain we have identified all the players in this drama. There is the respectable Ellen and her still unseen husband. Both live in the house, and may, for all we know, hold some grudge against our young lady, even at the lodge. There are Australians whose presence is unexplained. There could be others, friends or close acquaintances of Miss Buckley's, whom she has no cause to doubt, and therefore hasn't brought up. I can't shake the feeling, Hastings, that there's something deeper here, something still hidden. I have a small notion that Miss Buckley is aware of more than she shared with us. You believe she's withholding information? Indeed. Perhaps to protect someone. Poirot shook his head vigorously. No, no. On that matter she struck me as completely honest. I am certain she told us everything she knew about the attempts on her life. But there is another matter. Something she believes is entirely separate. And I wish to know what that is. For I, and I say this with all modesty, am considerably more perceptive than a young woman like that. I, Hercule Poirot, might perceive a link where she sees none. It could provide the clue I am searching for. I confess to you, Hastings, quite frankly and humbly, that I am, as you might say, completely adrift. Until I glimpse the reason behind all this, I am in the dark. There must be something, some element in this case I do not yet grasp. What is it, I ask myself constantly? What could it be? You will discover it, I said, attempting to be reassuring. I only hope, he replied gloomily, that I do not discover it when it is already too late. That evening the hotel hosted a dance. Nick Buckley dined there with her companions and gave us a cheerful wave. She wore a flowing scarlet chiffon gown that swept the floor. From it emerged her pale neck and shoulders, and that mischievous dark head of hers. A charming little rogue, I observed. Quite a contrast to her friend, wouldn't you say? Frederica Rice was dressed in white. She moved with a tired, graceful languor that was as different from Nick's liveliness as possible. She is very beautiful, Poirot stated abruptly. Who? Our Nick? No, the other. Is she wicked? Is she good? Is she simply unhappy? It is impossible to tell. She is an enigma. She may perhaps be nothing at all. But I tell you, my friend, she is a kind of flame, one that draws others in, but offers no real warmth. What do you mean by that? I asked, intrigued. He merely smiled and shook his head. You will sense it eventually. Remember what I said. Shortly after, to my surprise, he stood up. Nick was dancing with George Challenger. Frederica and Lazarus had just finished and returned to their table. Then Lazarus departed, leaving Mrs. Rice alone. Poirot went directly to her. I followed. His approach was straightforward. May I? He placed a hand on the back of a chair and sat. I wish to speak with you while your friend is occupied. Yes. Her tone was cool, detached. Madame, I do not know if your friend has informed you. If not, I shall. Today, an attempt was made on her life. Her large grey eyes widened with shock. The pupils, dark and dilated, grew larger. What are you saying? Mademoiselle Buckley was fired upon in the garden of this very hotel. She offered a sudden smile, gentle, pitying, and sceptical. Did Nick tell you this? No, madame. I witnessed it myself. Here is the bullet. He showed it to her, and she drew back slightly. But then, understand, this is not some fantasy of mademoiselle's. I assure you it happened, and there is more. Several very strange incidents have occurred over the past few days. You may have heard, or perhaps not. You only arrived yesterday, correct? Yes, yesterday. Before that you were visiting friends, I believe, in Tavistock. That is correct, I wonder, madam, if you would share the names of the friends you were staying with. She raised her eyebrows. Is there any particular reason I should tell you that? She asked coldly. Poirot immediately assumed an air of innocent blunder. 1,000 pardons, madam. That was very clumsy of me. But I, having acquaintances in Tavistock, Thought perhaps you might have crossed paths with them there. The Buchanans. That's the family name. Mrs. Rice gave a slight shake of her head. I'm afraid I don't recall them. I don't believe our paths ever crossed. Her manner had softened considerably, becoming almost friendly. Let's not dwell on dull introductions. Tell me more about Nick. Who would want to shoot her, and why? The identity of the shooter remains for the moment unknown, Poirot replied. But it will not stay that way. I assure you I will uncover the truth. You see, I am a detective, Hercule Poirot, at your service. A name I recognize, of course. You are most gracious. She paused, then asked with a new directness, What is it you wish me to do? The question took us both somewhat by surprise. It was not the reaction we had anticipated.
I would ask you, madame, to keep a protective watch over your friend. I will, that is all. With a swift, polite bow, he turned, and we retreated to our own table. Poirot, I murmured, isn't this rather too direct? You're showing all your cards, my friend. What alternative remains? Subtlety may be sacrificed, but safety cannot. I dare not risk anything. One fact, however, now stands out clearly. And what is that? Mrs. Rice was not in Tavistock. So where was she?
But I will discover this. It is impossible to conceal information from Hercule Poirot. Observe, the distinguished Mr. Lazarus has returned. She is speaking to him. He is looking our way. He is a clever man, that one. Observe the cranial structure. Ah, if only I knew. Knew what? I asked, as he trailed off. What I shall know by Monday, he replied, infuriatingly vague. I merely looked at him, offering no further bait. He sighed theatrically. Your curiosity has diminished, my friend, in times past. Some indulgences, I said coolly, are better forgone. You refer to? The indulgence of refusing to answer direct questions? Ah, that is shrewd. Precisely. Ah, well, well, Poirot murmured, a glint returning to his eyes. The strong, silent type so adored by Edwardian novelists. Shortly after, Nick glided past our table. She broke away from her companion and descended upon us like a bright, swift bird, dancing on the edge of death. She quipped lightly. Is this a novel sensation for you, mademoiselle? Absolutely. Great fun, really. With a wave, she was gone again. I wish she hadn't said that, I remarked slowly. Dancing on the edge of death, it leaves a bad taste. I agree. It is, unfortunately, too accurate. She possesses courage, that young woman, yes, remarkable courage. But courage is not the primary requirement at this juncture. What is needed is caution, prudence, not bravery. Voilà ce qu'il nous faut. Sunday morning found us on the hotel terrace. Around 11:30, Poirot abruptly stood. Come. We shall conduct a small experiment. I have confirmed that Mr. Lazarus and the ladies have driven out for the day. The coast, as they say, is clear. Clear for what? You shall witness. We descended the steps and crossed a short stretch of lawn toward the sea. A pair of bathers passed us, laughing. Once they were gone, Poirot led me to a small, rather rusty gate bearing faded lettering, End House. Private. Seeing no one, we slipped quietly through. In moments we emerged onto the lawn before the house. The place was deserted. Poirot ambled to the cliff's edge, glanced over, then turned toward the building itself. The French doors to the veranda stood open, and we walked straight into the drawing-room. Without pause, Poirot moved through to the hall and began mounting the stairs, with me following closely. He went directly to Nick's bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed, and gave me a knowing look. You see how simple it is, my friend. No one observed our entry. No one will mark our departure. We could attend to any little task here in perfect safety. We could, for example, weaken a wire supporting a heavy picture, so it would surely snap within hours. And even if someone had been watching the front of the house and saw us approach, what of it? We are merely visitors calling on a friend, a perfectly innocent explanation, should one ever be required. He rose, his expression turning grim. The true danger lies in this very ease of access. It illustrates how terrifyingly vulnerable she is. That would give us a perfectly natural reason to be here, of course, provided we were considered friends of the household. So you're saying we can eliminate an outsider? I asked. Precisely, Hastings. This is not the work of some random madman. We must look much closer to home. He turned to leave, and I followed, both of us silent and, I believe, equally unsettled. Then, on the turn of the staircase, we halted as one. A man was coming up. He stopped just as abruptly, his face in shadow but his posture radiating sheer astonishment. He was the first to find his voice, which was loud and carried a belligerent edge. "Just what in blazes are you doing here?" "Ah," Poirot said. "Monsieur Croft, I presume?" "That's right. But what? Perhaps we should converse in the drawing-room?" "It would be more suitable, I think." The man yielded, turning sharply to lead the way back down, with us close behind. Once in the room with the door shut, Poirot gave a slight bow. "Allow me to introduce myself. Hercule Poirot at your service." The man's expression cleared somewhat. "Oh," he said slowly, "you're the detective fellow? I've read about you in the St. Louis Herald?" "Eh? No, I read about you years ago back in Australia. You're French, aren't you? Belgian. It is of no consequence. This is my friend Captain Hastings. Pleased to meet you, but look here. What's the big idea? What are you two doing in the house? Is something wrong?" "That depends entirely on your definition of wrong." The Australian gave a slow nod. He was a powerfully built man, impressive despite his bald head and advancing years. His face was heavy with a pronounced jaw, a blunt, unrefined face, I thought privately. The most striking feature was the piercing blue of his eyes. "Listen," he said. "I came by to drop off some tomatoes and a cucumber for young Miss Buckley. That gardener of hers is useless, bone idle, doesn't grow a blessed thing. It gets my mother and me right worked up, so we feel it's only neighbourly to help out. We've got more tomatoes than we know what to do with. Neighbours should be friendly, don't you think? I came in the usual way, through the window, and left the basket. I was just heading off when I heard footsteps and men's voices upstairs. That struck me as odd. We don't have much trouble with burglars around here, but you never know. I thought I'd better check everything was all right. Then I ran into you two on the stairs. Gave me quite a start. And now you tell me you're a famous detective. What's going on? It is quite straightforward, said Poirot, offering a smile. Mademoiselle had a rather frightening experience recently. A painting fell from above her bed. She may have mentioned it. She did. A very close call, to ensure her safety. I promised to provide a special chain. We cannot have a repeat performance, eh? She informed me she would be out this morning, but that I might come and measure for the required length. Voila. It is simple. He spread his hands with an air of childlike innocence, and his most disarming smile, Croft, let out a deep breath. So that's all there is to it. Yes, you have had a fright over nothing. We are very law-abiding citizens, my friend and I. Didn't I see you yesterday? Croft said slowly. Yesterday evening you walked past our cottage. Ah, yes. You were working in the garden and were kind enough to bid us good afternoon. That's right. Well, and you're the Monsieur Hercule Poirot I've heard so much about. Tell me, are you occupied, Mr. Poirot? If not, I'd be honoured if you'd come back with me now, have a cup of morning tea, Australian style, and meet my mother. She's read all about your cases in the papers. You are most kind, Mr. Croft. We have no pressing engagements, and would be delighted. Splendid.
You have secured the measurements correctly, Hastings? Poirot asked, turning to me. I confirmed that I had, and we accompanied our new acquaintance. It quickly became apparent that Mr. Croft was a talker. He shared the story of his early life near Melbourne, the struggles he faced, how he met his wife, and how together they worked hard until finally finding success. As soon as we could, he explained, we decided to travel. We'd always dreamed of visiting England, so we did.
We came to this area, tried to find some of my wife's relatives, since her family was from around here, but we couldn't locate anyone. After that, we toured the continent, Paris, Rome, the Italian lakes, Florence, all the famous spots. It was in Italy that we were in that terrible train accident. My poor wife was seriously injured. A cruel twist of fate, wasn't it? I've consulted the finest doctors, and they all tell me the same thing, only time and complete rest will help. It's a spinal injury.
What a terrible misfortune. Just rotten luck, really. So there we were, and she had only one wish afterward to come here. She felt that if we had a little place of our own, something small and private, it would make everything easier. We looked at a number of dreary little cottages, and then, by good fortune, we found this one. Quiet, tucked away, no cars going by, no neighbours, blaring gramophones. I took it immediately. As he finished speaking, we arrived at the lodge itself.
He called out a loud cooey, and an answering call came from inside. "Come on in," said Mr. Croft. He led us through the open door and up a short flight of stairs into a cosy bedroom. There on a sofa was a pleasant, middle-aged woman with lovely grey hair and a warm smile. "Guess who I've brought, Mother?" said Mr. Croft. "The world-famous detective himself, Mr. Hercule Poirot. I brought him straight over to have a visit with you." "Well, isn't this just the most exciting thing?" exclaimed Mrs. Croft, shaking Poirot's hand heartily. "I read all about that blue train affair, with you just happening to be on it, and plenty about your other cases too. Since this back trouble started, I believe I've read every detective story ever written. Nothing else makes the time pass so quickly. Bert, dear, tell Edith to bring in the tea, won't you? Right away, Mother." "Edith is a sort of nurse companion," Mrs. Croft explained. "She comes by each morning to help me. We're managing without regular servants. Bert is an excellent cook and keeps the house perfectly. It gives him something to do along with the garden." "Here we are," announced Mr. Croft, returning with a tray. "Tea is served. This is quite a day for us, Mother. I suppose you're staying in the area, Mr. Poirot?" Mrs. Croft asked, leaning forward slightly to pour. "Indeed, madame, I am taking a holiday. But I was sure I read that you had retired, that you were on a permanent holiday, so to speak. Ah, madame, one must not believe everything one reads in the newspapers." "That's certainly true. So you still take on cases?" "When one captures my interest." "You're not actually down here on business, are you?" inquired Mr. Croft with a knowing look. "Calling it a holiday could just be part of the act. Now, Bert, don't ask him awkward questions," chided Mrs. Croft, "or he might not come back. We're just simple folks, Mr. Poirot, and you've given us a real treat by visiting today, you and your friend. You truly can't imagine how much pleasure it brings us." Her delight was so genuine and unaffected that I felt my own spirits lift. "That was an awful business with that painting," remarked Mr. Croft. "That poor young lady might have been killed," said Mrs. Croft with real emotion. "She's such a lively thing, brightens the whole place up whenever she visits. Not very popular around here, from what I hear. But that's the way it is in these stuffy English villages. They don't appreciate spirit and cheerfulness in a girl. No wonder she doesn't spend much time here, and that pinched-faced cousin of hers has no more chance of convincing her to settle down permanently than I have of climbing a mountain. Now, Milly, don't gossip," her husband said. "Aha," said Poirot, "so the wind blows from that direction. Trust Madame's intuition."
So, Charles Vyse is smitten with our young friend, is he? "He's absolutely besotted," Mrs. Croft replied. "But she won't settle for a small-town lawyer, and I can't say I blame her. He's a bit of a bore, anyway. I'd much rather see her with that pleasant sailor. challenger, isn't it? You could do far worse than a match like that. He's older, certainly, but that's a good thing. She needs some stability, someone to ground her.
All this dashing about, even to Europe, either alone or with that odd Mrs. Rice. She's a lovely girl, Mr. Poirot. I know that well. But she's been worrying me lately. She hasn't looked happy. There's a sort of shadow over her, a haunted look in her eyes, and that troubles me. I have my own reasons for caring about that girl, don't I, Bert? Mr. Croft stood up rather abruptly. No need to bring all that up, Milly, he said. Tell me, Mr.
Poirot, would you be interested in seeing some photographs from our time in Australia? The remainder of our visit passed without incident. We said our goodbyes 10 minutes later. Charming people, I remarked as we left. So genuine and down to earth. Classic Australians. You thought so, didn't you? They were certainly very agreeable, very welcoming. Well, what's the matter then? I can tell something's bothering you.
Perhaps they were just a touch too classic, Poirot mused thoughtfully. That hearty, cooey greeting, that eagerness to show the photographs, was it not all performed just a little too perfectly? You are a suspicious old creature. You are correct, my friend. I am suspicious of everyone, of everything, I am afraid, Hastings, truly afraid. A visit to Mr. V's Poirot remained devoted to his continental breakfast. The sight of me consuming eggs and bacon, he claimed, was deeply unsettling to him. Therefore he took his coffee and rolls in bed, leaving me free to enjoy the traditional English breakfast of bacon, eggs and marmalade. On Monday morning I peeked into his room on my way downstairs. He was propped up in bed, resplendent in a truly magnificent dressing gown. "Good morning, Hastings. I was about to ring for you. This note I have written. Would you be so good as to have it delivered to End House immediately for mademoiselle?" I reached for it. Poirot looked at me and sighed dramatically. If only, Hastings, you would part your hair in the middle instead of on the side. The improvement to the symmetry of your appearance would be remarkable, and your moustache. If you insist on a moustache, let it be a proper one, a thing of beauty, like my own. Suppressing a shudder at the very idea, I took the note firmly from his hand. I had rejoined him in our sitting-room when a message came up that Miss Buckley had called. Poirot asked for her to be shown in. She entered with her usual energy, though I thought the shadows under her eyes seemed darker. In her hand was a telegram, which she passed to Poirot. "There," she said. "I hope this meets with your approval." Poirot read it aloud. "Arrive 5:30 today. Maggie, my nurse and protector," Nick declared. "But you're mistaken, you know. Maggie hasn't a cunning bone in her body. She's fit for charitable works, and missing the point of jokes. That's about it. Freddie would be 10 times better at spotting a hidden enemy, and Jim Lazarus would be better still. I've never felt I could quite figure Jim out, and Commander Challenger. Oh, George, he wouldn't notice a thing until it was right under his nose. But once he saw it, he'd certainly deal with it. Very useful in a final confrontation, George would be." She tossed her hat aside and continued. "I gave instructions to let in the man you wrote about. It all sounds very mysterious. Is he installing a dictaphone or something of the sort?" Poirot shook his head. No, nothing so technical. A very simple matter of personal judgment, mademoiselle. Something I wish to ascertain." "Oh, well," said Nick, "it's all tremendous fun, isn't it?" "Is it, mademoiselle?" Poirot asked gently. She turned and stood for a moment with her back to us, looking out the window. When she finally turned around, all the brave defiance had vanished from her face. Her face was contorted with a childish, desperate effort to hold back tears. "No," she insisted, her voice trembling. "It's not that, truly. I'm scared, horribly scared, and I always believed I was brave. You are brave, my child, you are," Poirot assured her gently. "Both Hastings and I have admired your courage greatly."
"Yes, absolutely," I added with feeling, but she shook her head, dismissing our words. I'm not. It's the waiting, the constant wondering if something else is going to happen and how it will happen. Just expecting it. It's unbearable. Yes, Poirot agreed softly. It is the strain. I dragged my bed to the center of my room last night, she confessed, her words spilling out. I locked the window, bolted the door, this morning. I took the long way by the road.
I simply couldn't walk through the garden. It's like my nerve has completely vanished. This whole nightmare, on top of everything else. Poirot leaned forward. What do you mean by that? Precisely. On top of everything else. She hesitated, a brief silence hanging in the air before she answered. I don't mean anything specific. Just what the papers call the strain of modern life, I suppose. Too many late nights, too many cigarettes. I've just gotten myself into a ridiculous state. She sank into a chair, her small hands nervously twisting in her lap. You are not being entirely open with me, Poirot pressed, his tone gentle but firm. There is something more. There isn't. There really isn't. There is something you have chosen not to share. I've told you every single detail about what's been happening to me, she said, her sincerity palpable. About these so-called accidents, these attacks. Yes.
But you have not told me everything that weighs on your heart, everything in your life, she replied, slowly, almost wistfully. Can anyone ever really do that?
Ah, Poirot exclaimed with a note of triumph. So you admit there is more? She shook her head again, but he watched her with sharp eyes. Perhaps, he suggested shrewdly, it is not your secret to tell. I thought I saw her eyelids flicker for just an instant. Then she sprang up from the chair. Honestly,
Poirot, I've told you everything I know about this awful business. If you think I'm hiding knowledge or suspicions about someone else, you're wrong. It's the complete lack of suspicion that's driving me insane. I'm not a fool. I can see that if those accidents weren't accidents, then someone very close to me must be behind them, someone who knows me. And that is the truly awful part, because I haven't the faintest idea who that someone could be. She walked back to the window and stared out. Poirot motioned for me to remain silent, hoping, I think, that in her vulnerable state she might reveal more when she spoke again. Her voice had changed. It was distant, dreamlike. You know, I've always had this strange wish. I love End House. I've always imagined producing a play there. It has such a dramatic atmosphere. I've staged all sorts of scenes in my mind within its walls, and now it's as if a real drama is being performed there. Only I'm not directing it. I'm in it. I'm right in the middle of it. I might even be the character who dies in the first act. Her voice cracked on the last words. Now, mademoiselle, Poirot said, his tone deliberately brisk and cheerful to cut through the gloom. This will not do. This is hysteria. She turned and looked at him sharply. Did Freddie tell you I was hysterical? She says, I am sometimes. But you can't always believe what Freddie says. There are times, you know, when she isn't quite herself. A heavy pause followed her words. Then Poirot asked a question that seemed to come from nowhere. Tell me, mademoiselle, have you ever received an offer to purchase End House? To sell it, you mean? That is what I meant. No. Would you consider selling it if a very good offer were made? Nick thought for a moment. No, I don't think so. Not unless it was such an absurdly high offer that it would be foolish to refuse. Precisely. I don't want to sell it. I'm fond of the place. Quite so, I understand. Slowly she began to move toward the door. By the way, there's a fireworks display tonight. Would you care to join us? Dinner is at 8, and the show starts at 9:30. You'll have a perfect view from the garden overlooking the harbour. I'd be delighted. Both of you, naturally, Nick added. Thank you very much, I replied. Nothing lifts the spirits like a good party, she remarked with a light laugh before leaving. Poor child, Poirot murmured. He picked up his hat and meticulously brushed away a speck of dust. Are we going out? I asked. Indeed, my friend. We have legal matters to attend to.
Of course I understand. A mind as sharp as yours could hardly miss it, Hastings. The law offices of Vyse, Trevanion and Wynnard were located on the main street in town. We climbed to the first floor and entered a room where 3 clerks were busy at their desks. Poirot requested to see Mr. Charles Vyse. After a brief telephone call, a clerk led us across the hall, knocked on a door and showed us in. Mr. Vyse rose from behind a large desk covered in legal documents to greet us. He was a tall, pale young man with an unexpressive face, going slightly bald at the temples and wearing glasses. His fair colouring gave him an indistinct appearance. Poirot had come prepared. He produced an unsigned agreement and raised several technical points on which he sought Mr. Vyse's advice. Speaking with careful precision, Mr. Vyse soon addressed Poirot's stated concerns and clarified a few ambiguous clauses in the wording. "I am most grateful," Poirot said softly. "As a foreigner, you understand, these legal phrases can be quite perplexing." It was then that Mr. Vyse inquired who had referred Poirot to him. "Miss Buckley," Poirot answered promptly. "Your cousin, I believe, a most charming young woman. I mentioned I was in some difficulty, and she suggested I come to you. I actually tried to see you last Saturday around noon, but you were out. Yes, I recall. I left the office early that day. Your cousin must find that big house rather lonely, living there all alone, as I understand." "Quite so. Tell me, Mr. Vyse, if I may ask, is there any possibility that property might come onto the market?" "I should say not the slightest. You see, I don't ask idly. I have a reason. I am myself looking for just such a place. The climate here in St. Loup has quite enchanted me. True, the house seems in poor repair. I gather there hasn't been much money to maintain it. Under those circumstances, might Miss Buckley consider an offer? Not in the least likely." Charles Vyse shook his head with absolute certainty. "My cousin is completely devoted to the place. I know nothing would persuade her to sell. It is, you understand, a family home. I appreciate that, but it is entirely out of the question. I know my cousin. She has an almost fanatical attachment to that house." A few minutes later, we were back on the street. "Well, my friend," Poirot said, "what impression did Mr. Charles Vyse make on you?" I thought for a moment. "A rather colourless one," I said, finally. "He's an oddly unmemorable person." "Not what you would call a strong personality. No, indeed. The sort of man you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting him. Entirely ordinary. His appearance is certainly not striking." "Did you notice anything inconsistent during our conversation?" "Yes," I said slowly. "I did. It was about selling End House." "Precisely. Would you have described Miss Buckley's attitude toward End House as one of fanatical devotion?" "That's an exceedingly strong term." "Yes, and Mr. Vyse is not one given to strong terms. His usual manner, a legal one, is to understate rather than overstate. Yet, he claims, Mademoiselle holds an almost fanatical devotion to her ancestral home. She didn't strike me that way this morning," I replied. "I thought she spoke about it quite reasonably. Naturally, she's attached to the place. Anyone in her position would be, but nothing beyond that." "Then one of them must be lying," Poirot mused. "One would hardly suspect Vyse of falsehood." "A useful quality if deception is required," Poirot observed. "He has the honest air of a George Washington." "That one. Did you observe something else, Hastings?" "What was it?" "He was not at his office at 12:30 on Saturday." Chapter 7. Tragedy. The first person we encountered upon arriving at End House that evening was Nick. She was fluttering around the hall, wrapped in a stunning kimono embroidered with dragons. "Oh, it's just you." "Mademoiselle, I am devastated." "I know that came out rudely, but you see, I'm waiting for my gown to be delivered. They swore they'd have it here, the absolute wretches." "Ah, if it is a matter of la toilette, there is a dance this evening, is there not?" "Yes." We're all heading there after the fireworks. At least I assume we are. Her voice dipped suddenly, but the next moment she laughed again. Never surrender. That's my motto. Don't dwell on trouble, and trouble will stay away. I've got my nerve back tonight. I'm going to be lively and enjoy every minute. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Nick turned. Oh, here's Maggie. Maggie, these are the detectives who are shielding me from my secret would-be killer. Take them into the drawing room and let them explain. We shook hands in turn with Maggie Buckley, and as requested she led us into the drawing room. I formed a favourable impression of her at once. What struck me most was her air of steady, practical sense. A quiet young woman, pretty in a classic way, certainly not fashionable. Her face was free of makeup, and she wore a simple, somewhat worn black evening dress. She had honest blue eyes and a calm, unhurried voice. Nick has been telling me the most astonishing things, she said. She must be exaggerating, surely. Who in the world would wish to harm Nick? She hasn't an enemy anywhere. Skepticism was plain in her tone. She was studying Poirot with a hint of distrust. I realized that to a girl like Maggie Buckley, foreigners often seemed dubious. Nevertheless, Miss Buckley, I assure you it is true, Poirot said quietly. She didn't answer, but her expression remained unconvinced. Nick seems almost fey tonight, she remarked. I can't make out what's come over her. She's in the wildest high spirits. That word fey sent a chill through me. Something in her inflection made me wonder. Are you Scottish, Miss Buckley? I asked abruptly. My mother was Scottish, she explained. I noticed she regarded me with more approval than she did Poirot. I felt my account of the situation would carry more weight with her than his. Your cousin is showing remarkable courage, I said. She's resolved to carry on as if nothing is wrong. It's the only way, isn't it? Said Maggie. Whatever one feels inside, it does no good to make a scene that only makes everyone else uneasy. She paused, then added softly, I'm very fond of Nick. She's always been kind to me. We could say no more just then, for Frederica Rice drifted into the room. She wore a Madonna blue gown and looked delicate, almost otherworldly. Lazarus followed soon after, and then Nick danced in. She had on a black dress, draped with a magnificent old Chinese shawl of brilliant lacquer red. Hello, everyone, she said. Cocktails. We all drank, and Lazarus raised his glass toward her. That's a marvellous shawl, Nick, he said. It's an antique, isn't it? Yes, brought back from his travels by great-great-uncle Timothy. It's exquisite, truly one of a kind. You wouldn't find another like it if you searched for years. It keeps me warm, said Nick. It will be lovely when we watch the fireworks. And it's cheerful. I can't stand black. True, Frederica replied. I don't think I've ever seen you wear a black dress before, Nick. What made you choose it? Oh, who knows? The girl tossed her head with a touch of impatience, though I noticed a strange, almost pained twist of her lips. Why does anyone do anything? We moved into the dining room. A quiet, unfamiliar butler had materialized, likely hired just for the evening. The meal itself was unremarkable, but the champagne was excellent. George hasn't arrived, Nick mentioned. It's a bother that he had to return to Plymouth yesterday. I expect he'll make it over sometime tonight, in time for the dancing at least. I found someone for Maggie. Respectable, if not exactly thrilling company. A low, droning noise floated through the open window. Oh, not that wretched speedboat again, Lazarus grumbled. I'm so sick of the sound. That isn't the speedboat, Nick corrected. That's a seaplane. I think you're right. Of course I am. The noise is completely different. When are you going to get your own plane, Nick? When I can afford it? Nick laughed. And then I suppose I'll vanish off to Australia like that aviatrix. What was her name? I'd adore to. I think she's tremendously brave, Mrs. Rice said in her weary tone.
What incredible courage! And all alone, too. I admire all these flying pioneers, Lazarus remarked. If Michael Seton had managed to circle the globe, he'd be the hero of the hour, and deservedly so. It's a terrible shame he's met with disaster. England can't afford to lose men like that. He might still be safe, Nick insisted. Hardly likely. The odds are 1,000 to 1 against it now. Poor Mad Seton. They always called him Mad Seton, didn't they? Frederica asked. Lazarus nodded. He comes from a rather eccentric family, he explained. His uncle, Sir Matthew Seton, who passed away about a week ago, he was completely mad. He was the odd millionaire who established bird sanctuaries, wasn't he? Frederica said. Yes, he used to buy up whole islands. He had a fierce dislike for women. Some girl rejected him once, I believe, and he consoled himself by devoting his life to nature. Why are you so sure Michael Seton is dead? Nick pressed. I don't see any reason to abandon hope. Not yet. Of course you knew him, didn't you? Lazarus recalled. I'd forgotten. Freddie and I met him at Le Touquet last year, Nick said. He was absolutely wonderful, wasn't he, Freddie? Don't ask me, darling. He was your admirer, not mine. He took you up once, didn't he? Yes, at Scarborough. It was utterly magical. Have you done much flying, Captain Hastings? Maggie asked me politely. I admitted that a single trip to Paris and back was the full extent of my aerial experience. Abruptly, with a little cry, Nick jumped up. That's the telephone! Don't wait for me! It's getting late, and I've invited loads of people! She hurried from the room. I checked my watch. It was exactly 9. Dessert was served along with port. Poirot and Lazarus were deep in a conversation about art. Lazarus was saying that paintings were terribly undervalued at the moment. They drifted into discussing new trends in furniture and interior design. I tried to do my duty by making conversation with Maggie Buckley, but I had to admit the girl was rather hard work. She answered courteously, but never kept the exchange moving. It was an uphill struggle. Frederica Rice sat in dreamy silence, her elbows on the table, cigarette smoke curling around her fair hair like a halo. She looked like a pensive angel. It was just 9:20 when Nick popped her head back through the doorway. Everyone, come on out. The guests are arriving 2 by 2. We rose obediently. Nick was already busy welcoming newcomers. She had asked about a dozen people, most of them rather unremarkable. I noticed, however, that Nick made an excellent hostess. She set aside her usual modern manner and greeted everyone with a warm, old-fashioned courtesy. Among the arrivals, I spotted Charles V's. Soon we all drifted out into the garden to a spot overlooking the sea and the harbour below. A handful of chairs had been set out for the older guests, but the majority of us remained standing. The initial rocket streaked upward in a blaze of light. Just then, a familiar, boisterous voice caught my attention. I glanced over to see Nick exchanging greetings with Mr. Croft. It's such a shame, she was saying, that Mrs. Croft couldn't join us. We really should have arranged to bring her out on a litter or something. It's rotten luck for Mother all around. But she never utters a word of complaint. That woman has the gentlest disposition. Oh, that's a splendid one. He said this as a cascade of golden sparks illuminated the heavens. The evening was profoundly dark, absent any moon, with the new moon not due for another 3 days. It was also, as was typical for summer nights by the coast, beatingly cold. Maggie Buckley, standing beside me, gave a slight shudder. I'm just going to dash inside for a wrap, she whispered. Allow me, I offered. No, you'd never locate it. She turned toward the house. At that moment, Frederica Rice's voice carried over. Oh, Maggie, fetch mine as well. It's in my room. She didn't hear, remarked Nick. I'll get it, Freddie. I want my fur stole. This shawl is utterly insufficient. It's this wretched wind. Indeed, a keen breeze was sweeping in from the ocean. Down on the quay, a series of set pieces began their display. I found myself drawn into a conversation with a matronly woman next to me, who subjected me to a thorough interrogation regarding my profession, personal interests,
and how long I intended to stay. Bang! A shower of emerald stars erupted across the sky, shifting to sapphire, then crimson, then a shimmering silver. One followed another. Oh, and then
That is the customary commentary, observed Poirot, his voice suddenly near my ear. By the conclusion it grows repetitive. Do you not find? Brrr, the grass, it is unpleasantly damp to the feet. I shall pay for this, a chill, and with no hope of procuring a proper herbal infusion. A chill, on such a beautiful night. A beautiful night. A beautiful night. You say this because the rain is not currently falling in torrents. Any time the precipitation holds off, it is deemed a beautiful night. But I assure you, my friend, if one consulted a thermometer, the truth would be apparent. Well, I conceded, I wouldn't object to a coat myself. You are being practical. You are acclimated to a warmer climate. I'll fetch yours. Poirot lifted first one foot, then the other with a fastidious feline motion. It is the dampness penetrating the feet that I dread. Would it be possible, do you think, to locate a pair of galoshes? I stifled a smile. Not a chance, I said. You must understand, Poirot, it simply isn't done any more. Then I shall retire to the house, he declared. Merely for this Guy Fawkes spectacle shall I risk a severe cold, or perhaps contract a dangerous chest ailment. With Poirot still muttering his grievances, we directed our steps back toward the house.
Enthusiastic applause floated up from the quay below, where another set-piece was unveiled, a ship, I think, with the words, "Welcome to our visitors," spelled out across it. We are all children at heart, Poirot mused thoughtfully. The fireworks, the party, the ball games, yes, and even the magician, the man who deceives the watching eye, no matter how attentively it observes, but what is the matter with you? I had seized his arm, gripping him with one hand while pointing with the other. We were within 100 yards of the house, and directly before us, lying between us and the glow of the open French window, was a crumpled form enveloped in a scarlet Chinese shawl. "My God!" Poirot breathed. "My God!" The fatal shawl, I suppose. We stood there paralyzed by horror for no more than 40 seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. Then Poirot stirred, shaking off my grasp. He moved rigidly like a mechanical figure. "It has occurred," he murmured, and I can scarcely convey the tormented bitterness in his tone. "Despite every precaution, despite my vigilance, it has occurred. Ah, wretched failure that I am! Why did I not protect her more effectively? I should have anticipated this. Not for a single instant should I have been away from her side." "You mustn't reproach yourself," I managed to say, though my tongue felt thick and clumsy in my mouth. Poirot answered only with a grievous shake of his head. He knelt beside the still form on the grass. At that very instant, a second shock jolted us. Nick's voice, bright and cheerful, rang out from the house. A moment later, she appeared at the drawing-room window, her figure outlined against the warm light inside. "Sorry, I kept you waiting, Maggie," she began, but her words died in her throat as she took in the grim tableau before her. With a sharp intake of breath, Poirot gently turned the body over. I stepped closer, my eyes falling upon the lifeless face of Maggie Buckley. Nick rushed to our side, a strangled cry escaping her. "Maggie, no, it can't be." Poirot conducted a careful examination before rising slowly, his expression grave. Nick's voice was a broken whisper. "Is she? Yes, mademoiselle. She is gone. But why?" Nick's voice rose in anguish. Who would want to harm her? Poirot's reply was swift and certain. It was not her they intended to kill. It was you, mademoiselle. The shawl misled them. A raw, tormented cry tore from Nick. "Why couldn't it have been me?" she wailed, her composure shattering. "I would have welcomed it. Don't you see? I have nothing left to live for now. I'd be grateful, relieved, even happy to die. Her arms flung out in a gesture of despair before she swayed, unsteady on her feet. I moved quickly, slipping an arm around her shoulders to support her. "Take her inside, Hastings," Poirot instructed. "Then telephone the police."
The police? But of course.
"Inform them a person has been shot afterwards. Remain with Mademoiselle Nick. Do not leave her side under any circumstances." Understanding his orders, I guided the nearly fainting girl through the open window into the drawing-room. I settled her on the sofa, placing a cushion beneath her head before hurrying into the hall to find the telephone. I nearly collided with Ellen, the housemaid, who stood with a most peculiar expression. Her usually meek face was alight with a strange intensity. Her eyes glittered, and her tongue darted repeatedly over her dry lips. Her hands trembled with what seemed like excitement. Has something occurred, sir?" she asked. "Yes," I replied brusquely. "Where is the telephone? Is something wrong, sir?" "There has been an accident," I said, avoiding details. "Someone is injured. I must make a call. Who is hurt, sir?" Her eagerness was palpable. "Miss Buckley? Miss Maggie Buckley?"
"Miss Maggie. Are you certain, sir? Quite certain it is Miss Maggie?" Her voice held a note of insistent curiosity. "I am certain," I said firmly. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, no reason. I only thought perhaps it might have been one of the other ladies. I wondered if it could have been Mrs. Rice." "The telephone, please," I pressed. "In here, sir," she said, opening a door to a small room and indicating the instrument. I thanked her, and, seeing her lingering, added, "That will be all, thank you."
"If you require Dr. Graham—" "No, that won't be necessary," I said. "Please go." She withdrew with obvious reluctance, moving as slowly as she dared. She was likely to eavesdrop just outside, but I could not concern myself with that now. The truth would be known soon enough. I contacted the police station and relayed the facts. Then, acting on my own initiative, I looked up and dialed the number for Dr. Graham, whom Ellen had mentioned. Nick needed medical attention, I felt, even though no doctor could help poor Maggie out on the lawn. He promised to come immediately. Hanging up, I emerged into the hall. If Ellen had been listening, she had vanished with remarkable speed. The corridor was empty. I returned to the drawing-room to find Nick attempting to sit up. "Could you possibly fetch me some brandy?" "Of course." I went to the dining-room, found the decanter, and returned. A few sips of the spirits brought some colour back to her cheeks. I adjusted the cushion behind her. "Everything is so dreadful," she murmured, shivering. "It's all so senseless." "I know, my dear." "No, you don't," she said, with sudden, bitter clarity. "You can't possibly understand. And it's all such a monstrous waste. If only it had been me instead. It would all be finished." I told her, "You mustn't think like that." She just shook her head, repeating softly, "You don't understand."
"You truly don't."
Then, without warning, she began to cry, a quiet, desolate weeping, like a lost child. I decided it was probably the healthiest thing for her, so I didn't try to stop the tears. Once the first wave had subsided, I slipped over to the window and peered out. I'd heard raised voices a short while earlier. Everyone was gathered outside now, forming a half-circle around the terrible scene, with Poirot standing guard like some eccentric sentry, holding them all back. As I watched, two figures in uniform came marching across the lawn. The police had arrived. I returned quietly to my seat beside the sofa. Nick lifted her face, streaked with tears. "Shouldn't I be doing something?" "No, my dear. Poirot will handle everything. Leave it to him." She was quiet for a moment, then whispered, "Poor Maggie, dear, sweet Maggie. She was such a kind soul, never hurt anyone, and for this to happen to her." Her voice trembled. "I feel like I'm the one who killed her, bringing her here the way I did." I could only shake my head, struck by how impossible it is to see what's coming. When Poirot insisted Nick invite a friend, He had no idea he was practically signing an innocent girl's death warrant. We sat in heavy silence. I desperately wanted to know what was happening outside, but I stayed loyal to Poirot's instructions and kept my post. It felt like hours later when the door finally opened and Poirot entered with a police inspector. Accompanying them was a man I assumed was Dr. Graham. He went straight to Nick. "How are you holding up, Miss Buckley? This must have been an awful shock." He gently took her pulse. "I'm managing," she said. He glanced at me. "Has she had anything?" "A little brandy," I replied. "I'm all right," Nick insisted, putting on a brave face. "Feeling well enough to answer a few questions?" the inspector asked. "Of course." The inspector stepped forward, clearing his throat. Nick offered him a faint, weary smile. "Not obstructing traffic this time, am I?" she said. "I gathered they'd met before." "This is a dreadful business, Miss Buckley," the inspector began. "I'm deeply sorry. Now, Mr. Poirot here, a name I certainly know, and we're honoured to have him with us, tells me he believes you were shot at in the grounds of the Majestic Hotel recently." Nick nodded.
"I thought it was just a wasp," she explained. "But it wasn't, and you'd experienced a series of rather strange accidents before that." "Yes, it was odd how they all happened so close together." She gave a brief account of the incidents. "Just so now, can you tell me how your cousin came to be wearing your shawl this evening?" "We came inside to fetch her coat. It had gotten chilly watching the fireworks. I tossed the shawl onto this sofa.
Then I went upstairs and put on this light nutria coat I'm wearing now. I also grabbed a wrap from her friend Mrs. Rice's room. It's still over there by the window. Maggie called out that she couldn't find her own coat. I said it must be downstairs. She went down and called up again that it still wasn't there. I suggested it might have been left in the car. She was looking for a tweed coat. She doesn't own a formal fur one, and I offered to bring her down something of mine. But she said not to bother. She'd just take my shawl if I wasn't using it. I said, of course, but asked if that would be enough. She said it would be fine, that after Yorkshire the air didn't feel particularly cold to her. She just wanted something around her shoulders. I told her all right, that I'd be out in a moment, and when I came out, her voice broke and she couldn't continue. "Now, don't distress yourself, Miss Buckley. Just tell me this. Did you hear a shot, or perhaps 2 shots? Nick shook her head. "No. Only the fireworks popping and the crackers going off. That's the trouble," the inspector said. "With all that noise, you'd never notice a gunshot. I don't suppose you have any idea who might be behind these attacks on you?" "Not the slightest idea," Nick said. "I can't even begin to picture it," I said. "And you probably wouldn't," replied the inspector. "Looks like the work of a homicidal maniac to me. A truly nasty affair. I won't trouble you with any more questions tonight, miss. I'm more sorry about this than words can express." Dr. Graham moved closer. "Miss Buckley, I must advise you not to remain here. I've discussed it with Mr. Poirot. I know of a very good nursing home. You've suffered a severe shock. What you require now is absolute rest." Nick wasn't looking at him. Her gaze was fixed on Poirot. "Is it really just because of the shock?" she asked quietly. He stepped forward. "I want you to feel secure, my child, and I need to know that you are secure. There will be a nurse there, a capable, down-to-earth nurse without an overactive imagination. She will be with you through the night. If you wake frightened, she will be right there. Do you understand?" "Yes," Nick murmured, her voice flat. "I understand, but you don't. I'm not afraid any more. I don't care what happens. If someone wants to kill me, let them try." Now, I interjected. "You're overwrought. You don't know. None of you know what this is like. Mr. Poirot's arrangement is truly for the best." The doctor said in a calming tone, "I'll drive you myself, and we can give you something to help you sleep properly. What do you say to that?" "I don't care," Nick replied, her detachment unnerving. "Whatever you think is best, it makes no difference to me." Poirot took her hand. "I know, mademoiselle. I know what you must be feeling. I stand before you ashamed, stricken to my very core. I, who promised protection, have failed to provide it. I have failed you. I am miserable. But believe me, my heart is in agony over this failure. If you could understand my suffering, you would forgive me. I am certain. It's all right, Nick said, that same hollow tone persisting. You mustn't blame yourself. I'm sure you did everything possible. Nobody could have prevented this, or done more. Please don't be distressed. You are very kind, mademoiselle.
No, I... The door burst open, and George Challenger rushed in, his face pale. "What in heaven's name is going on?" he cried. "I've just arrived to find a policeman at the gate and talk of someone dead. What is this about? For God's sake, tell me, is it Nick?" The raw anguish in his voice was painful to hear. I realized then that Poirot and the doctor were blocking his view of Nick. Before anyone could answer, he demanded again, "Tell me it can't be true. Nick isn't dead?"
"No, my friend," said Poirot gently. "She is alive." He moved aside, allowing Challenger to see the small figure on the sofa. For a moment, Challenger stared at her in disbelief. Then, staggering slightly, he muttered, "Nick! Nick!" Suddenly, he dropped to his knees beside the sofa, burying his head in his hands. His voice was choked. "Nick, my darling, I thought you were dead." Nick tried to sit up. "It's all right, George. Don't be foolish. I'm perfectly safe." He looked up, his eyes wild.
"But someone is dead."
The policeman said so.
"Yes," said Nick, a tremor finally entering her voice.
"Maggie! Poor Maggie! Oh, a grimace twisted her features. Dr. Graham and Poirot came forward. The doctor helped her to her feet, and together, one on each side, they guided her from the room. "The sooner you are settled, the better," remarked Dr. Graham. "I'll take you immediately. I've asked Mrs. Rice to pack a few things for you." They disappeared through the door. Challenger gripped my arm. "I don't understand. Where are they taking her?" I explained the plan. "Oh, I see. Now, Hastings, for God's sake, tell me what happened here. What a horrific tragedy, that poor girl." "Come and have a drink," I said. "You look completely shaken. I wouldn't say no." We went into the dining room. As he downed a stiff whiskey, he explained, "You see, I thought it was Nick. There was no doubt whatsoever about Commander George Challenger's feelings. A more transparently devoted lover never existed. I will never forget that night. Poirot was consumed by such a storm of self-reproach that I grew genuinely worried. He paced the room without pause, cursing his own arrogance and deaf to my attempts at comfort. This is the price of overconfidence. I am being punished, yes, punished I, Hercule Poirot, was too certain of my own genius. "It wasn't your fault," I insisted. "Who could have predicted such sheer audacity? You took every precaution you could think of. You even alerted the killer." "Alerted the killer?" "Of course, I made my suspicions known. I believed I had made it too perilous for him to try again. I had drawn a protective circle around the young lady, and yet he slipped right through it. Boldly, almost under our very noses, he slipped through. Despite all our vigilance, he nearly achieved his goal. But he didn't, I reminded him. That was pure chance." Poirot shook his head, his expression grim. "From where I stand, it is the same. A life has been taken, Hastings, and no life is insignificant." "I know," I said quickly. "I didn't mean it like that. Yet your point stands, and that makes it far worse. For the murderer remains thwarted. Do you see the danger now, my friend? The situation has deteriorated. It may mean that not one, but 2 lives could be lost." "Not while you're on the case," I said with conviction. He stopped pacing and grasped my hand firmly. "Thank you, my friend. You still have faith in this old man. You restore my courage. Hercule Poirot will not stumble again. No second life will be taken. I will correct my mistake, for there must have been a mistake. Somewhere in my usually orderly mind there was a lapse. I will begin anew from the very start, and this time I will not fail." So you truly believe, I asked, that Nick Buckley's life is still in danger? My friend, for what other reason would I have sent her to that private clinic? Then it wasn't just the shock. The shock, bah! One recovers from shock just as well at home. Better, in fact. No, it is not for the linoleum floors, or the nurse's chatter, or the trays of bland food. It is for safety, and safety alone, I confided in the doctor. He understands. He will make the arrangements. No one, not even her closest friend, will be permitted to visit Miss Buckley. Only you and I are allowed, for everyone else. Doctor's orders, a very convenient and unarguable phrase. Yes, I said, but what, Hastings? That can't last indefinitely. A very astute observation. Yet it buys us a little time. And you do realize, don't you, that the nature of our mission has shifted? How so? Our original duty was to protect Mademoiselle. Our duty now is more straightforward, a task with which we are intimately familiar. It is nothing less than the hunting of a murderer. You call that straightforward? Certainly it is. The murderer has, as I remarked before, signed his work. He has shown his hand. You don't think I hesitated, then forced myself to continue. You don't believe the police are correct, that this is the act of some wandering madman, a homicidal lunatic. I am more convinced than ever that is not the case. You really think that? I trailed off. Poirot finished my sentence, his tone grave. That the murderer is within Mademoiselle's own circle? Yes, my friend, I do. But last night must almost rule that out. We were all together there on the cliff edge, and... He cut me off. Could you swear, Hastings, that not a single person ever left our little group? I considered his question carefully. No, I replied after a moment, the implication dawning on me. I couldn't swear to it. The garden was dark. People were moving around constantly. I remember noticing Mrs. Rice at one point, then Lazarus, yourself, Croft, and Vyse, but no single person was in my view the entire time. Poirot gave a satisfied nod. Precisely. It would require only a few moments. The two young women go inside. The killer slips away unseen, conceals himself behind that sycamore tree on the lawn. Nick Buckley, or so he believes, emerges from the window, passes within feet of him, and he fires 3 shots in quick succession. 3? I interrupted. Indeed. He was leaving nothing to chance this time. We recovered 3 bullets from the body. Wasn't that rather dangerous? Less dangerous in all likelihood than a single shot. A Mauser pistol does not produce a loud report. The sound would have blended quite well with the popping of the fireworks, almost like part of the display itself. Did you find the weapon? I asked. No. And there, Hastings, lies what I consider the undeniable proof that no outsider is responsible. We agree, do we not, that Miss Buckley's own pistol was initially taken for one reason only, to stage her death as a suicide? Clearly. That remains the only plausible reason. But now, observe, there is no such pretense. The murderer understands we would no longer be fooled by it. He knows, in essence, what we know. I pondered this, forced to acknowledge the soundness of Poirot's reasoning. What do you suppose he did with the pistol? Poirot offered a shrug. That is difficult to say with certainty, but the sea was exceedingly convenient. A strong throw, and the pistol sinks, lost forever. We cannot be absolutely sure, of course, but it is what I would have done. His clinical tone sent a slight chill through me. Do you believe he realized he'd killed the wrong person? I am quite certain he did not, Poirot said grimly. A hint of dark amusement entered his voice. Ah, that must have been a most disagreeable surprise for him when he learned the truth, to maintain his composure, to betray nothing. That cannot have been an easy performance. It was then I recalled the maid Ellen's peculiar behavior. I described her strange demeanor to Poirot. He listened with keen interest. She showed surprise that it was Maggie who was dead. profound surprise. That is curious. And yet, the fact of a tragedy occurring did not seem to surprise her at all. Yes, there is something there that demands investigation. Who is this Ellen? So quiet, so impeccably respectable in the English fashion. Could it be she who? He broke off. If we're considering the earlier accidents, I said, surely it would require a man's strength to have sent that heavy boulder over the cliff. Not necessarily. It is largely a matter of leverage and physics. Oh yes, it could be accomplished. He resumed his slow pacing. Everyone present at End House last night falls under suspicion. But those house guests, no, I do not think it was one of them. For the most part, they were mere social acquaintances. There was no deep intimacy between them and the young mistress of the house. Charles Vyse was there, I noted. Yes, we must not forget him. Logically, he remains our strongest suspect. He made a gesture of frustration and sank into the chair opposite mine. There it is, the point to which we always return.
Motive! We must discover the motive if we are to comprehend this crime. And it is there, Hastings, where I am perpetually thwarted. Who could possibly wish Mademoiselle Nick dead? I have indulged in the most absurd conjectures. I, Hercule Poirot, have stooped to the most ignominious flights of fancy, adopting the mentality of a sensational novel. His tone shifted from serious to one of sarcastic self-mockery. The grandfather, the old Nick, he who supposedly gambled his fortune away.
Did he truly? I have asked myself. Or did he instead conceal it? Is it hidden somewhere within End House? Perhaps buried in the garden like a pirate's treasure. It is a ridiculous thought, yet one must consider all avenues, no matter how theatrical they seem. I must confess, I felt a flicker of shame as I asked Mademoiselle Nick if there had ever been any offers to purchase the house. You know, Poirot, I remarked, I think that's rather a clever notion. There might be something to it. Poirot let out a groan. Of course you would think so. I knew it would appeal to your romantic, yet somewhat ordinary imagination. Buried treasure. Yes, that is exactly the sort of notion you would savour. Well, I don't see why it's impossible. Because, my friend, the more mundane explanation is almost always the more likely one. Then consider Mademoiselle's father. I have entertained even more undignified theories about him. He was a traveller. What if, I ask myself, he had stolen a sacred jewel, perhaps the eye of an idol, pursued by vengeful priests? Yes, I, Hercule Poirot, have stooped to considering such depths, he continued, his tone shifting. I have had other more respectable and probable ideas concerning this father, did he, during his travels, enter into a second marriage? Could there be a closer heir than Mr. Charles Vyse? Yet again, this leads us nowhere, for we confront the same obstacle. There appears to be nothing of substantial value to inherit. I have overlooked no possibility, even that casual remark of Mademoiselle Nick's regarding the offer from Mr. Lazarus, you recall? The offer to buy her grandfather's portrait. On Saturday I wired for an expert to come and examine that painting. He is the gentleman about whom I wrote to Mademoiselle this morning. What if, for example, it were valued at several $1,000s? You can't seriously believe a wealthy man like young Lazarus would. Is he wealthy? Appearances can be deceiving. Even a long-established firm with grand showrooms and every outward sign of prosperity may be built on a shaky foundation. And what does one do then? Does one go about announcing that times are difficult? No, one purchases a new and expensive automobile. One spends a little more freely. One lives a bit more extravagantly, for credit, you see, is everything. But sometimes a monumental business collapses for no more than a lack of a few $1,000s in ready cash. Oh, I am aware, he went on, anticipating my objection. It seems far-fetched, but it is not as fanciful as vengeful priests or hidden treasure. It at least bears some relation to reality as it occurs, and we can afford to neglect nothing that might bring us closer to the truth. With precise movements, he rearranged the items on the table before him. When he spoke again, his voice was solemn and, for the first time, utterly composed. "Motive," he declared. "Let us return to that, and examine this puzzle calmly and methodically to begin. How many categories of motive exist for murder? What are the reasons that drive one person to end the life of another? We set aside, for the moment, homicidal insanity. I am utterly convinced the solution to our problem does not lie there. We also exclude killing done in a sudden fit of uncontrollable rage. This is a cold-blooded, premeditated murder. What motives actuate such a crime? First, there is gain. Who stood to gain from Mademoiselle Buckley's death, directly or indirectly? Well, we can list Charles Vyse. He inherits a property that, financially speaking, is probably not worth inheriting. He might, perhaps, pay off the mortgage, build some modest houses on the land, and eventually realize a small profit. It is possible the place might hold value for him if he harbored a deep, sentimental attachment to it, if it were, for instance, a family estate. That is an instinct profoundly rooted in some individuals, and it has, in cases I have known, directly led to crime, but I perceive no such motive in Mr. Vyse. The only other person who would benefit in any way from Mademoiselle Buckley's death is her friend, Madame Rice, but the sum involved would clearly be very modest. As far as I can discern, no one else gains from her passing. What is another motive? Hatred, or a love that has curdled into hatred, the crime of passion. Once more we have the testimony of the perceptive Mrs. Croft that both Charles Vyse and Commander Challenger are enamoured with the young lady. I observed that we had personally witnessed the latter phenomenon with a smile. Indeed, the forthright sailor does not conceal his affections. For the former, we depend on Mrs. Croft's account. Now, if Charles Vyse believed himself displaced, could the impact be so profound that he would murder his cousin rather than see her wed another? It struck me as overly theatrical, even uncharacteristically dramatic for an Englishman. Yet I conceded that even the English possess deep emotions. A man like Charles Vyse, so restrained and unlikely to reveal his feelings, might harbour the most violent of them. I would never suspect Commander Challenger of a crime of passion. It simply does not align with his character. But with Charles Vyse, it remains a possibility, though it does not fully convince me. Another potential motive is jealousy, which I distinguish from the previous, as it need not be romantic. It can be the envy of possession, of primacy. The very drive that compelled Iago in your great Shakespeare to orchestrate one of the most cunning crimes from a professional standpoint. When asked why it was so clever, I was momentarily sidetracked. The brilliance lay in his manipulation of others to execute his designs. Imagine a criminal today whom one could not arrest because he never personally committed an act. But we digress. Could any form of jealousy be responsible for this crime? Who might envy the young lady? Another woman? There is only Mrs. Rice, and we have seen no apparent rivalry, though that perception may be incomplete. Something may yet lurk beneath the surface. Finally, we consider fear. Does the young lady perhaps unknowingly hold someone's ruinous secret? Might she possess knowledge that could devastate another life? If so, she is certainly unaware of it herself. Yet that very ignorance complicates matters, for while she may hold the clue, she cannot consciously reveal it to us. When questioned on the plausibility, I affirmed it as a working hypothesis arrived at by eliminating other avenues. When all other possibilities are discarded, one must consider what remains. After a prolonged silence, I drew a sheet of paper and began to write. Upon inquiry, I explained that I was compiling a list of individuals surrounding the young lady. Within that list, if my reasoning held, would be the name of the murderer. After some 20 minutes, I slid the paper across. The list read as follows: 1. Ellen. 2. Her gardener husband. 3. Their child. 4. Mr. Croft. 5. Mrs. Croft. 6. Mrs. Rice. 7. Mr. Lazarus, 8. Commander Challenger, 9. Mr. Charles V's, 10. Remarks. Regarding Ellen, her demeanour and words upon learning of the crime were suspicious. She had the best opportunity to stage the accidents and knew of the pistol, though tampering with the car seems less likely, and the crime's sophistication appears beyond her. Motive is absent, unless rooted in some unknown grievance. Further inquiry into her background and relationship with the young lady is needed. Her husband shares similar suspicions and is more likely to have interfered with the vehicle. He should be interviewed. The child can be ruled out, though an interview might yield valuable information. Mr. Croft's sole suspicious act was encountered ascending the stairs to the bedroom floor. I had a ready explanation that might be true, but it also might not be. Nothing is known of his background. Motive? None. Next, Mrs. Croft. Suspicious circumstances? None. Motive? None. Then, Mrs. Rice. Suspicious circumstances? She had full opportunity, having asked Nick Buckley to fetch her wrap. She has deliberately tried to create the impression that Nick is a liar and that her account of the so-called accidents should not be trusted. She was not in Tavistock when those incidents occurred. Where was she? Motive? Financial gain seems very slight. Jealousy? Possible, but nothing is known. Fear? Also possible, but again nothing is known. A note here: converse with Nick on the subject to see if any light is thrown upon the matter. It might have something to do with Freddie Rice's marriage. Moving on, Mr. Lazarus. Suspicious circumstances. General opportunity. He made an offer to buy the picture. According to Freddie, he said the brakes of the car were quite all right. He may have been in the neighbourhood prior to Friday. Motive? None, unless it's profit on the picture. Fear? Unlikely note. Find out where J.L. was before arriving at St. Lou and investigate the financial position of Aaron Lazarus and Son. Commander Challenger. Suspicious circumstances? None. He was in the neighbourhood all last week, so his opportunity for causing the accidents was good. He arrived half an hour after the murder. Motive? None. Mr. V's. Suspicious circumstances? He was absent from his office at the time the shot was fired in the hotel garden. Opportunity good. His statement about the selling of End House is open to doubt. He is of a repressed temperament and would probably know about the pistol. Motive? Financial gain seems slight. Love or hate, possible with a man of his temperament. Fear? Unlikely. Note: find out who held the mortgage and investigate the position of V's firm. Finally, there could be an outsider, A.J., but with a link in the form of one of the foregoing. If so, this person is probably connected with A, D, and E, or F, the existence of A.J. Would explain several things. First, Ellen's lack of surprise at the crime and her peculiar pleasurable satisfaction, though that might simply be the natural, morbid excitement her class sometimes shows over deaths. Second, it might explain the reason the Crofts came to live in the lodge. Third, it could supply a motive for Freddie Rice's fear of a secret being revealed, or for jealousy. Poirot watched me as I finished reading. "It is very English, is it not?" he remarked with evident pride. "I believe I am more English in my writing than in my speech." "It's an excellent piece of work," I said warmly. "It lays out all the possibilities with perfect clarity." "Yes," he said, thoughtfully, taking the paper back from me, "and one name leaps to the eye, my friend, Charles Vyse. He has the best opportunities. We have given him the choice of two motives. Upon my word, if this were a list of racehorses, he would be the favourite to win, would he not? He is certainly the most likely suspect. You have a tendency, Hastings, to prefer the least likely person. That, no doubt, comes from reading too many detective stories. In real life, 9 times out of 10, it is the most likely and the most obvious person who commits the crime. but you don't really believe that is the case this time. There is only one thing that argues against it, the sheer boldness of the crime. That has stood out from the very first. Because of that, as I have said, the motive cannot be obvious. Yes, that is what you said at the beginning, and that is what I say again. With a sudden, brusque gesture, he crumpled the sheets of paper and threw them to the floor. No, he said, as I started to protest. That list has served its purpose. Still, it has cleared my mind, order and method. That is the first stage, to arrange the facts with neatness and precision. The next stage, yes? The next stage is that of psychology. The correct employment of the little grey cells. I advise you, Hastings, to go to bed. No, I said, not unless you do. I'm not going to leave you. Most faithful of companions. But understand, Hastings, you cannot assist me to think. That is all I intend to do now, think. I still shook my head. You might want to discuss some point with me. Well, you are a loyal friend. At least I beg of you, take the easy chair. That proposal I did accept. Soon the room began to swim and dip before my tired eyes. The final image in my mind before sleep claimed me was of Poirot meticulously gathering the crumpled papers from the floor and placing them neatly into the wastebasket. After that, oblivion, I awoke to daylight, finding Poirot in the exact same chair as the night before, his posture unchanged, yet his expression was transformed. His eyes held that familiar, unsettling green gleam. Stiff and sore from my poor decision to sleep upright, a practice I am far too old for, I pushed myself up. The discomfort, however, had one advantage. My mind was instantly alert, free from any lingering grogginess. "Poirot," I exclaimed, "you've had an idea." He gave a slow, deliberate nod, leaning forward to tap the table. "Consider for me, Hastings, the answers to 3 puzzles. Why has our Mademoiselle Nick been suffering from insomnia? Why did she recently purchase a black evening gown, a colour she has always avoided? And why did she declare last night, 'I have nothing to live for now'?" I was baffled. The questions felt tangential. "Answer them, Hastings," he pressed. "Apply your mind." "Well, the first is simple," she said. "She'd been anxious lately." "Exactly. Anxious about what? As for the black dress, perhaps she just fancied a change. For a man with a wife, you display a profound ignorance of the female psyche. If a woman believes a colour does not suit her, she will categorically reject it. And the last remark, it was a natural reaction to a horrific shock. No, my friend, it was not natural. To be horrified, to blame herself, yes, that is to be expected. But that specific weariness, that dismissal of life's value, that was new. Her attitude before was one of defiance, of bravado. When that failed, she showed fear because life was still precious to her, this sense of utter depletion. That is a psychological shift, and a most intriguing one. What caused her perspective to alter so fundamentally? The shock of her cousin's death, surely. Perhaps the shock loosened her tongue, but what if the change occurred earlier? What else could explain it? I can't think of anything. Think, Hastings. Employ your little grey cells. Really, I? When was the last moment we observed her properly? I suppose at dinner. Precisely. Afterwards, we only saw her playing hostess, a formal role. What happened at the dinner's conclusion, Hastings? She went to make a telephone call, I said, the realization dawning slowly. At last you arrived, she went to telephone, and she was gone a considerable time, a full 20 minutes at least. That is an eternity for a simple call. Who was on the other end of that line? What was said? Did she even make a call at all? We must discover what transpired in those 20 minutes, Hastings. For there, I am convinced, lies the missing piece of our puzzle. You truly believe that? But of course, all along I have told you Mademoiselle has been withholding information. She does not believe it connects to the murder, but I, Hercule Poirot, know better. It must connect. I have been persistently aware of a missing factor. Were it not missing, the entire picture would be clear to me. Since it is not clear, eh bien, then this absent element is the keystone. I know I am correct. I must have the answers to those 3 questions. And then the outline will begin to emerge. Well, I said, stretching my aching limbs, I believe a hot bath and a shave are in order. A thorough wash and a change into fresh clothes did much to restore my spirits. The aches from a night spent in such strained circumstances began to fade. By the time I reached the breakfast table, I was convinced a strong cup of coffee would set me right. I skimmed the morning paper, finding little of note beyond the official confirmation of Michael Seaton's death. The daring pilot was gone. I caught myself wondering if tomorrow's headlines would scream something like "Socialite slain at fireworks display, puzzling crime scene." I had just finished my meal when Frederica Rice approached. She wore a simple black dress with a soft white collar at the neck, which made her pale hair seem even fairer. "I need to speak with Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings. Is he awake yet, do you know?" I'll take you up now," I offered. "We'll find him in the sitting room." "Thank you." As we left the dining room together, I ventured, "I hope you managed to get some rest." "It was a shock," she replied, her tone distant. "But I didn't really know the poor girl. It isn't as though it was Nick." "I take it you'd only met her once before." "Just once in Scarborough. She came for lunch with Nick."
"It will be devastating for her parents," I said. "Dreadful," she echoed, but the word held no personal weight. I suspected she was something of an egoist. Nothing seemed entirely real to her unless it touched her own life directly. Poirot had finished his breakfast and was perusing the paper. He rose with his usual polite flourish. "Madame," he said, "enchanté." He drew out a chair for her. She thanked him with the faintest of smiles and sat, her hands resting on the chair arms, her posture perfectly upright. She gazed straight ahead in no hurry to speak. There was something unnerving in her stillness and detachment. After a moment she began. "Monsieur Poirot, I assume there's no question that last night's tragedy is connected to everything else? That Nick was the intended target? I should say, madame, there is no doubt whatsoever." Frederica frowned slightly. "Nick does seem to lead a charmed life," she said, and I couldn't decipher the odd undercurrent in her voice. It wasn't envy, exactly, more a kind of weary resignation, as if she'd seen a script play out too many times before. "They say luck runs in cycles," Poirot remarked. "Perhaps. It's certainly pointless to argue with it." Her tone was flat. Drained after a pause, she continued, "I owe you an apology, Monsieur Poirot, and Nick one as well. Until last night I didn't truly believe. It never occurred to me the danger was genuine." "Is that so, madame?" "I see now that everything will have to be examined thoroughly, and I suppose Nick's closest friends won't be exempt from suspicion. Absurd, of course, but there it is. Am I correct, Monsieur Poirot?" "You are exceedingly perceptive, madame." "You asked me recently about Tavistock. Since you'll discover it sooner or later, I may as well tell you the truth now. I wasn't in Tavistock." "No, madame. I drove down to this area with Mr. Lazarus early last week. We wished to avoid unnecessary gossip. We stayed at a quiet little spot called Shellicombe. That is, I believe, about 7 miles from here." "Roughly." "Yes. Her remote weariness remained. May I be impertinent, madame? Does such a thing even exist nowadays?" "Perhaps you are right. How long have you and Mr. Lazarus been acquainted?" "I met him 6 months ago." "And you care for him, madame?" Frederica gave a slight shrug. "He is wealthy?" "Oh, la, Poirot exclaimed. "That is not a pretty thing to say." A trace of amusement touched her lips. "Isn't it better I say it myself than have you think it for me? Well, there is that, of course. I repeat, madame, you are very intelligent. You'll be awarding me a diploma soon," said Frederica, rising to leave. "There is nothing more you wish to tell me, madame?" "I don't believe so.
No. I'll take some flowers over to Nick and see how she's doing.
Ah, that is very kind of you. Thank you for being so direct, madame.
She gave him a quick, sharp look, seemed on the verge of saying something, then clearly reconsidered, and left the room, offering me a faint smile as I held the door.
She is clever, Poirot remarked once she was gone.
Yes, but so is Hercule Poirot. What are you implying? That it is all very neat and charming to parade M. Lazarus's wealth in front of me. I must admit, I found that rather tasteless, my dear friend. Your instincts are so often correct, yet misplaced. For the moment, this is not a question of taste. If Madame Rice has a devoted, wealthy friend who can provide everything she requires, then clearly she would have no need to murder her closest companion for a trifling sum. Oh, I said, précisément, oh, indeed. Why did you not prevent her from going to the nursing home? Why reveal my intentions? Should it be Hercule Poirot who stops Mademoiselle Nick from receiving visitors? What an idea! It is the doctors and those tiresome nurses, so full of rules and doctor's orders. Aren't you concerned they might let her in any way Nick could insist? No one will be admitted, my dear Hastings, except you and me. In fact, we should make our way there shortly. The sitting-room door burst open and George Challenger strode in, his tanned face flushed with irritation. "See here, Poirot," he began. "What's going on? I telephoned that confounded nursing home where Nick is staying. I asked how she was and when I could visit. They told me the doctor isn't allowing any visitors. I want a plain explanation. Is this your doing, or is Nick truly too ill from the shock? I assure you, monsieur, I do not make the rules for medical establishments. I would not dare. Why not telephone the doctor himself? What was his name? Ah, yes, Dr. Graham. I already have. He gave me the usual line. She's progressing as expected, but I know how these things work. My uncle is a doctor in Harley Street, a nerve specialist, psychoanalysis and all that. I've heard all about putting off family and friends with gentle excuses. I don't believe Nick isn't well enough to see anyone. I believe you are behind this, Miss Poirot. Poirot smiled at him with genuine warmth. I've always noticed Poirot has a soft spot for a man in love. Listen to me, my friend, he said. If one visitor is allowed, others cannot be refused. You understand? It must be all or none. We both want Mademoiselle's safety, do we not? Exactly. Therefore, for now, it must be none. I see your point, Challenger said slowly. But then, chut! We will speak no more of it. We will forget this conversation entirely. What is needed now is prudence, the utmost prudence. I know how to keep quiet, the sailor replied calmly. He turned to leave, pausing at the door to add, There's no ban on flowers, I hope, so long as they aren't white. Poirot smiled. And now, he said, once the impetuous Challenger had departed, while M. Challenger, Madame, and perhaps M. Lazarus all cross paths at the florist, you and I shall drive quietly to our destination, to ask for the answers to your 3 questions? I asked. Yes, we shall ask. Although, between us, I already know the answers. What? I exclaimed. Yes, but when did you discover them? While I was eating my breakfast, Hastings. The truth was staring me in the face. Tell me. No, I will let you hear it from Mademoiselle herself. Then, as if to divert my attention, he slid an open letter across the table. It was the report from the expert Poirot had hired to examine the painting of old Nicholas Buckley. It stated unequivocally that the picture was worth at most £20. So that is one mystery resolved, said Poirot. No mouse in that particular mousehole, I remarked, recalling a metaphor he had used on a previous occasion. Ah, you remember that? No, as you say, no mouse in that mousehole. £20, and M. Lazarus offered 50. What a misstep for a man who appeared so sharp. But enough of that. We must be on our way. The nursing home stood on a high hill with a sweeping view of the bay. A white-coated attendant let us in and showed us to a small downstairs room. Soon a brisk, efficient nurse appeared. One look at Poirot told her everything. She'd clearly been briefed by Dr. Graham, complete with a detailed description of the little detective. She even hid a faint smile. "Miss Buckley had a reasonably restful night," she said. "Won't you come up?" We found Nick in a sunny, pleasant room. Lying in the narrow iron bed, she looked like an exhausted child. Her face was pale, her eyes were red-rimmed, and she seemed utterly drained. "It's kind of you to come," she said, her voice flat. Poirot took her hand in both of his. "Take heart, mademoiselle. There is always something worth living for." His words startled her. She looked up sharply. "Oh," she whispered, "oh! Will you tell me now what has been troubling you these past weeks? Or shall I guess? And please accept, mademoiselle, my deepest sympathy." Colour rose in her cheeks. "So you know, well, it doesn't matter who knows now, not when it's all finished, not when I'll never see him again." Her voice broke. "Courage, mademoiselle. I have none left. I used every bit these last few weeks, hoping, and lately hoping against hope." I stared, completely lost. Poirot glanced at me. "Look at poor Hastings. He has no idea what we are discussing." Her sorrowful eyes met mine. "Michael Seaton, the aviator," she said. "We were engaged, and now he's gone." I was stunned. I turned to Poirot. "Is this what you meant?" "Yes, my friend, this morning I knew." "How?" "You said it stared you in the face at breakfast." And so it did. From the front page of the newspaper. I remembered our conversation at dinner last night, and then I saw the whole picture. He turned back to Nick. "You heard the news last night?" "Yes. On the wireless." I made an excuse about the telephone. I wanted to hear it alone. Just in case. She swallowed. And then I heard it. I know. He held her hand again. It must have been dreadful. And then all those people arriving. I don't know how I got through it. It felt like a strange dream, watching myself from outside, acting as if nothing was wrong. Yes, I understand. Later, when I went to fetch Freddie's wrap, I broke down for a moment. I pulled myself together quickly, but Maggie kept calling about her coat. Finally, she took my shawl and left, and I put on a little powder and rouge and went out after her, and there she was, dead. A terrible shock. You don't understand. I was angry. I wished it had been me. I wanted to be dead. And there I was, alive, maybe for years to come, and Michael gone, lost in the Pacific. Poor child. I don't want to be alive. I don't want to live, I tell you, she cried, her defiance blazing. She sat up, hands clenched, cheeks flushed. Poirot spoke gently. "I know, to all of us there comes a time when death seems kinder than life. But that feeling passes. Sorrow eases. You cannot believe it now, I understand. An old man's words must sound empty to you. You think I'll forget and marry someone else. Never. No, I think nothing of the sort. You have been very fortunate, mademoiselle. You were loved by a brave man, a hero. How did you meet? At Le Touquet last September. Almost a year ago now, and you became engaged? Just after Christmas. But it had to be kept secret. Why was that? Michael's uncle, old Sir Matthew Seaton. He adored birds and thoroughly disliked women. "Ah, that's not reasonable," she exclaimed. "Well, perhaps not exactly that. He was a total eccentric, believed women were the ruin of a man's life, and Michael was entirely at his mercy financially. The old man was immensely proud of Michael, of course. It was his money that paid for building the Albatross and covered the costs of the global flight. It was the greatest ambition of his life, just as it was Michael's. If Michael had succeeded, well, then he could have asked his uncle for anything. Even if old Sir Matthew had still thrown a fit, it wouldn't have mattered in the end. Michael would have been set, a sort of international celebrity. His uncle would have come around eventually. Yes, I understand. But Michael insisted it would be disastrous if word got out. We had to keep it an absolute secret. And I did. I never told a soul, not even Freddie." Poirot sighed deeply. "If only you had confided in me, mademoiselle." Nick looked at him, puzzled. But how would that have changed anything? It couldn't possibly be connected to these strange attempts on my life. No, I'd given Michael my word and I kept it. But it was terrible, the constant worry, the dreadful suspense day after day. Everyone kept saying I seemed so on edge, and I couldn't explain why. Yes, I grasped the full picture. He went missing once before, you know, crossing the desert on the route to India. That was horrible enough, but in the end it turned out all right. His plane was damaged, but they repaired it, and he continued. So I kept telling myself the same thing would happen this time. Everyone said he must be dead, and I stubbornly refused to believe it, insisting to myself he had to be safe. And then, last night, her voice faded away. You held on to hope until then. I don't know. I think it was more that I simply wouldn't accept it. The worst part was never being able to talk to anyone about it. Yes, I can imagine. Were you never tempted to tell Madame Rice, for example? Sometimes I desperately wanted to. You don't believe she suspected? I don't think so. Nick pondered the idea. She never said anything outright. Of course, she used to drop hints now and then, about us being such close friends and all that. Did you consider telling her after Sir Matthew passed away? You know, he died about a week ago. I know. He had some sort of operation, I suppose. I could have told people then. But it wouldn't have been the right way to do it, would it? It would have seemed rather boastful to announce it just then, when all the newspapers were filled with stories about Michael. Reporters would have descended on me. The whole thing would have felt rather cheap, and Michael would have hated that spectacle. I agree with you, mademoiselle. A public announcement would have been in poor taste. I merely meant you might have shared it privately with a friend. I did sort of hint at it to one person, Nick admitted. I thought it was only fair, but I'm not sure how much he, the person in question, really understood. Poirot nodded. Then, with a rather abrupt shift, he asked, Are you on good terms with your cousin, Mr. Vise? Charles? What brings him to mind? I was merely wondering, that is all. Charles means well, said Nick. He's an incredible stick in the mud, of course, never leaves this place. He disapproves of me, I think. Oh, mademoiselle, mademoiselle, and I hear he has laid all his devotion at your feet. Disapproving of someone doesn't stop you from developing a crush on them. Charles thinks my way of living is deplorable. He disapproves of my cocktails, my makeup, my friends, and my conversation. But he still falls victim to my so-called fatal charm. I believe he's always hoping to reform me. She paused, then added with a faint glimmer of amusement. Who have you been interrogating to gather the local gossip? You must not give me away, mademoiselle. I had a brief conversation with the Australian lady, Mrs. Croft. She's rather a dear when one has the time for her. Terribly sentimental. All about love and home and children, you know the type. I am old-fashioned and sentimental myself, mademoiselle. Are you? I would have said Captain Hastings was the sentimental one between you two. I felt my face grow warm with indignation. He is absolutely livid, Poirot remarked, observing my obvious irritation with considerable amusement. But you are correct, mademoiselle. Entirely correct. Not in the slightest, I retorted, my temper flaring. Hastings possesses a remarkably noble character. Frankly, it has been a significant obstacle for me on numerous occasions. Really, Poirot, don't be ridiculous. Consider his nature, Poirot continued, undeterred. He is, first and foremost, profoundly unwilling to perceive wickedness in anyone. And on the rare occasions when he does recognize it, his sense of moral outrage is so powerful that he becomes utterly incapable of deception. It is a truly uncommon and admirable quality. No, my friend, I will not allow you to argue. It is precisely as I describe. You have both been so very good to me, Nick said softly, her voice subdued. Think nothing of it, mademoiselle. It is of no consequence. We have far greater tasks ahead. To begin, you will stay here. You will follow instructions. You will do exactly as I say. At this critical moment, I cannot afford to be impeded." Nick let out a weary sigh. "I'll do whatever you want. I don't care any more. You are to see no friends for the time being. It doesn't matter. I don't wish to see anyone. For you, the passive role. For us, the active one. Now, mademoiselle, I shall take my leave. I will not intrude further upon your grief." He moved toward the door, but paused, his hand on the handle, to glance back over his shoulder. "Incidentally, you once spoke of a will you had drawn up. Where might this document be located?" "Oh, it's lying around somewhere. At End House?" "Yes." "In a safe? Or locked away in your desk?" "Well, I honestly couldn't say. It's somewhere about." She frowned, a flicker of frustration crossing her tired features. "I'm terribly disorganized, you understand. Papers and such are usually in the writing desk in the library where most of the bills are. The will is likely with them. Or it could be upstairs in my bedroom, tucked in a drawer with some old letters. You grant me permission to conduct a search? Yes. If you wish to, certainly examine anything you like. Thank you, mademoiselle. I shall take full advantage of your permission." Poirot remained silent until we had left the nursing home and were out in the open air. Then he seized my arm, his grip tight with excitement. "You see, Hastings, do you see? Ah, by thunder, I was correct. I was right all along." I always sensed a missing element, a single piece of the puzzle that was absent, and without that crucial piece, the entire picture was utterly meaningless. His tone, a mix of near despair and triumph, was incomprehensible to me. I failed to see what earth-shattering revelation had just occurred. It was there the entire time, and I could not perceive it. But how could I have... To know that something is missing, yes, but to identify what that something is... that is considerably more difficult. Are you implying this has a direct connection to the crime? My friend, can you truly not see it? Frankly, no, I cannot. Is it possible? Why, it provides us with what we have been searching for, the motive, the hidden, obscure motive. I may be terribly slow, but I don't follow. Do you mean some form of jealousy? Jealousy? No, no, my friend, the customary motive, the inevitable one. Money, Hastings, money. I stared at him, bewildered. He continued, his voice growing calmer but no less intense. "Listen, just over a week ago, Sir Matthew Seton dies, and Sir Matthew Seton was a millionaire, one of the wealthiest men in England. Yes, but... Wait, one step at a time. He has a nephew whom he adored and to whom, we can safely assume, he bequeathed his vast fortune. But, of course, there would be smaller legacies. Yes, perhaps an endowment related to his hobby, but the bulk of that immense wealth would go to Michael Seton. Last Tuesday, Michael Seton is reported missing, and on Wednesday, the attempts on Mademoiselle Nick's life commence. Suppose, Hastings, that before his flight, Michael Seton made a will, and suppose that in that will he left everything he possessed to his fiancée. That is pure speculation. It is speculation. Yes, but it must be so, because if it is not, then nothing that has happened holds any meaning. We are not discussing a trivial inheritance. We are speaking of an enormous fortune. I fell silent for several minutes, turning the matter over in my mind. It seemed to me that Poirot was leaping to conclusions in a rather reckless fashion. And yet a secret conviction grew within me that he was right. It was his extraordinary instinct for being correct that ultimately swayed my judgment. Yet it appeared to me that much remained to be established. But if no one was aware of the engagement, I countered, how could it matter? He waved a dismissive hand. Someone did know. In such matters, someone always does. If they don't know for certain, they speculate. Madame Rice had her suspicions. Mademoiselle Nick herself acknowledged that. She might have found ways to turn those vague suspicions into solid facts. How so? Consider the letters, for instance. Michael Seton and Mademoiselle Nick had been engaged for some time. There must have been correspondence, and no one who knew that young lady would describe her as careful. She left belongings scattered everywhere, never locking anything away. Oh, yes, there would have been opportunities to confirm the truth, and Frederica Rice would have been informed about the will her friend made. Undoubtedly. So the circle tightens. Recall my list, individuals labelled from A to J. It has now narrowed to just 2. I set aside the household staff. I set aside Commander Challenger, despite the curious fact it took him an hour and a half to travel 30 miles from Plymouth. I set aside the sharp-featured Mr. Lazarus, who oddly offered £50 for a painting worth 20, a move quite uncharacteristic, one might note. I set aside the cheerful Australians. That leaves 2 names still under consideration. One is Frederica Rice, I said slowly, picturing her delicate features and pale gold hair. Precisely. Her position is clearly marked. However, informally, Mademoiselle's will was drafted. She would be unmistakably named as the residual beneficiary. Aside from Endhouse, everything was to pass to her. If the shot last night had struck Mademoiselle Nick instead of Mademoiselle Maggie, Madame Rice would now be a wealthy woman. It's difficult to believe. You mean it's difficult to believe a beautiful woman could commit murder? Juries often struggle with that very notion. But you may be correct. There is another candidate, Charles Vyse. But he only inherits the house. True, but he might not be aware of the will's contents. Did he draft it for her? I think not. If he had, the document would be securely in his office, not knocking around somewhere, as Mademoiselle put it. Therefore, Hastings, it is quite possible he knows nothing of its provisions. He may believe she died without a will, leaving him to inherit as the closest relative. You know, I said, that strikes me as far more plausible. Ah, that is your romantic imagination at work, Hastings. The wicked solicitor, a staple of fiction. Add an expressionless face, and the case seems almost sealed in some respects. He fits the picture better than Madame. He would be more likely to know about the pistol and more inclined to use one, and to send that boulder tumbling down. Perhaps, though, as I mentioned, leverage could achieve the same. The fact that the boulder was released at the wrong moment and consequently missed Mademoiselle suggests a more impulsive, perhaps feminine, touch. Tampering with a car's mechanics seems a more masculine scheme, though many women today are just as skilled. On the other hand, there are gaps in the case against Mr. Vyse, such as... He was less likely than Madame to have learned of the engagement. And there is another point. His actions seem rather hasty. What do you mean? Until last night there was no definite confirmation that Seton was dead. To act rashly, without full assurance, seems very unlike the legal mind. Yes, I agreed. A woman might leap to conclusions. Exactly. Ce que femme veut, Dieu veut, what a woman wants. God wants, that is the attitude. It's astonishing how Nick has repeatedly escaped. It feels almost supernatural. Suddenly I recalled the tone in Frederica's voice when she had remarked, "Nick bears a charmed life." A slight shiver passed through me. Yes, Poirot replied thoughtfully. It is a puzzle that deepens with each narrow escape. I can claim no credit for myself.
It's rather humiliating.
Providence, I suggested quietly. Ah, my friend, I would not place the burden of men's wicked deeds upon the shoulders of the good Lord. You say that with your Sunday morning gratitude, without realizing you are essentially stating that God himself killed Miss Maggie Buckley. Really, Poirot. Really, my friend, but I will not sit back and declare God has arranged everything. I shall not interfere. I am convinced that God created Hercule Poirot for the very purpose of interfering. It is my profession. We had been climbing the winding path up the cliff. Just then we passed through the small gate into the grounds of End House. "Phew," said Poirot, "that climb is quite steep. I am warm, my moustache is wilting. Yes, as I was saying, I stand with the innocent. I stand with Miss Nick because she was attacked. I stand with Miss Maggie because she has been murdered." "And you were against Frederica Rice and Charles Vyse?" No, Hastings. I maintain an open mind. I merely say that at present one of those two is suggested." "Hush!" We emerged onto the narrow lawn beside the house, where a man was operating a mowing machine. He had a long, vacant face and dull eyes. Next to him stood a boy of about 10, homely, but with an intelligent expression. It occurred to me that we hadn't heard the mower running earlier. I assumed the gardener wasn't overexerting himself. He had likely been taking a break and sprang back to work upon hearing our approach. "Good morning," said Poirot. "Good morning, sir." "You are the gardener, I presume, the husband of the woman who works inside." "He's my dad," said the boy. "That's right, sir," said the man. "You'd be the foreign gentleman, I suppose, the one who's actually a detective. Any news about the young mistress, sir?" "I have just come from seeing her. She passed a comfortable night." "We've had policemen here," the boy chimed in. "Right there by the steps is where the lady was killed. I saw a pig killed once, didn't I, Dad?" "Ah," said his father without emotion. "Dad used to kill pigs when he worked on a farm, didn't you, Dad?" "I saw a pig killed. I liked it. Young ones enjoy seeing pigs killed," the man stated, as if reciting a natural fact. "Shot with a pistol, the lady was," the boy continued. "She didn't get her throat cut." "No." We moved on toward the house, and I felt relieved to escape the morbid child. Poirot entered the drawing-room, its windows open, and rang the bell. Ellen, neatly dressed in black, answered. She showed no surprise at our presence. Poirot explained. "We had Miss Buckley's permission to search the house." "Very good, sir. The police are finished. They said they'd seen all they needed, sir. They've been all over the garden since very early. I don't know if they found anything." She was about to leave when Poirot stopped her with a question. "Were you very shocked last night when you heard Miss Buckley had been shot?" "Yes, sir, very shocked. Miss Maggie was a lovely young lady, sir. I can't imagine anyone being so evil as to want to hurt her. If it had been someone else, you would not have been so shocked. Is that it?" "I don't understand what you mean, sir." "When I entered the hall last night," he said, "you immediately asked if anyone was hurt. Were you expecting something like that?" She fell silent, her fingers nervously folding a corner of her apron. She shook her head and murmured, "You gentlemen wouldn't understand." Yes, said Poirot. "I would understand. However strange what you might say, I would understand." She looked at him uncertainly, then seemed to decide to trust him. "You see, sir," she said, "this isn't a good house." I was both surprised and somewhat dismissive. A sudden, sharp cry from a gull overhead pierced the moment, making us all glance toward the window, a stark reminder of the cliff's edge and the sea's indifferent presence just beyond the glass. Poirot, however, did not appear to find her statement strange in the slightest. "You are referring to the age of the building?" "Yes, sir. It's an old place, not a good place. How long have you been employed here?" 6 years now, sir. But I was here as a young girl, too. I worked as a kitchen maid back then, in the time of old Sir Nicholas. The feeling was the same even then. Poirot studied her with keen interest. She continued, her voice dropping, "In a house this old, there's sometimes a presence of wickedness." "That's it exactly, sir," Ellen agreed, her tone becoming more animated. "Wickedness, bad thoughts that lead to bad actions. It's like a rot in the timbers, sir. Once it's in, you can't ever truly be rid of it. It's a feeling in the very air. I always knew something terrible would happen here one day. Well, events have proven you correct. Yes, sir. Her voice held a faint, grim satisfaction, the pride of a prophet whose dark predictions have come true. But I never thought it would be Miss Maggie. No, of course not. No one bore her any ill will, I'm certain of that. To me, those words seem to hide a vital clue. I waited for Poirot to pursue it, but instead he abruptly changed the subject. You did not hear the gunshots themselves. I couldn't have told, sir. Not with all the fireworks going off. They made a dreadful racket. You were not outside watching the display? No, sir. I hadn't finished clearing the dinner things. The waiter was not assisting you. No, sir. He'd gone out into the garden to see the fireworks. But you did not join him. I did not. Why was that? I wished to complete my tasks. A defensive note crept into her voice. You have no fondness for fireworks? Oh, it isn't that, sir, but you see, the display runs for 2 nights. William and I have the evening off tomorrow. We plan to go down into the town and view them from there. It's a little tradition of ours to get away from the house for a bit. She said this almost wistfully, a brief, personal detail that felt like a small crack in her reserved demeanour. I understand. Now, you heard Miss Maggie calling for her coat and being unable to locate it. I heard Miss Nick run upstairs, sir. Then I heard Miss Buckley call up from the front hall, saying she couldn't find something. She said, "It's all right. I'll just take the shawl." "Forgive my interruption," Poirot said. "You did not attempt to search for the coat yourself, or retrieve it from the car where it had been left." "I had my own work to attend to, sir."
Naturally.
And presumably neither young lady asked for your assistance because they assumed you were outside watching the fireworks. That would be it, sir. So, in previous years, you have gone out to watch the fireworks? The question was gentle, but it landed with weight. A flush spread across her pale cheeks. I'm sure I don't know what you're implying, sir. The staff are always permitted to go into the garden. If I didn't feel like it this particular year, if I preferred to finish my work and retire early, well, that's my own affair, I should think. But of course, I meant no offence. One must do as one pleases. A change of routine can be refreshing. He paused, letting the tension dissipate before adopting a lighter, almost conspiratorial tone. Now a different curiosity. This is an ancient house. Are you aware of any secret compartments, hidden rooms? Well, there is a sort of sliding panel. I remember being shown it when I was a girl, though I can't for the life of me recall if it was in this very room or in the library. It's just a little cupboard niche, sir, about a foot square, not large enough for a person, certainly. Oh, that is not at all what I had in mind. His voice was innocent, but the implication was clear. The blush returned, deeper this time. If you're suggesting I was hiding somewhere, I was not. I heard Miss Nick run down the stairs and outside. I heard her cry out. I came into the hall immediately to see what was the matter. That's the honest truth, sir, the gospel truth. Once Ellen had departed, Poirot turned a contemplative face toward me. I wonder, did she hear those shots? I believe she did. She heard them. She opened the kitchen door. She heard Nick rush down and out, and then she entered the hall herself to investigate. That sequence is logical, but it does beg the question, why did she deliberately avoid the fireworks that evening? That's exactly what I'd like to know, Hastings. What was the point of asking about a hidden room? Just a whimsical thought, really, that perhaps we haven't entirely accounted for J. J, yes. The final name on my list, the unknown outsider. Imagine, for a reason connected to Ellen, that J came to the house last night. I'm assuming he hides himself in a concealed space within this very room. A young woman walks through and he mistakes her for Nick. He follows her outside and shoots her. No, it's absurd, and in any case, we've established there is no hiding place. Ellen's choice to stay in the kitchen last night was pure chance. Come, Let us look for Miss Nick's will. The drawing-room yielded no documents. We moved to the library, a somewhat dim room overlooking the driveway. There stood a large, old-fashioned walnut writing desk. It took us a considerable while to sort through it. Everything was in utter disarray. Invoices and receipts were jumbled together with letters of invitation, demands for payment, and correspondence from friends. "We will arrange these papers," Poirot declared sternly, "with order and method." He was true to his word. Half an hour later he leaned back with a satisfied expression. Everything was neatly sorted, labelled, and filed. "That is good. One thing is certain. Having been forced to examine everything so meticulously, there is no chance we have overlooked anything. None at all. Not that we've found much of significance, except perhaps this." He slid a letter across to me. It was written in a large, sprawling, nearly illegible hand. "Darling, the party was absolutely marvellous. Feeling rather dreadful today. You were smart to avoid that stuff. Don't ever start, darling. It's too damned hard to quit. I'm writing the supplier to hurry things along. What hell life can be yours, Freddie." "Dated last February," Poirot remarked thoughtfully. "She uses narcotics, of course. I knew it the moment I looked at her. Really, I never suspected. It is quite apparent. You have only to observe her eyes, and then there are her extreme shifts in mood. At times she is all nerves, completely strung up. Other times she is listless and inert. Drug use impairs moral judgment, doesn't it? Inevitably. But I do not believe Mrs. Rice is a true addict. She is at the beginning of that road, not the end. And Nick? There are no indications. She may have attended an occasional party for the experience, but she is not a user. I'm relieved to hear it." I suddenly recalled what Nick had said about Frederica not always being herself. Poirot nodded and tapped the letter. "This is undoubtedly what she meant. Well, we have come up empty here, as you say. Let us proceed to the young lady's room." Nick's room also contained a desk, but it held comparatively little. Again, we found no trace of a will. We discovered her car's registration and a perfectly valid dividend warrant from the previous month. Otherwise, there was nothing important. Poirot sighed in frustration. Young women today, they are not properly instructed. Order, method, it is omitted from their education. She is charming, Miss Nick, but she is a featherbrain. Decidedly a featherbrain. He then began examining the contents of a chest of drawers. "Surely, Poirot," I said, somewhat embarrassed, "those are undergarments." He paused, surprised. "And why not, my friend? Don't you think, I mean, it's hardly proper." He broke into a roar of laughter. "You are decidedly a Victorian, my poor Hastings. Miss Nick would be the first to tell you so. She would likely say you have a mind like a closed cupboard. Young ladies are not ashamed of their lingerie nowadays. The slip, the chemise. It is no longer a shameful secret on any given day at the beach. Such garments are discarded mere feet away from you without a second thought." "And why shouldn't I?" Poirot asked, his tone light. "I just don't see the necessity of this," I argued. "Listen, my friend," he said, his manner shifting. "It is clear Mademoiselle Nick does not secure her valuables. If she wished to conceal something, where would it be? Beneath the stockings, under the lingerie. Ah, what is this?" He lifted a bundle of letters secured with a faded pink ribbon. "The love letters of Mr. Michael Seaton, unless I am mistaken." With unsettling calm, he untied the ribbon and began to unfold the pages. "Poirot," I exclaimed, genuinely appalled, "you can't possibly do that. It's not right." "I am not concerned with what is right in a game, my friend," he replied, his voice suddenly severe and unyielding. "I am tracking a killer." But private correspondence might tell me nothing, he interrupted, or it might tell me everything. I must seize every opportunity. Here, read them with me. 2 sets of eyes are better than one, and comfort yourself with this. The loyal Ellen has likely memorized every word. I was deeply uncomfortable. Yet I understood that in Poirot's position he could not afford delicate scruples. I clung to the technicality that Nick's final instruction had been to examine anything he wished. The letters spanned several months, beginning the previous winter. The first was dated New Year's Day. My darling, the new year has arrived, and I am making promises to myself. It still feels miraculous that you could love me. You have changed everything. I believe we both knew from that very first moment. A happy new year to my beautiful girl. Yours always, Michael. February 8th. My dearest, how I wish we could be together more. This secrecy is awful, I know. I hate it as much as you do, but you understand the situation. My Uncle Matthew has this fixed idea that an early marriage ruins a man's prospects. As if you could ever ruin anything for me, my angel. Keep your spirits up, darling. It will all work out. Yours, Michael. A strange, almost bitter smile touched Poirot's lips as he read the next one. Ah, the lies we tell for family and fortune, he murmured, the earlier sternness giving way to a cynical weariness. How noble it all sounds until you realize it's just a prettier cage. March 2nd. I know I shouldn't write 2 days in a row, but I must. I thought of you constantly during my flight yesterday. I passed over Scarborough, blessed, wonderful Scarborough, the most perfect place on earth. You have no idea how much I love you. Yours, Michael, April 18th. Dearest, everything is finally arranged. If I succeed in this, and I will succeed, I can take a firm stand with Uncle Matthew. If he disapproves, so be it. It's charming of you to humour all my technical talk about the albatross. How I long to take you up in her one day. Please, for heaven's sake, don't worry. It's not nearly as dangerous as it sounds. I couldn't possibly die now that I know you love me. All will be well, sweetheart. Trust your Michael, April 20th. You angel, everything you wrote is true, and I will keep that letter forever. I am not worthy of you. You are unlike anyone else. I adore you, your Michael. The final letter had no date. Dearest, well, I depart tomorrow. I feel tremendously eager and absolutely confident. The old albatross is ready. She won't fail me. Be cheerful, my love, and don't fret. There's always a risk, but life itself is a risk. Someone suggested rather tactfully that I make a will, so I did, on a scrap of paper, and sent it to old Whitfield. I had no time to visit. I once heard a man wrote a will in 3 words, all to mother, and it was legal. Mine was similar. I remembered your real name is Magdala, which was clever. A couple of the men witnessed it. Don't let this talk of wills sadden you, will you? I shall be perfectly fine. I'll send telegrams from India and Australia. Keep heart. It's going to be all right, you see? Poirot carefully refolded the letters. You see now, Hastings? I had to read them for myself. It was the only way to be certain, and it confirms what I suspected. Is there truly no other method you could have employed? I asked. None at all, my friend. This was the necessary path. We have gained a crucial piece of evidence. How so? We now possess written proof that Michael's intention to leave his fortune to Mademoiselle Nick was documented. Anyone who discovered these carelessly hidden letters would have learned that fact, and given how they were stored, almost anyone could have found them. The maid, Ellen. Almost certainly, I would think. We shall conduct a small test with her before we leave. There is no sign of the actual will, however. No, that is the curious part. It is likely perched atop a bookcase or tucked inside a decorative vase. We must attempt to jog Mademoiselle's memory on the subject. For now we have learned all we can from this place. We found Ellen dusting in the hall on our way out. Poirot offered a cheerful greeting as we passed, then paused at the door to remark casually, I suppose you were aware that Miss Buckley was engaged to that aviator Michael Seaton. She gaped at him. What? The one all the papers are talking about? The very same. Well, I never to think of it. Miss Nick engaged to him. Complete and utter surprise, registered quite convincingly, I observed once we were outside. Indeed, it appeared genuine, Poirot agreed. Perhaps it was, I offered. And that packet of letters languishing for months beneath the undergarments? No, my friend. I kept my thoughts to myself, though I reflected that not everyone shares Poirot's particular talent for nosing into matters that do not concern them. This Ellen presents a puzzle, Poirot mused. I do not care for it. There is an element here I do not yet comprehend. We proceeded directly back to the nursing home. Nick appeared somewhat startled by our return. Yes, mademoiselle, said Poirot, answering her unspoken question. Like a jack-in-the-box. I pop up once more. First, let me say I have brought order to your affairs. Everything is now neatly arranged. I suppose it was past time for that, Nick replied, a smile touching her lips despite herself. Are you terribly tidy, Mem Poirot? You may ask my friend Hastings. The girl turned an inquiring look my way. I recounted some of Poirot's minor fastidious habits, the toast that must be cut from a perfectly square loaf, eggs that must be matched in size, his disdain for golf as a shapeless and haphazard pastime whose sole virtue was the neatness of the tea boxes. I concluded with the famous case he solved merely by his habit of straightening ornaments on a mantelpiece. Poirot listened with an amused smile. He tells it well, does he not? Poirot said when I finished, but in essence it is true. Imagine, mademoiselle, my endless campaign to persuade Hastings to part his hair in the middle rather than on the side. Observe the lopsided, asymmetrical effect he cultivates. Then you must disapprove of me, Mem Poirot, said Nick. I wear a side parting. You would have to approve of Freddie, who parts hers directly in the middle. He was certainly admiring her the other evening, I added, not without a little mischief. Now we understand the true reason. That is enough, said Poirot, reclaiming a serious tone. I am here on business, mademoiselle. I cannot locate your will. Oh, she frowned. Does it matter so very much? I am, after all, still alive, and wills only become important once you are dead, correct? Technically, yes. Nevertheless, I have taken a personal interest in this document. I have developed some theories about it. Think, mademoiselle. Try to recall where you put it, where you last saw it. I doubt I gave it a special place, Nick said with a shrug. I never do. I probably just shoved it into a drawer. You did not, by chance, place it in a secret panel. A secret what? Your maid, Ellen, claims there is a secret panel in the drawing-room or the library. That's nonsense, Nick stated flatly. I've never heard anything about a secret panel in my life. A flicker of something, was it annoyance, or perhaps a distant, uneasy memory, passed over her features before she looked away, suddenly preoccupied with the edge of her bedsheet. Ellen told you that? Nick asked, her voice edged with disbelief. Yes, indeed. She mentioned she worked at End House as a young maid. The cook showed it to her. I've never heard a word about it. My grandfather must have known, but he certainly never told me, and I'm sure he would have. Monsieur Poirot, are you certain Ellen isn't inventing the whole story? I cannot be certain, mademoiselle. There is something unusual about this Ellen of yours. Unusual? I wouldn't go that far. William is simple-minded and the child is unpleasant, but Ellen is perfectly respectable, utterly proper. Did you permit her to go out and watch the fireworks last night? Naturally, the staff always do. They help clean up afterward. But she did not go. Oh, but she must have. How can you be sure? Well, I suppose I can't be. I told her she could go. She thanked me. And so I assumed she went. Why wouldn't she? Yet she stayed inside the house. How strange! You find it strange? Very. I'm certain she's never done anything like that before. Did she give a reason? She did not tell me the true reason, of that I am certain. Nick studied him. Is it important? Poirot spread his hands. "That I cannot say, mademoiselle. It is curious. I leave it at that." "This business about the panel," Nick said thoughtfully. "It all sounds rather unbelievable. Did she show you where it was?" She claimed she could not remember. "I doubt such a thing even exists. It would appear so. Perhaps she's losing her mind, poor woman. She certainly tells elaborate stories. She also remarked that End House was not a good place to live." Nick shivered slightly. "She might be right about that," she said slowly. "I've felt it myself sometimes. There's a strange atmosphere in that house." Her eyes grew distant, almost haunted. Poirot quickly steered the conversation back. "We have strayed from our subject, mademoiselle, the will, the last will and testament of Magdala Buckley." "I wrote that part," Nick said with a touch of pride. "I remember writing it, and I included paying all debts and funeral expenses. I picked that up from a book I'd read. You did not use a printed will form?" "No, there wasn't time. I was about to leave for the nursing home, and besides, Mr. Croft said will forms could be risky. He advised a simple, straightforward will."
Mr. Croft was there. Yes, he's the one who asked if I had made a will. I never would have thought of it myself. He said, "If you died without one." "Intestate," I supplied. "That's it," he said. "If you died intestate, the government would take a large share, and that would be a shame." How very helpful of the excellent Mr. Croft.
"Oh, he was," Nick said warmly. "He brought in Ellen and her husband to witness it. Oh, of course. What an idiot I've been. We looked at her, puzzled. I've been a complete fool, letting you search End House. Charles has it, naturally. My cousin, Charles Vyse." "Ah, that explains it," Mr. Croft said a lawyer was the proper person to hold on to it. "Very correct, that good Mr. Croft. Men can be useful occasionally," Nick remarked. "He said either a lawyer or the bank." "I thought Charles would be best, so we put it in an envelope and sent it straight to him." She leaned back against her pillows with a sigh. "I'm sorry for being so terribly dim, but it's settled now, Charles has it, and if you really need to see it, he'll show it to you." "Not without your authorization," Poirot said with a smile. "How silly." "Not at all, mademoiselle. Merely prudent." "Well, I think it's silly." She took a sheet of paper from the bedside table. "What should I write? Let the dog see the rabbit, comment?" I chuckled at his bewildered expression. He dictated a brief note, which Nick wrote obediently. "Thank you, mademoiselle," said Poirot, taking the paper. "I apologize for the trouble. The truth is, I had entirely forgotten. You know how sometimes you forget things almost immediately. With an orderly and methodical mind, one does not forget." "I think I need to take a course or something," said Nick. "You're making me feel quite inadequate." "That is not possible. Goodbye for now, mademoiselle." He glanced around the room. "Your flowers are beautiful, aren't they? The carnations are from Freddie, the roses from George, and the lilies are from Jim Lazarus. And look at this." She tore the paper from a large basket of hothouse grapes beside her. Poirot's expression shifted instantly. He stepped forward quickly. "You have not eaten any?" "No, not yet. You must not—" "You are to eat nothing, mademoiselle, that comes from outside this house." "Nothing? Do you understand?" "Oh!" She stared at him, the colour slowly draining from her face. "I see you believe. You believe it isn't over. You think they're still trying?" she whispered. He took her hand. "Do not dwell on it. You are safe here, but remember nothing from outside." I was left with the image of that pale, frightened face against the pillow as we departed. Poirot checked his watch. "Good. We have just enough time to catch M.V.'s at his office before he leaves for lunch." After a very brief wait, we were shown into Charles Vyse's office. The young lawyer stood to greet us, as formal and unreadable as ever. "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot. What can I do for you?" Without preamble, Poirot presented the letter. Nick had written. Vyse took it, read it, then looked up with a puzzled expression. "I beg your pardon. I am at a complete loss." "Has Mademoiselle Buckley not made her meaning clear in this letter?" he said, tapping it with a fingernail. "She asks me to hand over to you a will she made and gave to my care last February." "Yes, monsieur. But, my dear sir, no will was ever entrusted to me." "What? To my knowledge, my cousin never made a will. I certainly never prepared one for her. She wrote it herself, I understand, on a sheet of notepaper and mailed it to you." The lawyer shook his head. "Then all I can say is that I never received it. Truly, Memsise. I never received anything of the sort, Mem Poirot." There was a silence. Then Poirot got to his feet. "In that case, Memsise, there is nothing more to discuss. There must be some mistake. Undoubtedly, there is a mistake." He stood as well. "Good day, Memsise." "Good day, Mem Poirot." "Well, that's that," I remarked, once we were back on the street. "Précisément. Do you think he's lying?" "It is impossible to say. He has an excellent poker face, M.V.'s, and looks as if he's swallowed the deck. One thing is clear, he will not move from the position he has taken. He never received the will. That is his story. Surely Nick would have gotten a written receipt for it. That one, she would never trouble her head about such a detail. She sent it off. It was off her mind. There you are. Besides, on that very day, she entered a nursing home to have her appendix removed. She likely had other emotions occupying her, wouldn't you say? A rather dramatic time to be pondering legal documents. So what do we do now, parbleu? We go and see M. Croft. Let us discover what he can recall about this affair. It appears to have been very much his project. He didn't gain anything from it, I mused. No, I cannot see an advantage for him. He is probably merely the busybody, the man who delights in managing his neighbour's affairs. What a perfectly exhausting type of person to have in one's life, always bustling about with unsolicited advice. Such an attitude seemed entirely typical of Mr. Croft. We found him in his shirt-sleeves, busy over a steaming pot in the kitchen. A wonderfully savoury aroma filled the small lodge. He abandoned his cooking with enthusiasm, clearly eager to discuss the murder. "Just half a moment," he said. "Come upstairs. Mother will want to be involved. She'd never forgive us for talking down here without her. Cooey, Millie, 2 visitors coming up." Mrs. Croft welcomed us warmly and was full of anxious questions about Nick's condition. I found her far more agreeable than her husband. "That poor, sweet girl," she remarked. "In a nursing home, you say? I imagine she's had a complete collapse. A terrible affair, Mr. Poirot. Absolutely terrible. A young, innocent woman shot dead. It's almost too much to comprehend. Truly it is. And not in some lawless, distant place, but right here in the heart of the English countryside. It kept me awake the entire night, I assure you." Her husband, having put on his coat, joined us. "It's made me anxious about leaving you alone, my dear," he said. "The thought of you being here by yourself last evening gives me a real chill. I don't like it one bit." "You can be certain you won't be leaving me again," Mrs. Croft replied firmly. "Not after sunset, in any case. Frankly, I'm considering we should leave this area altogether, and soon I'll never feel the same about it. I shouldn't think poor Nicky Buckley could ever bring herself to sleep in that house again." Getting to the purpose of our visit proved challenging. Both Mr. and Mrs. Croft were exceedingly talkative and desperate for every detail. Were the deceased girl's family coming? When was the funeral to be? Would there be an inquest? What did the police believe? Had they found any leads? Was it true someone had been arrested over in Plymouth? After fielding this barrage, they were adamant about offering us lunch. Only Poirot's untruthful claim that we were expected for lunch with the chief constable spared us. Finally, during a brief lull, Poirot slipped in the question he'd been waiting to ask. "Why, certainly," said Mr. Croft. He fiddled with the blind cord, pulling it up and down absently. I remember it perfectly. Must have been shortly after we arrived. Appendicitis. That was the doctor's diagnosis. And probably wasn't appendicitis at all, Mrs. Croft cut in. Doctors, they're always so eager to operate if they can. It wasn't the serious kind, anyway. She'd been suffering from indigestion and such. They took x-rays and said it ought to come out. There she was, poor thing, about to be shipped off to one of those dreadful places. I simply asked her, Mr. Croft continued, if she'd made a will. It was more of a jest than anything serious. Indeed? She wrote it out then and there, mentioned getting a proper form from the post office, but I advised against it. Someone told me they can cause a lot of bother later. Besides, her cousin is a solicitor. He could draw up a formal one for her afterwards if all was well, which naturally I assumed it would be. This was merely a precaution. Who witnessed it? Oh, Ellen, the housemaid, and her husband. And afterwards? What became of it? We posted it to Vice. The lawyer, you know. You're certain it was posted? My dear Mr. Poirot, I posted it myself, right into that very box by the gate. So if Mr. Vyse claims he never received it. Croft looked stunned. Are you suggesting it was lost in the mail? Oh, but surely that's not possible. Nevertheless, you are sure you posted it. Positive? Mr. Croft declared heartily. I'd swear to it on any day. Ah, well, said Poirot. Fortunately, it is of little consequence. The young lady is not likely to pass away any time soon. And there we have it, Poirot said, once we were out of earshot, walking back toward the hotel. Who is lying, Mr. Croft, or Mr. Charles Vyse? I must admit I see no motive for Mr. Croft to lie. Suppressing the will would offer him no benefit, particularly since he facilitated its creation. No, his account seems clear and matches what Mademoiselle Nick told us. Yet, all the same, yes, all the same, I was pleased that Mr. Croft was occupied with cooking when we arrived. He left a rather distinct greasy thumbprint on the corner of the newspaper covering the kitchen table. I managed to tear that section away unnoticed. We shall send it to our excellent friend Inspector Japp at Scotland Yard. A little concrete evidence never hurts. There is a slim possibility he might have some information on the matter. Really? You see, Hastings, I cannot shake the feeling that our amiable Mr. Croft is perhaps a bit too perfect to be entirely authentic. He then declared, And now lunch. I am famished. Chapter 15. Frederica's Odd Conduct. Poirot's earlier hints about the chief constable turned out to be less of a fabrication than I had assumed. Colonel Weston paid us a visit shortly after our meal. He was a tall, handsome man with a soldier's bearing and a deep respect for Poirot's reputation, with which he appeared thoroughly familiar. "It's a tremendous piece of good fortune for us that you're here, Mem Poirot," he repeated, his primary concern being the potential necessity of involving Scotland Yard. He was keen to resolve the mystery and apprehend the culprit independently, which explained his delight at Poirot's proximity. As far as I could tell, Poirot was entirely candid with him. "Most peculiar affair," remarked the Colonel. "Can't say I've encountered anything quite like it. Well, the young lady should be secure enough in the nursing home for now, though we can't very well keep her there indefinitely. That, my dear Colonel, is precisely the problem. There is only one solution. Which is? We must apprehend the individual responsible. If your suspicions are correct, that will be no simple task." "Ah, I am well aware of that. Evidence, gathering proof will be the very devil." He frowned thoughtfully. "These cases are always tricky without the usual procedural leads. If only we could locate the firearm, in all likelihood it rests at the bottom of the ocean. That is, assuming the murderer possessed any sense." "True enough," Colonel Weston conceded. "But often they don't. You would be astonished at the idiotic things people do. I'm not speaking of murders. Thankfully, we don't see many of those here, but in ordinary police cases. The sheer, breathtaking foolishness would surprise you. Their mentality is fundamentally different, however. Yes, perhaps, if Wyss is our man, we'll have our work cut out for us. He's a cautious fellow and a shrewd lawyer. He won't make a careless mistake. The woman, well, there might be more hope there. 10 to 1. She'll attempt something again. Women frequently lack patience. He stood to leave. The inquest is tomorrow morning. The coroner will cooperate and reveal as little as possible. We need to keep matters under wraps for the present. He had nearly reached the door when he suddenly turned back. Good heavens, I'd almost forgotten the very item that will interest you most and the one I wanted your opinion on. Resuming his seat, he extracted a torn piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Poirot. My men found this during their search of the grounds, not far from where your group was watching the fireworks. It's the only remotely suggestive thing they turned up. Poirot carefully smoothed the crumpled scrap. The handwriting was large and uneven. Must have money immediately. If not, you. What will happen? Consider yourself warned. Poirot studied it intently, his brow furrowed. This is most interesting, he murmured. May I retain it? By all means, there are no fingerprints. I'd be grateful if you can make anything of it. Colonel Weston rose once more. I really must be going inquest tomorrow, as I said. Incidentally, only you, Captain Hastings, are being called as a witness. We don't want the press to become aware of your involvement just yet. I understand perfectly. And the poor girl's family? Her parents are travelling from upstate today. They should arrive around 5:30. Poor souls. My heart goes out to them. They intend to take her remains back with them the following day. He shook his head wearily. A dreadful business. I take no pleasure in this, M. Poirot. Who could, my dear Colonel? It is, as you say, a most unpleasant affair. After his departure, Poirot examined the paper fragment again. A significant clue, I ventured. He gave a non-committal shrug. Who can say? It carries a distinct whiff of blackmail. Someone in our party that evening was being pressured for money in a most threatening manner. It's entirely possible that one of the strangers was responsible, I suggested. Poirot examined the writing through a small magnifying glass. Does this script appear familiar to you in any way, Hastings? It reminds me of something. Ah, yes. That note from Mrs. Rice. Indeed, Poirot said slowly. There are similarities, distinct similarities. It is curious, yet I do not believe this is Mrs. Rice's hand. A knock sounded at the door, and he called. Come in, it was Commander Challenger. Just stopping by, Challenger explained. Wanted to see if you'd made any progress, parbleu? Poirot sighed. At this moment, I feel I'm moving considerably backward. I advance by retreating? That's unfortunate, but I don't truly believe it, M. Poirot. I've heard all about you and your remarkable reputation. They say you've never failed. That is not accurate, Poirot corrected. I experienced a significant failure in Belgium in 1893. You recall, Hastings, I shared that story with you, the affair of the box of chocolates. I remember, I said, smiling slightly. At the time, Poirot had instructed me to say chocolate box if I ever thought he was becoming conceited. He had been deeply offended when I uttered those words barely a minute later. Honestly, the man's ego was as fragile as a soap bubble. Well, said Challenger, that was so long ago it hardly counts. You will get to the bottom of this, won't you? That I swear, on the word of Hercule Poirot. I am the dog who remains on the trail and does not abandon it. Good. Have you any theories? I hold suspicions regarding 2 individuals. I suppose I mustn't ask who they are. I would not tell you, you see. I could possibly be mistaken. My alibi is satisfactory, I trust, said Challenger with a faint gleam in his eye. Poirot smiled indulgently at the bronzed face before him. You left Devonport just after 8:30. You arrived here at 5 minutes past 10, 20 minutes after the crime was committed. The distance from Devonport is only just over 30 miles, and you have often covered it in an hour, as the road is excellent. So, you perceive your alibi is not particularly strong. Well, I'll be. You understand, I investigate everything. Your alibi, as I say, is not compelling. But there are considerations beyond alibis. You would like, I think, to marry Miss Nick. The sailor's face coloured. I have always wished to marry her, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Precisely. Well then, Miss Nick was engaged to another man, a motive, perhaps, for eliminating that rival. But that proved unnecessary. He died a hero's death. So it's true. Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton. That rumour is all over town this morning. Yes, it is interesting how swiftly news travels. You never suspected it before. I knew Nick was engaged to someone. She told me so 2 days ago, but she gave no hint as to who it was. It was Michael Seaton. Between us, I fancy he has left her a very substantial fortune. Ah, assuredly this is not the moment for killing Miss Nick from your perspective. She mourns her lover now, but the heart mends. She is young. And I believe, monsieur, that she is quite fond of you. Challenger was quiet for a moment. If it could only be, he murmured. A light tap came at the door. It was Frederica Rice. I've been looking for you, she said to Challenger. They told me you were here. I wanted to know if you'd retrieved my wristwatch yet. Oh, yes, I collected it this morning. He took it from his pocket and handed it to her. It was a watch of rather unusual design, round like a globe, set on a plain black moire strap. I recalled seeing a very similar one on Nick Buckley's wrist. I hope it keeps better time now. It's rather a nuisance. Something always seems to go wrong with it. It is for beauty, madame, and not for utility, Poirot observed. Can't one have both? She glanced from one to the other of us. Am I interrupting a conference? Not at all, madame. We were merely exchanging gossip, not discussing the crime. We were just remarking on how fast gossip travels, how everyone seems to know by now that Mademoiselle Nick was secretly promised to that daring pilot who lost his life. So Nick was engaged to Michael Seaton. Frederica exclaimed. Does that surprise you, madame? It does, rather. I can't quite say why. I certainly noticed he was quite smitten with her last fall. They were together constantly. Then, after the holidays, they both seemed to pull back. As far as I could tell, they barely saw each other. They kept the secret remarkably well. That was likely because of old Sir Matthew, I imagine. The man was rather out of his senses, in my opinion. You truly had no idea, madame. And yet mademoiselle was such a close companion. Nick can be a sly little thing when she wants, Frederica murmured. But now I understand why she's been so on edge lately. Oh, I should have realized from something she mentioned just the other day. Your young friend is quite charming, madame. Old Jim Lazarus certainly thought so at one point. Challenger cut in with his booming, rather clumsy laugh. Oh, Jim! She gave a dismissive shrug, though I sensed she was irritated. She turned to Poirot. Tell me, Poirot, did you? She broke off. Her tall frame swayed, and her face grew even paler. Her gaze was locked on the middle of the table. You are unwell, madame. I quickly pulled a chair forward and helped her sit. She shook her head, whispering, I'm fine, and bent over, her face buried in her hands. We stood by, feeling awkward. After a moment, she straightened up. How silly of me, George, sweetheart. Don't look so concerned. Let's discuss something more thrilling, like the murder.
I'm dying to know if M. Poirot is making any progress. It is too soon to tell, madame, Poirot replied evasively. But you have some theories, yes? Perhaps, but I require considerably more proof. Oh, she sounded hesitant. Abruptly, she stood. I have a headache. I think I'll go and rest. Maybe tomorrow they'll allow me to visit Nick. She left the room suddenly. Challenger frowned.
You never can tell what that woman is thinking.
Nick may have been fond of her, but I doubt the feeling was mutual. Then again, who understands women? It's all darling this and darling that, when half the time to hell with you would probably capture the sentiment far better. Are you heading out, mi Poirot? For Poirot had risen and was fastidiously flicking a speck of dust from his hat. Yes, I am going into town. I've nothing to do, mind, if I join you. But of course, it would be my pleasure. We left together. Poirot, apologizing, ducked back inside. My walking stick, he explained when he rejoined us. Challenger winced slightly. The stick, with its elaborate gold band, was admittedly rather flashy. Poirot's first stop was a florist. I must send some flowers to Mademoiselle Nick, he declared. He proved exceedingly hard to please. Eventually, he selected an ornate gilt basket to be filled with orange carnations, the whole arrangement tied with an oversized blue ribbon. The shop assistant handed him a card, and he inscribed it with a flourish. With the compliments of Hercule Poirot. I sent her flowers this morning, Challenger mentioned. Perhaps I'll send some fruit instead. Unnecessary, said Poirot. What? I said it is pointless. Edible items, they are not permitted. Who says so? I say so. I have established the rule. It has already been made clear to Mademoiselle Nick. She understands. Good heavens, Challenger exclaimed. He looked thoroughly taken aback. He studied Poirot intently. So that's how it is then, he said. You're still worried. Interview with Mr. Whitfield, the inquest, was a stark, procedural affair. Just the bare facts. After evidence of identification was given, I provided my testimony about discovering the body. The medical evidence followed. The inquest was adjourned for a week. The St. Lou murder had suddenly seized the spotlight in the daily papers. In fact, it had conveniently replaced the fading headlines about Seaton still missing, unknown fate of lost aviator. Now that Seaton was confirmed dead and the obligatory tributes had been paid, the public craved a fresh sensation. The St. Lou mystery arrived as a perfect gift for newspapers desperate for compelling news during the slow August month. After managing to avoid the press following the inquest, I met up with Poirot and we arranged to speak with Reverend Giles Buckley and his wife. Maggie's parents were a genuinely lovely couple, kind-hearted and without a trace of pretense. Mrs. Buckley was a tall, fair woman whose strong northern heritage was evident in her bearing and features. Her husband was a smaller man, his hair grey, with a gentle, almost hesitant way about him. The poor couple were utterly devastated, struggling to comprehend the cruel twist of fate that had stolen their cherished daughter from them. They spoke of her as our Maggie. It still doesn't feel real, Mr. Buckley confessed. She was such a good soul, ma Poirot, so thoughtful and generous, always putting others first. Who would ever want to hurt her? The telegram made no sense to me, Mrs. Buckley added. We had just waved her off that very morning. Her husband murmured softly, In the midst of life, we are in death. Colonel Weston has been very considerate, Mrs. Buckley continued. He promised us every effort is being made to find the person responsible. He must be insane. There really is no other explanation. Madame, my heart aches for your loss, Poirot said with deep feeling. And I must commend your remarkable strength. Giving in to grief won't bring our Maggie back to us, Mrs. Buckley replied, though her sadness was palpable. Her husband looked at her with admiration. My wife is extraordinary. Her faith and courage far surpass my own. This whole situation is just so confusing, Mem Poirot. I understand completely, monsieur. You are a famous detective, are you not, Mem Poirot? Inquired Mrs. Buckley. So it has been said, madame. Oh, I know it has. We've heard of you even in our quiet little village. You are going to discover the truth of this, aren't you? I shall not cease until I do, madame. The truth will be shown to you, Mem Poirot, the clergyman said, his voice trembling slightly. Wickedness cannot escape judgment. Evil is always answered for, monsieur, though sometimes that reckoning is a private, hidden affair. What do you mean by that, Poirot? Poirot merely shook his head in response. My heart breaks for poor Nick, Mrs. Buckley sighed. In some ways I feel for her most of all. She wrote me a terribly sad letter. She says she feels responsible for inviting Maggie down here as if she'd led her to her death. That is an unhealthy way to think, Mr. Buckley said gently. Perhaps, but I understand the feeling, his wife replied. I do wish they would allow me to see her. It seems so very strange that her own family isn't permitted to visit. Medical professionals can be quite rigid with their rules, Poirot offered, somewhat evasively. They set their protocols and are reluctant to bend them. No doubt they worry about the emotional strain, the quite natural distress she would feel upon seeing you. Maybe so, Mrs. Buckley said, though she sounded unconvinced. But I've never been fond of these nursing homes. Nick would recover far better if they let her come home with me, away from this place entirely. That may be true, but I fear they will not allow it. Tell me, has it been long since you last saw Mademoiselle Buckley? Not since last fall. She was staying in Scarborough then. Maggie went over to spend an afternoon with her, and later she came back and stayed a night with us. She's a lovely girl, though. I must say I never cared much for her circle of friends. And the life she leads, well, one can hardly blame her. She never had any proper guidance. End House is a peculiar place, Poirot mused. I've never liked it, Mrs. Buckley stated firmly. Not ever. There's something fundamentally wrong with that house. Old Sir Nicholas gave me chills. I disliked him intensely. I'm afraid he was not a good man, her husband agreed, though he did possess a certain odd charm. I never felt it, his wife countered. That house has an evil atmosphere. I wish we had never allowed our Maggie to go there. Ah, but wishes, Mr. Buckley said, shaking his head sadly. Well, said Poirot, rising, I must not take up any more of your time. I wished only to offer you my most sincere condolences. You have been very kind, Monsieur Poirot. We are truly grateful for all you are doing. When do you return to Yorkshire? Tomorrow it will be a sorrowful journey home. Goodbye, Monsieur Poirot, and thank you once more. They were such simple, delightful people, I remarked after we had left. Poirot gave a sombre nod. It makes the heart heavy, does it not, my friend? A tragedy so pointless, so utterly without reason. That young girl... but I reproach myself most bitterly. I, Hercule Poirot, was present, and yet I failed to stop the crime from occurring. No one could have stopped it. You speak without thinking, Hastings. An ordinary person could not have prevented it, but what is the point of being Hercule Poirot, possessing grey cells of a superior order, if one cannot accomplish what ordinary people cannot? Well, naturally, I replied. If you phrase it that way, precisely. I am humiliated, disheartened, utterly humbled. I considered that Poirot's version of humility bore a striking resemblance to other men's vanity, but I wisely kept this observation to myself. And now, he declared, forward we go.
To London? London? But of course, we shall comfortably catch the 2 o'clock train.
All is quiet here. The young lady is secure in the nursing home. No one can touch her. Therefore the guard dogs may take a holiday. There are a few small pieces of information I still require. Our first action upon reaching London was to visit the solicitors of the late Captain Seaton, the firm of Whitfield, Pargitter and Whitfield. Poirot had arranged an appointment in advance, and though it was past 6 in the evening, we were promptly shown into the office of Mr. Whitfield, the senior partner. He was a supremely polished and imposing individual. Before him lay a letter from the chief constable and another from a high-ranking official at Scotland Yard. This is all highly irregular and unusual, Mr. Ah, Poirot, he remarked, polishing his eyeglasses. Quite so, Mr. Whitfield. Yet murder is also irregular, and I am pleased to note sufficiently uncommon. True, true. But it seems rather a stretch to link this murder with my late client's estate, don't you think? I do not believe so. Ah, you disagree? Well, under the circumstances, and I must acknowledge that Sir Henry's letter is very emphatic, I shall be pleased to assist in any way within my power. You served as legal adviser to the late Captain Seaton, to the entire Seaton family, my dear sir. Our firm has done so for the past century. Parfaitement, did the late Sir Matthew Seaton leave a will? We drafted it for him. And how did he dispose of his fortune? There were several specific bequests, one to the Natural History Museum, but the majority of his considerable, indeed I may say his vast fortune, was left outright to Captain Michael Seaton. He had no other close relatives. You describe it as a vast fortune? The late Sir Matthew was the second wealthiest man in England, Mr. Whitfield replied calmly. He held somewhat unconventional views, did he not? Mr. Whitfield looked at him sternly. A millionaire, Mr. Poirot, is permitted to be eccentric. It is almost required of him. Poirot accepted this correction with meekness and posed another question. His death, I understand, was unexpected, extremely unexpected. Sir Matthew was in remarkably good health. However, he had an internal growth that no one had detected. It reached a critical area, and an immediate operation became necessary. The surgery itself was, as such procedures go, entirely successful. Yet Sir Matthew died, and so his fortune passed to Captain Seaton. That is correct. Captain Seaton, I understand, executed a will before departing England. If one can call it a will, yes, said Mr. Whitfield with pronounced distaste. Is it legally valid? It is perfectly valid. The testator's intention is clear, and it is properly witnessed. Oh, yes, it is legal. But you do not approve of it, my dear sir. What is our purpose otherwise? I had often wondered the same thing. Having once needed to make a perfectly straightforward will myself, I had been horrified by the lengthy, convoluted language produced by my solicitor's office. The reality was, Mr. Whitfield continued, that at the time Captain Seaton had very little, if anything, to leave. He was dependent on the allowance from his uncle. He presumably felt that any document would suffice. And he was correct in that assumption, I thought silently. And the terms of this document? Inquired Poirot. He leaves everything he possesses at the time of his death to his fiancée, Miss Magdala Buckley. Absolutely. He appointed me as his executor. So Miss Buckley is the heir? Indeed, Miss Buckley inherits everything. And if Miss Buckley had passed away last Monday, with Captain Seaton already deceased, the estate would transfer to the person she named as the residual beneficiary in her will, or, if no will exists, to her closest living relative. I should mention, Mr. Whitfield added with a certain relish, the death duties would have been staggering, truly staggering. 3 deaths, remember, one right after another. He gave a solemn shake of his head. Absolutely enormous. But there would have been something remaining, Poirot murmured, with a show of humility. My dear sir, as I explained, Sir Matthew was the second wealthiest man in the country. Poirot stood. Thank you, Mr. Whitfield, for the information you have provided. Not at all. I expect I shall be in touch with Miss Buckley shortly. In fact, I believe the letter has already been dispatched. I would be pleased to offer her any assistance she may require. She is a young woman, Poirot observed, who would benefit from prudent legal counsel. I fear there will be fortune hunters, Mr. Whitfield said, shaking his head again. It does seem inevitable, Poirot agreed. Good day to you. Goodbye, Ma'am Poirot. Happy to have been of help. Your name is... somewhat familiar to me. He said this graciously, as though bestowing a notable compliment. Everything unfolded exactly as you anticipated, Poirot, I remarked, once we were back on the street. My friend, it was inevitable, it could not have been otherwise. We shall proceed now to the Cheshire Cheese, where Japp is meeting us for an early supper. We found Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard waiting at the appointed spot. He welcomed Poirot with unmistakable warmth. "Been years since I've seen you, Monsieur Poirot. Thought you'd retired to the countryside to grow prize-winning zucchinis." "I attempted it, Japp. I truly did, but it seems even among the vegetable marrows one cannot escape murder." He sighed, and I knew he was recalling that peculiar business at Fernley Park. "How I wished I hadn't been abroad at the time." "And Captain Hastings as well," said Japp. "How are you, sir?" "Quite well, thank you," I replied. "So, more murders on the menu," Japp continued, with a touch of humour. "As you say, more murders. Now, don't look so glum, old chap," Japp said. "Even if the path isn't clear, well, you can't expect to have the same brilliant successes at your age that you used to. We all get a bit past our prime as the years roll by. Have to let the young ones have a turn, you know." "And yet the old hound is the one who knows all the tricks," Poirot murmured. "He is shrewd. He does not lose the trail." "Oh, come now, we're discussing people, not hunting dogs. Is the distinction so very great? Well, that depends on your perspective. But you're a real character, aren't you, Captain?" "Hastings always were. Looks much the same. A little less hair on top, perhaps. But the facial foliage is more impressive than ever." "Pardon," said Poirot. "What is that?" "He's admiring your moustache," I explained gently. "They are indeed luxuriant," said Poirot, stroking them with satisfaction. Japp burst into laughter. "All right then," he said after a moment. "I've looked into that matter for you. Those fingerprints you sent over?" "Yes," said Poirot, leaning forward eagerly. "No matches. Whoever your man is, he hasn't come through our records. On another note, I wired to Melbourne, and no one matching that description or name is known there either." "Ah, so there might be something odd going on after all. But he's not one of our usual suspects. As for the other inquiry," Japp continued, "go on. Lazarus and Son have a solid reputation, perfectly straightforward and honourable in their transactions. Sharp, naturally, but that's just business. You have to be sharp. But they're legitimate. They are in a tight spot, though, financially speaking." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, the slump in the art market has hit them hard. Antique furniture, too, with all this modern continental style becoming fashionable. They expanded into new premises last year and, well, to put it plainly, they're not far from being in serious trouble." "I am very grateful for your help. Don't mention it. That sort of financial digging isn't really my department, as you know. I made sure to find out. Just as you asked, information is always within our reach, after all. My dear Japp, where would I be without you? Think nothing of it. Always happy to help an old friend. I did let you in on some rather fine cases back in the day, didn't I? I understood this was Japp's way of acknowledging the debt he owed. Poirot, who had untangled so many mysteries that had left the inspector stumped. Those were good times, indeed, they were. I wouldn't object to a conversation with you now and then, even now. Your techniques might be a bit dated, but you've got a solid head on your shoulders, M. Poirot. And my other inquiry, regarding Dr. McAllister." "Oh, him. He's a ladies' doctor. Not that kind. I mean one of these nerve specialists. Tells you to paint your walls purple and your ceiling orange, prattles on about your libido, whatever that is, and advises you to just let go. A bit of a charlatan, in my opinion, but he certainly draws the women in. They swarm to him, travels abroad frequently, does some sort of medical work in Paris, I believe." "Why Dr. McAllister?" I asked, completely confused. The name meant nothing to me. "What's his connection?" "Dr. McAllister is Commander Challenger's uncle," Poirot explained. "You recall he mentioned an uncle who was a physician. You are nothing if not thorough," I remarked. "Did you suspect he had operated on Sir Matthew?" "He's not a surgeon," Japp stated. "My friend," said Poirot, "I prefer to examine every thread. Hercule Poirot is a good hound. The good hound follows the trail, and if, alas, there is no trail to follow, he sniffs into corners, always searching for that which is not quite pleasant. So too does Hercule Poirot, and frequently, oh, so frequently, does he discover it. It's not a pretty business, ours, said Japp. Stilton, was it? I won't refuse. No, it's not a pretty business. And yours is worse than mine, unofficial, you see, which means a lot more sneaking about and prying into places you shouldn't. I do not wear disguises. Japp, never have I resorted to a disguise. You couldn't, Japp chuckled. You're one of a kind, once seen, never forgotten, as they say. Poirot eyed him with a touch of uncertainty. Only joking, Japp added. Don't mind me. A glass of port? Well, if you insist. The evening settled into a warm, congenial tone. We were quickly swapping old stories, this case, that case, and the other. I must admit, I also enjoyed revisiting the past. Those truly had been the days. How seasoned and weary I felt now. Poor old Poirot. This case was troubling him. I could see that his faculties weren't what they once were. A grim feeling settled over me that he was going to fail, that Maggie Buckley's killer would never face justice. Have courage, my friend, said Poirot, clapping me on the shoulder. All is not lost. I beg you, do not wear such a long face. I'm fine. Really, I am. And so am I, and so is Japp. We're all perfectly fine, Japp declared with a cheerful laugh. And on that agreeable note we said our goodbyes. The next morning we travelled back to St. Lou. Upon reaching the hotel, Poirot immediately called the nursing home and asked to speak to Nick. Abruptly, I saw his expression transform. He nearly dropped the receiver. What? What is that you say? Please repeat it. He listened for a moment, his knuckles white on the phone. Then he spoke. Yes, yes, I will come immediately. He turned a ghastly pale face to me. Why did I leave, Hastings? My God, why did I leave? What has happened? Mademoiselle Nick is in critical condition. Cocaine poisoning. They have reached her after all. My God, why did I go away? All the way to the nursing home, Poirot whispered and berated himself, consumed with guilt. I should have foreseen this, he moaned. I should have known. And yet what more could I have done? I took every conceivable precaution. It is unthinkable. Unthinkable. No one should have been able to get to her. Who has defied my instructions? At the nursing home we were taken to a small room downstairs. After a brief wait, Dr. Graham came to us. He looked drained and pale. She'll pull through, he said. It's going to be all right. The problem was figuring out how much of the wretched substance she'd actually ingested. What was it? Cocaine. She will recover. Yes, she'll pull through. But how could this occur? How did they reach her? Who has had access? Poirot was practically vibrating with frustrated energy. No one has been permitted near her. That can't be. It's the truth. But in that case, it was a box of chocolates. Good heavens! And I expressly warned her to consume nothing, absolutely nothing, from an outside source. That's easier said than done. Trying to keep a young woman away from a box of chocolates is a battle you're bound to lose. Thankfully, she only ate a single piece. Was the cocaine in every chocolate? No. The young lady consumed one. 2 others in the top layer were tampered with. The remainder were perfectly fine. How was it executed? Quite crudely. The chocolates were sliced in half. The cocaine blended into the filling, and then the halves were clumsily reattached. An amateurish effort, what you might call a homemade concoction. Poirot let out a groan. If only I understood, if only I knew. May I see her return in an hour, and I believe she will be able to receive visitors, the doctor advised. Compose yourself, man. She is not going to die. For the next hour we paced the streets of St. Lou. I attempted to divert Poirot's thoughts, emphasizing that the situation was under control and ultimately no lasting harm had been inflicted. He merely shook his head, repeating at intervals with a grim solemnity that sent an unexpected chill down my own spine. "I am afraid, Hastings. I am deeply afraid." His peculiar tone was contagious, seeding a dread I hadn't felt before. At one point, he seized my arm. "Listen, my friend. I have been entirely mistaken. My reasoning has been flawed from the very outset. You mean it isn't about the inheritance?" No, I am correct on that point, absolutely. But those two suspects, it is all too straightforward, too convenient. There is another layer of deception at work. Yes, there is something more." Then his frustration boiled over into a theatrical outburst of indignation that bordered on the sarcastic, "Ah, that foolish girl, did I not expressly forbid it? Did I not declare, 'Do not touch anything from outside'? And she disobeys me. Me, Hercule Poirot, are 4 narrow escapes from death not sufficient for her? Must she recklessly invite a 5th? It is utterly unbelievable. Eventually, we retraced our steps. After a short delay, we were ushered upstairs. Nick was propped up in bed. Her pupils were widely dilated, her appearance feverish, and her hands would not stop their agitated twitching. "Here we go again," she muttered weakly. The sight of her stirred genuine distress in Poirot. He cleared his throat, taking her hand gently in his. "Ah, mademoiselle! Mademoiselle! I almost wish they had succeeded this time," she said with a defiant, weary edge. "I'm so tired of all of it, completely sick of the whole affair. Poor child, yet something in me refuses to let them win." "That is the spirit, true sporting grit. You must show good sportsmanship, mademoiselle." "So much for your safe nursing home," Nick remarked. Her gaze drifted to the window for a moment, as if recalling a forgotten afternoon walk in the hospital gardens, a fleeting sense of normalcy now utterly shattered. "If you had followed instructions, mademoiselle," she looked faintly puzzled. "But I did. Did I not impress upon you that you were to eat nothing originating from outside these walls? And I didn't. But these chocolates, they were from you. You sent them. What are you saying, mademoiselle? You sent them. Me? Never. I did no such thing. But you did. Your card was inside the box." "What?" Nick made a jerky motion toward her bedside table. The nurse stepped forward. "You are looking for the card that came with the box." "Yes, please, nurse." There was a brief pause. The nurse returned and placed it in Poirot's hand. I inhaled sharply. So did he, for on the card, in an elegant, flourishing script, were inscribed the identical words I had watched Poirot write on the card accompanying the basket of flowers. "With the compliments of Hercule Poirot, thunder and lightning." "You see," said Nick, her tone accusatory. "I did not write this," Poirot exclaimed. "What?" "And yet," Poirot murmured, his voice dropping to a whisper, "and yet it is undeniably my handwriting." I recognized it immediately. It's exactly the same as the card that came with the orange carnations. It never crossed my mind that the chocolates weren't from you. Poirot shook his head, a shadow of profound admiration for his adversary crossing his features. Why would it? Oh, the devil, the clever, cruel devil, to conceive of such a ploy. Ah, but this individual possesses a diabolical genius with the compliments of Hercule Poirot. So devastatingly simple, yes, but one had to conceive of it, and I did not think. Nick shifted uneasily. Please, don't upset yourself. You are not at fault, not at all. The blame is entirely mine. What a fool I've been. I should have anticipated this. Yes, I should have seen it coming. His head sank, the very image of despair. The nurse, who had been lingering nearby with a frown, finally spoke up. I really think, she began. Yes, I am going to be strong. This is the final error I will commit. I am humiliated, devastated, completely outmaneuvered, as if I were a naive child. But it will not occur again. No, I give you my word. Come along, Hastings. Poirot's initial step was to speak with the matron. She was, understandably, deeply distressed by the entire affair. It feels unbelievable to me, Poirot, utterly unbelievable, that such an event could occur in my establishment. Poirot offered sympathy and handled the situation with care. After calming her adequately, he started to probe into the details surrounding the arrival of the ominous package. On this matter, the matron insisted he would be best served by questioning the orderly who had been stationed at the front desk during that time. The young man in question, named Hood, was a somewhat slow but sincere-looking fellow around 22. He appeared anxious and scared. Poirot, however, set him at ease. "No responsibility falls on you," he said gently. "But I need you to describe for me precisely when and how this parcel was delivered." The orderly seemed confused. "It's hard to be certain, sir," he replied slowly. "Many people come by to ask after patients and leave items for them. The nurse mentioned it arrived last evening," I interjected, "around 6 o'clock. The young man's expression cleared. "I do recall now, sir. A gentleman brought it. A gentleman with a thin face and fair hair. He was fair-haired, but I'm not sure about his face being thin." "Would Charles Vyse have delivered it personally?" I muttered to Poirot. I had forgotten the orderly would recognize local names. "It wasn't Mr. Vyse," he stated. "I know him. This was a larger gentleman, quite good-looking, and he arrived in a big automobile." "Lazarus," I blurted out. Poirot shot me a sharp, cautioning look, and I immediately regretted my hastiness. He came in a large car, and he left this parcel. "It was addressed to Miss Buckley?" "Yes, sir." "And what did you do with it?" "I didn't handle it after that, sir. The nurse carried it upstairs." "Quite right, but you did handle it when you accepted it from the gentleman, correct?" "Oh, that. Yes, of course, sir. I took it from him and placed it on the table." "Which table? Please show me." The orderly guided us into the entrance hall. The front door stood open. Near it was a long table with a marble top, upon which lay letters and various parcels. "Everything that arrives is placed here, sir. Then the nurses take things up to the patients. Do you recall the time this parcel was left?" "It must have been around 5:30, or shortly after. I remember the mail had just been delivered, and that usually happens about 5:30. It was a rather hectic afternoon, a lot of visitors bringing flowers and coming to see patients." "Thank you. Now, I believe we should speak with the nurse who carried the parcel upstairs. This turned out to be one of the probationary nurses, a flustered young woman brimming with nervous excitement. She remembered taking the parcel up at 6 o'clock when her shift began. 6 o'clock, Poirot murmured. So it lay on that table downstairs for roughly 20 minutes or more. Pardon? Nothing, mademoiselle. Proceed. You took the parcel to Miss Buckley. Yes, there were several items for her. There was this box, and some flowers as well. Sweet peas from a Mr. and Mrs. Croft, I believe. I brought them all up at the same time, and there was another parcel that had come by post, and oddly enough, it was also a box of Fuller's chocolates. What's that? A second box? Yes, quite a coincidence. Miss Buckley opened them both. She said, "Oh, what a nuisance. I'm not supposed to have those," she said, before lifting the lids to check if they were identical. She spotted your card in one and instructed the nurse, "Please remove the other box." I might have confused them. Honestly, who could imagine such a situation? It feels like something straight out of a mystery novel, doesn't it? Poirot interrupted her stream of words. You mentioned 2 boxes. Who sent the second one? There wasn't a name inside. Which one seemed to be from me, the one delivered by mail or the other? I really can't recall now. Should I go upstairs and ask Miss Buckley? That would be most helpful. She hurried up the steps. 2 boxes, Poirot muttered. That certainly complicates matters. The nurse came back, slightly out of breath. Miss Buckley isn't certain. She opened both before looking inside, but she believes it wasn't the mailed package. Poirot looked puzzled. So the box from you was the one not sent by post? She thinks so, but she isn't entirely sure. Confound it, Poirot exclaimed as we left. Is anyone ever completely sure? In detective stories, yes, but real life is always messy. Am I sure about anything myself? No, absolutely not. Lazarus, I remarked. That is surprising, isn't it? Will you mention it to him? Certainly. I'm curious to see his reaction. By the way, let's emphasize how serious Miss Buckley's condition is. It won't hurt if people believe she's near death. You understand? Put on a solemn face. Perfect. You look quite like a funeral director. That's excellent. We found Lazarus by his car outside the hotel, tinkering under the hood. Poirot approached him directly. Mr. Lazarus, you delivered a box of chocolates to the young lady yesterday evening. Lazarus seemed surprised. Yes, that was very kind of you. Actually, they were from Freddie, Mrs. Rice. She asked me to pick them up. I see. I dropped them off using the car. I understand. After a brief pause, Poirot asked, Where is Mrs. Rice now? I think she's in the lounge. We found Frederica having tea. She looked up anxiously. What's this about Nick being ill? It's a very puzzling affair, madam. Tell me, did you send her a box of chocolates yesterday? Yes, she asked me to get them for her. She asked you to get them, yes? But she wasn't allowed visitors. How did you speak to her? I didn't. She called me. Ah, and what did she say? She asked if I would buy her a 2-pound box of Fuller's chocolates. How did her voice sound? Weak? No, not at all. Quite strong, but different somehow. I didn't even recognize it was her at first, until she told you who she was?
Yes. Are you certain, madam, that it was your friend?
Frederica looked startled. Aye. Well, of course it was. Who else could it have been? That is an interesting question, madam. You don't mean? Could you swear it was your friend's voice, aside from what she said? No, Frederica replied slowly. I couldn't. Her voice was definitely different. I thought it might be the telephone connection, or perhaps her illness. If she hadn't identified herself, you wouldn't have recognized her? No, I don't think so. Who was it, Mem Poirot? Who was it? That is what I intend to discover, madam. The seriousness of his expression seemed to alarm her. Has something happened to Nick? She asked breathlessly. Poirot nodded. She is dangerously ill. Those chocolates, madam, were poisoned. The chocolates I sent? But that's impossible. Utterly impossible. Not impossible, madam, since the young lady is fighting for her life. Oh, my God! She covered her face with her hands, then looked up, pale and trembling. I don't understand. I can't make sense of this. Something else, maybe, but not this. They couldn't have been poisoned. No one else handled them except Jim and me. You're making a terrible error, Monsieur Poirot. The mistake is not mine, even if my name was on the box. She stared at him, uncomprehending. If Mademoiselle Nick dies, he said, making a sharp, threatening motion with his hand. She let out a stifled gasp. He turned, took my arm, and we went up to the sitting room. He tossed his hat onto the table. I understand nothing, absolutely nothing. I am in complete darkness. I am like a child. Who benefits from the young lady's death? Madame Rice? Who purchased the chocolates, admitted it, and told a story about a telephone call that collapses under the slightest scrutiny? Madame Rice. It is too obvious, too clumsy, and she is not a clumsy woman, far from it. Then what? But she uses cocaine, Hastings, I am sure of it. One cannot mistake the signs, and cocaine was in those chocolates. And what did she mean when she said, the other, perhaps, but not this? That requires an explanation. And the smooth Monsieur Lazarus, what is his role in all this? What does Madame Rice know? She knows something, yet I cannot force her to talk. She is not one who frightens easily into confession, but she is hiding something. Hastings. Is her story about the telephone true, or is it an invention? If it is true, whose voice did she hear?" He sighed heavily. "I tell you, Hastings, this is all very murky indeed." "Darkest before the dawn," I offered, trying to sound reassuring. He shook his head. "Then there is the other box, the one that came by post. Can we dismiss it?" "No, we cannot, because Mademoiselle herself is uncertain. It is a persistent annoyance." He groaned. I started to speak, but he held up a hand. "No, please, not another proverb. I cannot bear it. If you wish to be a true friend, a helpful friend—" "Yes," I said eagerly. "Then go out, I beg you, and buy me a deck of playing cards." I stared at him. "Very well," I replied coldly, suspecting he was inventing a reason to send me away. In this, however, I was mistaken. That evening, returning to the sitting-room around 10, I found Poirot meticulously constructing a house of cards, and I remembered. It was an old habit of his, a way to calm his nerves. He smiled at me. "Yes, you recall, it requires precision. One card upon another, just so in the exact position to bear the weight above. Go to bed, Hastings. Leave me here with my card house. It clears the mind." It was nearly 5 in the morning when I was shaken awake. Poirot stood by my bed, looking pleased and triumphant. "What you said was very apt, my friend. Oh, it was exceedingly apt. More than that, it was inspired." I blinked at him, still half asleep. "Darkest before the dawn, that is what you said. It has been very dark, and now it is dawn." I glanced toward the window. He was perfectly correct. "No, no, Hastings, in here." He tapped his forehead. "The mine, the little grey cells." He paused, then said quietly, "You see, Hastings, Mademoiselle is dead." "What?" I cried, suddenly fully awake. "Hush! It is, as I say, not in truth, you understand. But it can be arranged. Yes, for 24 hours it can be arranged. I have arranged it with the doctor and the nurses. Do you comprehend, Hastings? The murderer has succeeded. 4 attempts have failed. The 5th has triumphed, and now we shall see what follows. It will be most instructive." The face at the window. My memory of the next day is a complete blur. I was unfortunate enough to awaken with a fever coming on. I have been prone to these bouts at inconvenient times ever since a bout of malaria years ago. As a result, the events of that day take on the quality of a bad dream, with Poirot appearing and disappearing, like some absurd performer in a circus ring. He was, I believe, thoroughly enjoying himself. His pose of baffled despair was masterful. How he accomplished the plan he had revealed to me in the early hours, I cannot say. But accomplish it he did. It cannot have been simple. The sheer scale of the deception involved must have been immense. The English temperament is generally opposed to large-scale deception. Yet that was precisely what Poirot's scheme demanded. His initial challenge was winning Dr. Graham over to the idea. Once the doctor was persuaded, Poirot then had to secure the cooperation of the matron and select staff at the nursing home, a task fraught with its own considerable obstacles. It was likely Dr. Graham's respected influence that ultimately swayed them. Next came the authorities, the chief constable and the police force, where Poirot faced the rigid wall of official procedure. Despite this, he eventually extracted a reluctant agreement from Colonel Weston, who made it abundantly clear that the responsibility for disseminating these falsehoods rested solely with Poirot. Poirot, of course, agreed readily. He would have consented to almost anything to see his plan proceed. I passed the majority of the day drowsing in a deep armchair, a blanket draped over my legs. At intervals, Poirot would burst into the room with updates. "How are you, my friend?" I sympathize deeply, though perhaps this is for the best. You lack a certain flair for farce that I possess. I have just been ordering a wreath, a monumentally large one, utterly stupendous. Lilies, Hastings, an enormous quantity of lilies. With heartfelt regret, from Hercule Poirot. What a performance this is!" And off he went again. His next report concerned, as he put it, a most affecting conversation with Madame Rice. He noted she was elegantly attired in black, and spoke of her poor friend with great sorrow. Nick was so vibrant, so full of life, she had said, according to Poirot. It feels impossible that she is gone, I agreed mournfully, adding, death often displays a cruel irony, taking the young and leaving the old and weary behind. Oh, the groans of sympathy I offered. You seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this. I managed to murmur weakly, "Not at all. It is merely a necessary component of the strategy. To perform a comedy convincingly, one must invest it with genuine feeling." After the customary expressions of grief, Madame turned to more pressing matters. She confessed she had lain awake all night puzzling over those chocolates. "It is impossible, simply impossible," she insisted. "Madame," I told her, "the analyst's report confirms it is not." Her voice grew unsteady as she asked, "It was cocaine, you said?" I affirmed it.
"Oh, God!" she whispered. "I don't understand." "Perhaps she truly doesn't," I offered. Poirot shook his head. "She understands perfectly well that she is in peril. She is intelligent, as I have said before. Yes, she is in danger, and she is acutely aware of it. A thought struck me despite my feverish state, and yet for the first time I sense you do not fully believe her to be guilty." Poirot's excited manner dimmed, and he frowned. "That is an astute observation, Hastings."
"No, somehow the facts no longer align properly. Consider these crimes. What has characterized them thus far? Subtlety, has it not? And here we have none, only a crude, blunt instrument. It does not fit the pattern." He settled at the table. "Let us examine the facts. We have three possibilities. First, the chocolates purchased by Madame and delivered by Mr. Lazarus. In this scenario, guilt lies with one or both of them, and the telephone call, supposedly from Mademoiselle Nick, is a pure fabrication. This is the straightforward, obvious solution. Second, the other box of sweets, the one sent by post. Anyone could have sent that, any suspect from our extensive list. But if that was the guilty box, what purpose did the telephone call serve? Why introduce such an unnecessary complication? Third, a poisoned box was substituted for the innocent one Madame bought. Here, the telephone call becomes a clever and understandable ruse, making Madame the unwitting instrument, the cat's paw, as you say, used to pull the chestnuts from the fire. This third solution is the most logical, yet, alas, it is also the most difficult to execute. How could one be certain of substituting the boxes at precisely the right moment? The orderly could easily carry the box directly upstairs. There were countless ways the substitution might fail. It simply didn't make sense. "Unless it was Lazarus," I suggested. Poirot studied me. "Your fever is rising, my friend, is it not?" I nodded, my head heavy. "It's strange how a little heat can sharpen the mind. You have just made a point of startling simplicity, so straightforward I overlooked it entirely, but that would imply a most peculiar situation. Mr. Lazarus, Madame's dear friend, actively working to see her hanged. It suggests possibilities of a deeply twisted nature, yet it feels overly intricate, far too complex." I shut my eyes, pleased with my moment of clarity, but unwilling to grapple with complexity. I longed only for sleep. Poirot continued speaking, his voice a distant, soothing murmur. When I saw him again, the day was fading. "My little scheme has been a boon for the florists," he announced. "Everyone is ordering wreaths. Mr. Croft, Mr. Vyse, Commander Challenger." That last name stirred a pang of guilt. "Poirot," I insisted, "you must tell him. The poor man will be shattered. It isn't right." "You always have a soft spot for him, Hastings." "I like him. He's a good, honest fellow. You need to let him in on the secret." Poirot shook his head firmly. No, my friend, I do not make exceptions. But you don't seriously suspect him? I do not make exceptions. Consider what he must be going through. On the contrary, I prefer to imagine the delightful shock I am preparing, to mourn a loved one as dead, only to find her alive. It is a unique sensation, truly stupendous. You are an impossibly stubborn old mule. He would keep the secret. I am not convinced. He is the soul of honor. I'm certain of it. Which makes secrecy all the more difficult. Keeping a secret is an art. It demands splendid lies, a talent for performance, and a genuine enjoyment of the masquerade. Could command a challenger dissemble. If he is the man you describe, I doubt it very much. So you won't tell him. I certainly will not risk my entire plan for sentiment. We are playing with life and death, my dear. Besides, a little suffering is good for the character. Many of your esteemed clergymen have said so, even a bishop, if I recall correctly. I gave up trying to change his mind. His decision was final. I shall not dress for dinner, he murmured. I am the broken old man now, you understand. All my confidence has crumbled. I am defeated. I have failed. I will barely touch my food. Let it sit cold upon the plate. That is the correct attitude, I believe.
In my rooms, I shall instead enjoy the brioches and the so-called chocolate eclairs I wisely purchased earlier. And you, more quinine, I suppose, I said gloomily. Alas, my poor Hastings, but take heart, all will be well tomorrow. Very likely. These bouts often last only a day. I never heard him return. I must have fallen asleep. When I awoke, he was seated at the table writing. Before him lay a crumpled sheet of paper, carefully smoothed flat.
I recognized it as the list he had made earlier, names from A to J which he had tossed away. He nodded at my unspoken question. Yes, my friend, I have retrieved it. I am now approaching it from a different angle. I am compiling a set of questions for each person. The questions may not relate directly to the crime. They are simply things I do not yet know, unexplained details, and I seek to answer them from my own reasoning. How far have you gotten? I have finished. Would you like to hear? Are you feeling strong enough? Yes, actually, I am feeling much better. Very good. Then I shall read them to you. Some of these questions may strike you as childish, he said, clearing his throat. First, Ellen, why did she choose to stay inside instead of joining everyone for the fireworks? Mademoiselle's own testimony shows this was out of character and genuinely surprised her. What was Ellen afraid might occur? Could she have let someone into the house, perhaps the mysterious J? Then there's her story about the secret panel. Is she telling the truth? If such a thing exists, why can't she recall its location? Mademoiselle is adamant no such panel is there, and she would certainly know. So, if Ellen invented it, what was her reason? Had she stumbled upon Michael Seaton's love letters, or was her shock at Mademoiselle Nick's engagement completely real? Second, her husband. Is his apparent dullness an act? Does he share whatever secret Ellen is keeping, or is he completely in the dark? We must also consider his mental state. Could there be an instability there? Third, the child. Is his fascination with gore a normal phase for a boy his age, or is it something darker and possibly inherited? Has he ever handled a toy gun, learning to aim and pretend to fire? Fourth, Mr. Croft. Who is he really, and where does he come from? He claims to have mailed the will, but can we believe him? What possible motive would he have for not doing it? Fifth, Mrs. Croft. The same questions apply. Just who are the Crofts? Are they hiding from something, and if so, what? Could they have some past link to the Buckley family? Sixth, Mrs. Rice. Here, the questions become a thicket. Did she actually know about Nick and Michael Seaton's engagement, or was it just a guess? More pointedly, had she read their private correspondence and thus learned Nick was Seaton's heir? Did she know she was named as Nick's own residuary legatee? I suspect she did. Nick likely told her, perhaps adding it wasn't worth much. Then we have Commander Challenger's theory about Lazarus being attracted to Nick. Could this explain a noticeable coolness that developed between the two women recently? Who is the boyfriend she mentioned as her source for the sedative? Could it be Jay? And why did she nearly faint in this very room? Was it a remark someone made or something she saw? Is her story about the phone call asking her to buy chocolates accurate or a deliberate fabrication? What did she mean when she said, "I can understand the other, but not this"? If she is innocent herself, what knowledge is she stubbornly withholding? Poirot paused, his expression intense. You see, the enigma of Madame Rice spawns endless queries. This leads me to one firm conclusion. Either Madame Rice is the guilty party, or she believes she knows who is. But is her belief correct? Does she possess actual knowledge, or merely a suspicion? And how, pray tell, does one make a woman like that talk? He sighed, a sound of profound frustration, before continuing. Very well, let us proceed. 7th, Mr. Lazarus. Curiously, there are few questions for him aside from the obvious, did he swap the candy for poisoned ones? However, one seemingly irrelevant point nags at me, so I have noted it. Why did M. Lazarus offer £50 for a picture worth only 20? Perhaps he just wanted to do Nick a kindness, I offered. He would not do it that way. He is a businessman, not a philanthropist. If he wished to be generous, he would make her a personal loan. No, this was a commercial gesture with a commercial loss. It likely has no bearing on the crime, yet I wish to understand it. The psychology intrigues me now. We come to the final point. 8th, Commander Challenger. Why did Mademoiselle Nick find it necessary to tell him she was engaged to another man? She told no one else that story? Had he proposed to her? And what, precisely, are his relations with his uncle? His uncle, Poirot? Yes, the doctor. A rather dubious character, that one. Also, I wonder, did any confidential news of Michael Seaton's death reach the Admiralty before the public announcement? I'm afraid I don't follow your reasoning, Poirot. Even if Challenger was aware of Seaton's death beforehand, it doesn't appear to advance our case. It offers no conceivable motive for him to harm the woman he adored. I fully concur. Your point is entirely logical. Yet these are precisely the details that pique my curiosity. I remain, you understand, the hound sniffing out the unpleasant truths. I am V's. Why did he make those remarks concerning his cousin's obsessive loyalty to Endhouse? What could he possibly gain by stating that? Did he or did he not receive the will? In short, is the man honest, or is he not? And now J, well, J is exactly as I noted earlier, an enormous question mark. Does such a person exist at all, or is there nothing? Good heavens, Hastings, what is it? I had leapt from my chair with a sharp cry. A trembling finger pointed toward the window. A face, Poirot, I shouted, pressed against the glass, a ghastly, inhuman face. It vanished instantly, but I saw it clearly. Poirot hurried to the window and flung it open, leaning out into the night. There is no one there now, he mused. You are certain you did not imagine it, my friend? Absolutely certain. It was a horrifying sight. Naturally, there is a balcony. Anyone determined to eavesdrop could reach it without difficulty. When you describe a dreadful face, Hastings, what exactly do you mean? A pale, fixed stare, almost not human at all. My friend, that is the fever talking, a face, yes. An unpleasant face, certainly. But not human? No. What you witnessed was the distortion caused by a face pressed flat against the pane, combined with the sheer shock of seeing it there. It was a dreadful face, I insisted stubbornly. It did not belong to anyone you recognized. No, certainly not. Yet it might have been, I doubt you would know it, under such strained conditions. I wonder now, yes, I wonder very much. He collected his papers thoughtfully. One small consolation, at least. If the owner of that face overheard our conversation, we did not reveal that Mademoiselle Nick is alive and well. Whatever else our nocturnal visitor may have learned, that particular secret remains safe. But honestly, I countered, the results of this, brilliant stratagem of yours have been rather underwhelming so far. Nick is supposedly dead, and no dramatic developments have emerged. I did not anticipate them so soon. I said 24 hours. My friend, by tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, certain matters will come to light. Otherwise I have been entirely wrong from the beginning. You see, there is the post. I have high hopes for tomorrow's mail. I awoke the next morning feeling frail, but with the fever diminished. A sharp hunger gnawed at me. Poirot and I took breakfast in our sitting room. Well, I asked, a touch mischievously, as he sifted through his correspondence. Has the post delivered what you anticipated? Poirot, who had just opened 2 envelopes clearly containing bills, did not answer immediately. He seemed somewhat dejected, lacking his usual triumphant air. I turned to my own mail. The first item was a notice for a spiritualist gathering. If all else fails, we might resort to the spiritualists, I remarked. I've often wondered why more experiments of that sort aren't conducted. The victim's spirit returns and names the killer. That would be conclusive proof. It would hardly assist us, Poirot said absently. I doubt Maggie Buckley knew whose hand fired the shot. Even if she could speak, she would have nothing useful to tell us. Wait, that is curious. What is? You speak of the dead communicating, and at that very moment I opened this letter. He passed it across to me. It was from Mrs. Buckley and read as follows. Langley Rectory. Dear Monsieur Poirot, upon my return home, I discovered a letter written by my poor child shortly after her arrival at St. Lou. I fear there is nothing in it of interest to you, but I thought you might wish to see it. Thanking you for your kindness. Yours, sincerely, John Buckley. The enclosed note brought a sudden tightness to my throat. It was so heart-breakingly ordinary, completely untouched by any foreboding of the tragedy to come. Dear Mother, I arrived safely. It was quite a comfortable journey. The train to Exeter was nearly empty, just 2 passengers in the carriage. The weather here is beautiful. Nick appears quite well and cheerful, though perhaps a little restless. I really don't understand why she sent such an urgent telegram. Tuesday would have been perfectly fine. We're about to have tea with some neighbours who have rented the lodge. They're Australians, and Nick says they're kind, but rather dreadful. Mrs. Rice and Mr. Lazarus are coming to stay. He's the art dealer. I'll post this in the box by the gate so it catches the post. I'll write more tomorrow. Your loving daughter, Maggie. P.S. Nick says there's a reason for her wire. She'll tell me after tea. She seems very odd and nervous. The voice of the departed, Poirot murmured softly, and yet it tells us precisely nothing. The box by the gate, I remarked absently. That's where Croft claimed he posted the will, claimed. Yes, I wonder? How deeply, I wonder? Nothing else of interest in your letters? Nothing at all, Hastings. I am profoundly troubled. I remain in the shadows. I understand nothing. Just then, the telephone rang. Poirot answered. I saw his expression shift instantly. Though his manner was controlled, he couldn't hide the intense excitement in his eyes. His side of the conversation was so non-committal I couldn't grasp what was happening. After a moment, with a very well, "Thank you," he replaced the receiver and returned to his seat, his eyes gleaming. "My friend," he said, "what did I tell you? Events are now in motion." "What was it?" That was Mr. Charles Vyse on the telephone. He informs me that this morning, through the post, he received a will, signed by his cousin, Miss Buckley, dated the 25th of February. The will? Evidently? It has appeared, just at the opportune moment, is it not? Do you believe he's telling the truth? Or do I think he has possessed the will all along? Is that your meaning? Well, it is all rather curious. But one thing is certain. I told you that if Mademoiselle Nick were presumed dead, developments would follow, and here they are. Extraordinary, I said. You were correct. I assume this is the will naming Frederica Rice as the residuary legatee. Mr. Vyse said nothing regarding the contents. He was far too proper, but there seems little reason to doubt it is the same document. He tells me it is witnessed by Ellen Wilson and her husband. So we return to the original puzzle, I said. Frederica Rice. The enigma. Frederica Rice, I murmured, rather inconsequentially. It's a lovely name. Lovelier than what her friends call her. Freddie. He made a face. It is not so pretty for a young lady. There aren't many abbreviations for Frederica, I observed. It's not like Margaret, where you can have half a dozen. Maggie, Margot, Madge, Peggy. True. Well, Hastings, are you more content now that things have begun to happen? Yes, of course. Tell me, did you anticipate this? No, not precisely. I had formed no very definite expectation. I merely stated that, given a certain result, the causes of that result must inevitably reveal themselves. Yes, I said respectfully. What was it I was about to say just before the telephone rang? Poirot mused. Ah, yes. That letter from Mademoiselle Maggie. I wish to examine it once more. I have an idea that something in it struck me as rather odd. I retrieved the letter from where I had left it and handed it to him. He read it over silently. I moved about the room, gazing out the window at the yachts racing on the bay. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation startled me. I turned to find Poirot holding his head in his hands, rocking back and forth as if in acute distress. "Oh," he groaned, "but I have been blind." "Blind? What is it? Complex," I said. "Complicated, but no. It is of an extreme simplicity. Extreme and wretched fool that I am. I saw nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Good heavens, Poirot, what is this revelation that has just struck you? Hold on, do not speak. I must organize my thoughts. Reorder them in the light of this staggering discovery." He snatched up his list of questions and reviewed them silently, his lips moving rapidly. He nodded firmly once or twice. Then he set the papers aside, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. For a moment I thought he had drifted off to sleep. Suddenly he sighed and opened his eyes. "But of course," he declared, "everything aligns. All the details that have troubled me, all the moments that felt slightly off, they each have their proper place now. Are you saying you understand the entire situation? Nearly all of it. Everything that is significant. In some ways my reasoning was correct. In others I was laughably mistaken. But now the picture is perfectly clear. I will send a telegram today to ask 2 questions, though I already know the answers. I know them here." He tapped his temple. "And once you get the replies," I inquired, my curiosity piqued. He leapt to his feet. "My friend, do you recall Mademoiselle Nick mentioning she wished to put on a play at End House? Tonight we will stage just such a production at End House, but this play will be directed by Hercule Poirot. Mademoiselle Nick will have a role to perform." He suddenly grinned. "You understand, Hastings. There will be a ghost in this performance. Yes, a ghost. End House has never hosted a spectre. It will have one tonight. No, as I tried to ask another question, I will say nothing further. Tonight, Hastings, we will present our little drama and uncover the truth. But for now there is a great deal to arrange, a great deal to do." He rushed from the room. It was a strange assembly that gathered that evening at End House. I had scarcely seen Poirot all day. He had gone out for dinner, but left word for me to be at End House by 9 o'clock. Formal attire, he had noted, was not required. The entire affair felt like some absurd dream. Upon arriving, I was shown into the dining room, and as I glanced around, I realized every person on Poirot's list from A to I was present. Even Mrs. Croft was there, seated in a sort of wheeled chair. She smiled and waved at me. "Quite a surprise, isn't it?" she said brightly. "It makes for a change, I must admit. I think I shall try to get out more often. This was all Mem Poirot's idea. Come sit by me, Captain Hastings. I must say this whole business feels rather grim, but Mr. Vyse insisted upon it." "Mr. Vyse," I responded, somewhat taken aback. Charles Vyse stood by the fireplace. Poirot was next to him, speaking in a low, earnest tone. I surveyed the room. Yes, they were all there after showing me in. I had been a minute or two late. Ellen had taken a seat on a chair right beside the door. On another chair, sitting stiffly and breathing with effort, was her husband. Their son, Alfred, fidgeted uneasily between his parents. The others were seated around the dining table. Frederica in her black dress, Lazarus beside her, with George Challenger and Croft on the opposite side. I sat a little apart from the table near Mrs. Croft. Now Charles Vyse, after a final nod, took his place at the head of the table, and Poirot quietly slipped into a seat next to Lazarus. Clearly the producer, as Poirot had called himself, did not intend to take a leading role in the play. Charles Vyse appeared to be in charge of the proceedings. I wondered what surprises Poirot had planned for him. The young lawyer cleared his throat and rose. He looked exactly as he always did, cool, formal, and detached. "We have a rather unconventional gathering here tonight," he began, "but the circumstances are most unusual. I'm referring, of course, to the events surrounding the death of my cousin, Miss Buckley. Of course, there will need to be an autopsy. The evidence strongly suggests she was poisoned, and that the poison was given with the clear intention to kill. That is a matter for the police, and I will not interfere with their investigation. They would certainly prefer I did not. Typically, a will is read after the funeral, but at the specific request of Monsieur Poirot, I have agreed to read it now before the burial. This unusual situation justifies departing from the normal procedure, which is why everyone has been gathered here. The document itself reached me in an odd way. Although it was written last February, it only arrived in my mail this morning. Nevertheless, I have no doubt it is in my cousin's own handwriting. It is an informal piece, but it is correctly witnessed." He paused, clearing his throat again. Every person in the room was watching him intently. From a long envelope he withdrew a single sheet of paper, ordinary stationery from End House. "It is quite brief," Vyse stated. After a deliberate silence he began to read aloud. "This is the last will of Magdala Buckley. I direct that all my funeral expenses be paid, and I appoint my cousin Charles Vyse as my executor. I leave the entirety of my estate, all I possess upon my death, to Mildred Croft. This is in grateful recognition of the services she rendered to my father, Philip Buckley, services which can never truly be repaid. Signed, Magdala Buckley. Witnesses, Ellen Wilson and William Wilson. I was utterly speechless, and I believe everyone else shared my astonishment. Only Mrs. Croft nodded slowly, a look of quiet comprehension on her face. "It's true," she said softly. "Not that I ever planned to speak of it. Philip Buckley was in Australia, and if it hadn't been for me, well, I won't go into the details. It's been a secret all these years, and a secret it should remain. But she knew. Nick knew. I mean, her father must have told her the story. We came to this area because we were curious to see the place. I'd always wondered about this End House that Philip used to talk about. And that dear girl knew everything, and she was so generous to us. She even wanted us to move into the main house with her. We wouldn't hear of it, of course, so she insisted we take the lodge, and she wouldn't accept a cent in rent. We went through the motions of paying to avoid gossip, but she always gave the money back. And now, this. Well, if anyone ever claims there's no gratitude left in this world, I'll tell them they're wrong. This proves it. A stunned quiet still filled the room. Poirot turned to Vyse. "Were you aware of any of this?" Vyse shook his head. I knew Philip Buckley had spent time in Australia, but I never heard a whisper of any scandal connected to his time there. He looked questioningly at Mrs. Croft. She was firm. "No, you won't get another word from me. I've never spoken of it, and I never will. That secret will go with me to my grave." Vyse said nothing, merely tapping his pencil quietly against the table. Poirot leaned forward. "Monsieur Vyse, as the next of kin, you could, I presume, challenge this will? I understand a vast fortune is now involved, which was not the case when it was written." Vyse regarded him coolly. "The will is perfectly valid. I would not dream of contesting my cousin's wishes regarding her property." "You're an honest man," Mrs. Croft said approvingly, "and I'll make sure you don't suffer for it." Charles Vyse seemed to shrink slightly from this well-intentioned, but rather awkward assurance.
"Well, Mother?"
said Mr. Croft, unable to keep a thread of excitement from his voice. "This is a surprise. Nick never mentioned she was doing this."
"The dear, sweet girl,"
murmured Mrs. Croft, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "I wish she could look down and see us now. Perhaps she can. Who really knows?"
"Perhaps,"
Poirot agreed. Then, abruptly, an idea seemed to strike him. He glanced around the room. "I have a notion. We are all here, gathered around this table.
It is the perfect setting. Let us hold a séance. A séance," Mrs. Croft repeated, visibly taken aback. The suggestion hung in the air, a bizarre and theatrical twist in the sombre proceedings. But surely, yes, indeed, it will be fascinating. Hastings here possesses a genuine mediumistic gift. Why single me out, I wondered. To receive a message from beyond, the opportunity is truly unique. I sense the conditions are favorable. You feel it too, Hastings?
"I do," I said firmly, playing my part.
Excellent. I knew it quickly now, the lights. In an instant he was up and had switched them off. The whole affair had been rushed upon the group before they could muster the energy to object, even if they had wished to. Truthfully, I believe they were still reeling from the shock of the will. The room was not entirely dark. The curtains were drawn back, the window was open on the hot night, and a faint glow from outside seeped in.
After a moment of sitting in silence, the vague shapes of the furniture began to emerge. I wondered desperately what my role was supposed to be, and silently cursed Poirot for not briefing me beforehand. Nevertheless, I closed my eyes and began to breathe in a conspicuously heavy manner. Soon, Poirot rose and crept to my chair. Returning to his seat, he murmured, "Yes, he is already entering the trance. Shortly now, events will begin to unfold." There is something profoundly unnerving about sitting in the dark, waiting. A sense of unbearable tension fills the air. I was acutely aware of my own nerves, and I was certain everyone else felt the same. And yet, I alone had some idea of what was coming. I held the one crucial piece of knowledge no one else possessed. Despite this, my heart hammered violently in my chest as I watched the dining-room door begin to swing slowly inward. It moved without a sound. It must have been oiled, and the effect was chilling. For a long moment, that was all, an open doorway. With its opening came a cold rush of air. It was, I suppose, merely a draught from the open window, but it carried the icy, unnatural chill found in every ghost story I had ever read, and then we all saw it. Silhouetted in the doorway was a white, shadowy form. Nick Buckley. She advanced slowly and silently, with a kind of floating, unearthly grace that absolutely conveyed an impression of something not human. I realized then what a magnificent actress the world had lost. Nick had wanted a role at End House. Now she was performing it, and I felt utterly convinced she was relishing every second. Her performance was flawless. She drifted forward into the room, and the silence shattered. A gasping cry came from the invalid chair beside me. A choked gurgle escaped Mr. Croft. Challenger muttered a startled oath. I believe Charles Vyse pushed his chair back. Lazarus leaned forward, intent. Only Frederica remained utterly still and silent. Then a scream tore through the room. Ellen leapt from her chair. "It's her," she shrieked. "She's come back. She's walking. The murdered always walk. It's her, it's her." Then, with a sharp click, the lights blazed on. I saw Poirot standing by the switch, wearing the satisfied smile of a ringmaster. Nick stood motionless in the centre of the room in her white robes. It was Frederica who spoke first. She reached out a trembling, disbelieving hand and touched her friend. "Nick," she whispered, You're real." Nick laughed, the sound breaking the spell. She stepped forward. "Yes," she said, "I'm quite real. Thank you so much for what you did for my father, Mrs. Croft. Although I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the benefits of that will just yet." "Oh, my God," Mrs. Croft gasped, writhing in her chair. "Oh, my God. Take me away, Bert. Get me out of here. It was all a joke, dear. Just a joke. That's all it was, I swear it." "A rather peculiar sort of joke," Nick replied coolly. The door had opened again, and a man had entered so quietly I hadn't heard him. To my surprise, I saw it was Inspector Japp. He exchanged a quick confirming nod with Poirot. Then his face broke into a grin of recognition, and he stepped toward the squirming figure in the invalid chair. "Well, well, well," he said. "What have we here? An old acquaintance, Millie Merton. As I live and breathe, and back to your old games, my dear," he remarked, turning to address the room over Mrs. Croft's sharp objections. "Millie Merton, here is the most skilled forger we've ever encountered. We were aware their last escape vehicle had been in an accident. Yet, not even a spinal injury could keep Millie from her craft. She's a true artist. That will was a forgery?" Vyse asked, his voice full of astonishment. "Naturally it was forged," Nick replied, with a dismissive tone. "You didn't honestly believe I'd draft something so foolish, did you? I left End House to you, Charles, and everything else to Frederica." As she spoke, she moved to stand beside her friend. In that very instant it happened. A flash of fire from the window and the sharp hiss of a bullet. Another shot rang out, followed by a pained groan and a heavy thud from the garden outside. Frederica stood, a thin line of blood beginning to trace a path down her arm. For a heartbeat, the sudden violence left everyone frozen. Then, with a sharp cry, Poirot rushed to the window, Challenger right behind him. Moments later they returned, supporting the limp form of a man between them. They carefully settled him into a large leather armchair, and as his face came into view, I gasped. That face! The face from the window last night. It was unmistakably the man I had seen peering in at us. I recognized him instantly. While my earlier description of him as hardly human had been an exaggeration, as Poirot had pointed out, there was still something in his features that had prompted the thought. It was a vacant, ravaged face, white, weak, and utterly corrupted, like an empty mask from which the spirit had long since fled. A trickle of blood ran down his temple. Frederica stepped forward slowly until she stood by the chair. Poirot moved to intercept her. "You are injured, madame." "It is nothing," she said, shaking her head. "The bullet only grazed my shoulder." With a gentle hand, she eased him aside and bent down. The man's eyes fluttered open, meeting her gaze.
"Finished you this time, I hope," he whispered in a low, vicious snarl. Then, his voice shifting abruptly to the plaintive tone of a child, he added, "Oh, Freddie, I didn't mean it. I never meant it. You were always so decent to me." "It's all right," she murmured. "I didn't mean—" His head fell back. The sentence would never be completed. Frederica looked up at Poirot. "Yes, madame," he said gently. "He is gone." She rose slowly from her knees, her eyes fixed on him.
With a pitiful tenderness, she reached out and touched his forehead once. Then she sighed, turning to face the rest of us. Her voice was quiet but clear. "He was my husband, Jay," I whispered under my breath. Poirot caught my word and gave a quick, confirming nod. "Indeed," he said softly. "I always felt there was a J," I said so. "From the very beginning, did I not?" "He was my husband," Frederica repeated, her voice now heavy with exhaustion. She sank into a chair that Lazarus brought for her. I may as well tell you everything now. He was utterly lost, a slave to drugs, and he drew me into that world with him. I have been fighting the addiction ever since I left him. I believe, at last, I am nearly free of it. But it has been a battle, oh, a horribly difficult battle. No one can understand how difficult. I could never truly escape him. He would appear demanding money with threats, a form of blackmail. His usual threat was to shoot himself if I refused. Later, he began threatening to shoot me instead. He was not in his right mind. He was insane, utterly mad. I suppose it was he who shot Maggie Buckley. He didn't mean to shoot her, of course. He must have believed she was me. I likely should have spoken up, but I wasn't certain. And with those strange accidents Nick was having, I began to wonder if it might have been someone else entirely. Then, one afternoon, I caught a glimpse of his handwriting on a torn piece of paper on M. Poirot's table, a fragment from a letter he had sent me. I knew then that M. Poirot was closing in. From that moment I knew it was simply a question of when it would all come to light. But the business with the chocolates still confuses me. He would never have intended to harm Nick, and I cannot see how he could have been involved in that at all. I have turned it over in my mind again and again. She covered her face with her hands, then let them fall and spoke with a strange, heart-breaking finality. That is everything. Chapter 21. The individual K. Lazarus moved swiftly to stand beside her. "My dear," he said gently. "My dear—" Poirot walked to the sideboard, poured a glass of wine and brought it to her, waiting quietly as she drank it. She returned the glass and offered a faint smile. "I am quite all right now," she said. "What should we do next?" She glanced toward Inspector Japp, but he shook his head. "I am on holiday, Mrs. Rice. Merely doing a favor for an old friend. Nothing more. The St. Loup police are handling the investigation." She then looked at Poirot. "And does M. Poirot command the St. Loup police?" "Oh, what an idea, madame." "I am only a humble adviser. Monsieur Poirot," Nick said, "can this not be kept quiet? Is that your wish, mademoiselle?" "Yes. After all, I am the one most affected. And there will be no further attempts on my life. Not now. No, that is true. There will be no more attacks. You are thinking of Maggie. But, Mem Poirot, nothing can bring Maggie back. If all this becomes public, you will only bring terrible suffering and scandal upon Frederica, and she does not deserve it. You believe she does not deserve it. Of course not. I told you from the start she had a brutal husband. You saw tonight what he was like. Well, he is dead. Let that be the end of it. Let the police keep searching for the person who shot Maggie. They simply will not find him, that is all. So that is your position, mademoiselle? To conceal it all? Yes. Please, I beg you, dear M. Poirot. Poirot slowly looked around the room. What do the rest of you say? Each spoke in turn. I agree, I said, when his gaze met mine. I as well, said Lazarus. The best course, remarked Challenger. Let us forget everything that has been said in this room tonight, stated Croft with firm resolve.
You would say that,
Japp interjected. Don't be harsh with me, dearie. His wife sniffed toward Nick, who returned a scornful look but stayed silent. Ellen, William, and I won't utter a word, sir. Least said, soonest mended. And you, M. Vyse, a matter like this cannot be suppressed, Charles Vyse replied. The facts must be reported to the proper authorities. Charles, Nick cried, I'm sorry, my dear. I view this from a legal standpoint. Poirot gave a sudden laugh. So it is 7-1. The good Inspector Japp remained neutral. I am on vacation, Japp said with a grin. I do not count 7-1. Only M.V.'s holds out in favour of law and procedure. You know, M.V.'s, you are a man of principle. V's shrugged. The situation is clear. There is only one correct course. Yes, you are an honest man. Well then, I too place myself on the side of the minority. I too am for the truth. M. Poirot, Nick exclaimed. Mademoiselle, you brought me into this case. I entered it at your request. You cannot silence me now. He raised a warning forefinger in a gesture I recognized well. Sit down, all of you, and I will tell you the truth. Hushed by his commanding manner, we sat down obediently and turned our attention to him. Listen, I have here a list of individuals connected to the crime. I labelled them with letters of the alphabet, including the letter J. J stood for an unknown person, linked to the crime through another. I did not know who J was until tonight, but I knew such a person existed. The events of this evening have confirmed I was correct, but yesterday I suddenly realized I had made a serious oversight. I had omitted someone. I added another letter to my list. The letter K. Another unknown person, Vise asked, with a slight sneer. Not exactly. I adopted J as the symbol for an unknown individual. Another unknown would simply be another JK carries a different meaning. It represents someone who should have been on the initial list, but was accidentally omitted. He leaned closer to Frederica. Please be at ease, madame. Your husband was not a murderer. The individual referred to as K was the one who fired the shot that killed Maggie. She looked at him in confusion. But who is Quai? Poirot gave a signal to Japp. The inspector moved forward, his tone formal and precise, reminiscent of his days presenting evidence in court. Based on a confidential tip, I entered the house discreetly this evening with Mem Poirot's assistance, and took a concealed position behind the drawing-room curtains. After everyone had gathered in the adjoining room, a young woman entered the drawing-room and turned on the light. She went directly to the fireplace and manipulated a hidden spring mechanism within the wood panelling, revealing a small compartment. From this space she removed a handgun. Carrying the weapon, she then exited. I followed quietly, leaving the door slightly ajar to observe her next actions. Guests' coats and wraps had been left in the hall upon arrival. The young lady meticulously wiped the pistol clean with a handkerchief before slipping it into the pocket of a grey wrap belonging to Mrs. Rice. A sharp cry interrupted him. That's a complete fabrication. Every single word. Poirot raised a hand, pointing directly. There you have it, he declared. The person K. It was Miss Nick who shot her cousin, Maggie Buckley. Have you lost your mind? Nick shouted, her voice shaking. What possible reason would I have to kill Maggie? To inherit the fortune left to her by Michael Seaton. Her full name was also Magdala Buckley, and she was the one he was truly engaged to, not you. You! She stood trembling, rendered speechless by fury. Poirot turned back to Japp. You contacted the authorities? Yes. Officers are waiting in the hall now.
They have the warrant.
This is utterly insane, Nick cried with a scornful laugh. She moved quickly to Frederica's side, her manner suddenly shifting to one of wistful nostalgia. Freddie, would you give me your bracelet watch as a keepsake? For old time's sake. Slowly, Frederica unfastened the elegant jewelled timepiece from her wrist and handed it over. Of course, Nick accepted it with a faint, ironic smile. Thank you. And now I suppose we must see this perfectly absurd little play through to its conclusion.
The play you wrote, produced, and starred in at End House. Indeed, but you should never have cast Hercule Poirot in a leading role. That, mademoiselle, was your error, your profoundly serious error. You wish for an explanation? Poirot looked around the drawing-room with a pleased, almost mischievous smile, affecting a humility I knew was entirely for show.
Our group had diminished and relocated after the dramatic conclusion. The staff had discreetly withdrawn, and the Crofts had departed with the police. Only Frederica, Lazarus, Challenger, Weiss, and I remained. Well then, I admit it, I was deceived, thoroughly and utterly deceived. The clever Nick, she had me precisely where she wished, as your saying so aptly puts it. Ah, madame, when you remarked that your friend was a skilful little liar, how absolutely correct you were. How correct! Nick lied as easily as she breathed. Frederica stated calmly. That is why I never fully believed in these miraculous near misses she described. And I, like a fool, I did believe them. So they never actually occurred, I asked, still struggling to piece everything together. They were fabrications invented quite cleverly to create a very specific impression. And what impression was that? They were designed to make it seem that Miss Nick's life was under serious threat. But let me start from an earlier point. I will narrate the story as I have reconstructed it, not as it came to me in fragments and flashes. So, at the heart of this affair, we have this young woman, Nick Buckley, beautiful and ambitious, morally flexible, and possessing a fierce, almost fanatical devotion to her family home. Charles Vyse nodded in agreement. I told you as much, and you were correct. Miss Nick loved End House, but she was financially desperate. The property was under mortgage. She craved money. She needed it intensely and saw no way to obtain it. Then she meets this young Seaton at Le Touquet. He is drawn to her. She learns he is the likely heir to his uncle's vast fortune. Excellent. She thinks her luck is changing, but his interest, it turns out, is not particularly deep or sincere. In a moment of private frustration after a disappointing letter from him, she even considered, just for a fleeting second, how much simpler things would be if her more reserved cousin Maggie were not in the picture. A dark thought she quickly buried, yet one that lingered in the back of her mind. He finds her amusing, nothing more. They cross paths in Scarborough. He takes her up in his aircraft, and then the disaster unfolds. He encounters Maggie and is instantly captivated. Mademoiselle Nick is stunned. Her own cousin Maggie, whom she never thought of as beautiful. But to young Seaton, Maggie is unique. She becomes the one girl for him. They enter into a secret engagement. Only one person is let in on it. Has to be. That person is Mademoiselle Nick. Poor Maggie is relieved to have someone to confide in. She likely shares passages from her fiancé's letters with her cousin. This is how Mademoiselle learns of the will. At the time she dismisses it, yet the information lingers in her thoughts. Then comes the shocking and sudden death of Sir Matthew Seaton, followed swiftly by rumours of Michael Seaton going missing. Immediately, a brazen scheme takes shape in the young lady's mind. Seaton doesn't know her given name is also Magdala. He only knows her as Nick. His will is clearly informal, just a mention of a name. But in the eyes of the world, Seaton is her companion. It is with her that his name has been linked. If she were to claim an engagement to him, no one would question it. But to pull that off successfully, Maggie must be removed. Time is tight. She arranges for Maggie to come and stay in a few days. Then she engineers her own narrow escapes. The painting whose cord she severs, the car brake she sabotages, the falling boulder that might have been natural, and she simply invented the story of being on the path below. And then she spots my name in the paper. I told you, Hastings, everyone knows Hercule Poirot, and she has the gall to make me an unwitting accomplice, the bullet through the hat that lands at my feet. Oh, what a charming little performance, and I fall for it. I become convinced of the danger threatening her. Very well, she has secured a valuable witness on her side. I play right into her hands by suggesting she send for a friend. She seizes the opportunity and summons Maggie to arrive a day early. How straightforward the crime actually is. She excuses herself from us at dinner, and after hearing on the wireless that Seaton's death is confirmed, she begins to put her plan into motion. She has ample time then to retrieve Seaton's letters to Maggie, sift through them, and select the few that will serve her purpose. These she places in her own room. Later, she and Maggie leave the fireworks and return to the house. She instructs her cousin to fetch her shawl. Then, slipping out after her, she shoots her quickly back into the house. The pistol hidden in the secret panel, whose existence she believes nobody knows, then upstairs. There she waits until voices are heard, the body is discovered. That is her cue. Down she dashes and out through the window. How brilliantly she performed her role, magnificently. Oh yes, she staged an exquisite drama here. The maid Ellen called this an evil house. I am inclined to agree with her. It was from this very house that Mademoiselle Nick drew her dark inspiration. But the poisoned chocolates, said Frederica. I still don't understand that part. It was all part of the same design. Don't you see that if an attempt was made on Nick's life after Maggie was dead, it would absolutely cement the idea that Maggie's death had been a tragic error? When she felt the moment was right, she telephoned Madame Rice and asked her to send a box of chocolates. So it was her voice? But of course, how often the simple explanation is the correct one? Is it not? She altered her voice slightly. That was all, so that you might be uncertain when questioned. Then, when the box arrived, again, how simple! She fills 3 of the chocolates with cocaine. She had cocaine with her, cleverly concealed, eats one of them and becomes ill, but not dangerously so. She knows precisely how much cocaine to take and just which symptoms to exaggerate. And the card, my card, ah!
Good heavens, she has nerve. It was my card, the one I sent with the flowers? Simple, was it not? Yes, but it had to be considered. A silence fell before Frederica finally spoke. Why would she hide the pistol in my coat? I knew you would ask that, madame. It was inevitable you would wonder. Tell me honestly, had you ever sensed that Mademoiselle Nick's affection for you had turned? Did you feel, perhaps, a growing hatred? It's hard to be certain, Frederica replied, her voice measured.
Ours was a friendship of surfaces. There was a time she cared for me. And you, Monsieur Lazarus, speak plainly now. Was there ever anything between you and her? Never, Lazarus stated, shaking his head. I was drawn to her once, briefly. Then, for reasons I can't explain, my interest faded. Precisely, Poirot said with a knowing nod. Therein lay her tragedy. She drew people in, only to see them drift away. You, instead, fell in love with her closest friend. The bitterness took root. She began to despise you, madame, you who had a wealthy benefactor in the background. The will she made last winter was born of affection, but later that affection curdled. She remembered that document, unaware Croft had intercepted it. To the world you now had a powerful motive for her death, so she phoned you, asking for the chocolates. Tonight, with that will read aloud, naming you the heir. The pistol used to kill Maggie Buckley would be discovered in your coat. Finding it, you might panic and try to dispose of it, sealing your own guilt. She must have despised me utterly, Frederica whispered. Indeed, madame, you possessed what she lacked, the gift of earning love, and more importantly, keeping it. I'm afraid I'm still in the dark about the will scheme, Challenger admitted. Ah, that is a separate, simpler matter. The Crofts were lying low here. Mademoiselle Nick needed an operation and had made no will. They saw their opportunity, persuaded her to draft one, and offered to post it. Should anything happen to her, they planned to produce a clever forgery, leaving everything to Mrs. Croft with a fabricated reference to Australia and Philip Buckley, whose travels there they knew of. But her recovery ruined that plan, temporarily. Then the attacks on her life began, reviving their hopes. When I announced her death, the temptation was too great. The forged will was promptly mailed to Monsieur Vyse. Their only miscalculation was her true financial state. They knew nothing of the mortgage. What I truly wish to understand, Monsieur Poirot, said Lazarus, is how you pieced it all together. When did you first suspect? Ah, there I am ashamed. I was slow, too slow. Certain details troubled me, inconsistencies between what Mademoiselle Nick told me and the accounts of others. Yet I foolishly took her word every time. Then came a sudden revelation. She made one error in her cleverness. When I urged her to summon a friend, she agreed, concealing that she had already sent for Mademoiselle Maggie. She thought it less suspicious, but it was her undoing, for Maggie Buckley wrote home immediately upon arriving, and in her letter was one innocent phrase that puzzled me deeply. I don't see why Nick telegraphed for me so urgently. Tuesday would have worked just as well. What could that mean? Only one thing: Maggie was already scheduled to visit on Tuesday. Therefore, Mademoiselle Nick had lied, or at least withheld the truth. For the first time, I saw her in a new light. I began to scrutinize her statements instead of accepting them. I asked, what if this were not true? I recalled all the discrepancies. What if, every time, it was Mademoiselle Nick who was lying, and not the other person? I told myself, let us be simple. So what actually happened? I realized the truth was that Maggie Buckley had been murdered. That was the simple, brutal fact. But who would want Maggie dead? Then I remembered a few off-hand comments Hastings had made just minutes earlier. He mentioned how many nicknames there were for Margaret, Maggie, Margot, and so on. It struck me then to wonder, what was Mademoiselle Maggie's full name? All at once it hit me. What if her name was Magdala? Nick had told me it was a family name. 2 Magdala Buckleys. What if I mentally reviewed the letters from Michael Seton that I'd read? Yes, nothing contradicted it. There was a reference to Scarborough, and Maggie had been there with Nick. Her mother confirmed that. It also cleared up something that had bothered me. Why were there so few letters? If a woman keeps love letters, she usually keeps all of them. Why only these select few? Was there something distinctive about them? Then I remembered. None of the letters contained a name. Each began with a different term of endearment, but nowhere did I see Nick. And there was another detail I should have noticed immediately, one that practically shouted the truth. What was that? This, Mademoiselle Nick had an appendectomy on February 27th, yet there's a letter from Michael Seton dated March 2nd with no mention of concern, illness, or anything out of the ordinary. That should have told me the letters were meant for someone else entirely. I went through my list of questions again, viewing them in this new light. Nearly every answer fell neatly into place, simple and convincing. It also resolved another earlier puzzle. Why did Mademoiselle Nick buy a black dress? The real reason was that she and her cousin needed to match, with the scarlet shawl as the finishing touch. That was the genuine explanation, not the other. No young woman buys mourning clothes before she knows her lover is dead. That would be unnatural, almost theatrical. So I staged my own little performance. And what I hoped would happen did. Nick Buckley had been adamant that there was no secret panel in the house. But if one existed, and I saw no reason for Ellen to invent it, Nick would surely know. Why was she so insistent? Could she have hidden the pistol there, planning to use it later to cast suspicion on someone else? I let her believe the evidence was mounting against Madame. That was her design, after all. As I anticipated, she couldn't resist delivering the final proof. Besides, it was safer for her. What if Ellen found the panel and the pistol inside? With all of us safely in the room, Nick waited outside for her cue. She thought it was completely safe to retrieve the pistol from its hiding place and slip it into Madame's coat. And so, in the end, she failed. Frederica shivered. Still, she said softly, I'm glad I gave her my watch. Yes, Madame. She looked at him sharply. You know about that too? What about Ellen? I cut in.
Did she know or suspect anything?
No. I asked her. She said she stayed in the house that night because she felt something was up, as she put it. Apparently, Nick had urged her a bit too forcefully to go watch the fireworks. Ellen sensed Nick's dislike for Madame. She told me she felt in her bones something was going to happen, but she thought it would happen to Madame. She knew Miss Nick's temper, she said, and added that Nick was always a strange little girl. Yes, Frederica murmured. Yes. Let's remember her that way. A strange little girl who couldn't help herself. I will, at least. Poirot took her hand and raised it gently to his lips. Charles Vyse shifted uneasily. "This is going to be very unpleasant," he said quietly. "I suppose I should arrange for her defence," I said. Poirot shook his head gently. "I think that will be unnecessary, provided my conclusions are correct." He spun suddenly to face Challenger. "That is where you concealed the narcotics, is it not?" Poirot's voice was sharp. "Inside those wristwatches." The sailor faltered, his confident demeanour crumbling. I don't know what you... Do not attempt this deception with me." Poirot interrupted, his tone icy. "Your boisterous, friendly act may have fooled Hastings, but it does not fool Hercule Poirot. You profit handsomely from this filthy trade, do you not? The drug traffic, a tidy partnership between you and your uncle in Harley Street." "Ma'am Poirot, you go too far," Challenger stood, his face flushed. My friend merely gazed up at him, unblinking. "You have been the convenient boyfriend, the supplier. Deny it if you wish, but I advise you, unless you want these facts placed before the police, to leave now." To my absolute astonishment, Challenger did just that. He vanished from the room as if blown away by a gust of wind. I gaped at the empty doorway. Poirot chuckled softly. "I told you, my friend. Your instincts in these matters are invariably mistaken. It is astonishing." "The cocaine was in the watch all along," I stammered, piecing it together. "So, that is how Miss Nick had it so readily available at the nursing home. And when her supply in the chocolate box was gone, she asked Frederica just now for her own watch, which was still full. You believe she cannot function without it?" "No, no. Miss Nick is not an addict, a recreational user for amusement only. But tonight she required it for a very different purpose. She will take a full dose this time." A horrible understanding dawned on me. "You mean she intends to?" "It is a gentler exit," Poirot murmured, "preferable to the hangman's noose. But hush, we must not speak of this in front of M.V.'s, who holds the law in such high esteem. Officially I know nothing. The contents of the wristwatch? A mere speculation on my part." "Your speculations are always correct, Mem Poirot?" said Frederica quietly. "I must take my leave," announced Charles Vyse, his posture radiating cold disapproval as he departed. Poirot's gaze moved from Frederica to Lazarus. "You plan to be married? I take it, as soon as it can be arranged. And I assure you, Mem Poirot," Frederica added, a new steadiness in her voice, "I am not the hopeless case you might imagine. I have reduced my intake to almost nothing. I believe now, with real happiness before me, I will have no further need for a special wristwatch. I hope you find that happiness, madame," Poirot said with kindness. "You have endured much, and through all your suffering you have retained a capacity for mercy in your heart." "I will take care of her," Lazarus stated firmly. "My business is in a precarious state, but I believe it will recover, and if it does not, well, Frederica does not mind the prospect of being poor. So long as we are together." She smiled at him, a genuine, warm smile that transformed her face. For a moment the grim atmosphere of the room lifted. Poirot glanced at the clock. "It grows late. We all stood. We have passed a most peculiar night in this most peculiar house," he mused. "It is, as the maid Ellen said, a house touched by evil." His eyes lifted to the portrait of old Sir Nicholas, the painted eyes seeming to watch us still. With a sudden movement, Poirot took Lazarus's arm and drew him aside. "You must forgive my curiosity, but one question of mine remains unanswered. It would please me greatly to know, for the sake of completeness, you understand. Tell me, why did you offer £50 for that painting? It is worth, perhaps, 20. Lazarus studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then a slow smile appeared. "You perceive, Mens Poirot, I am a dealer by trade." "Precisely. I knew that if I offered an inflated sum, Miss Buckley would immediately suspect the painting was worth more. She would have it appraised elsewhere, only to discover I had offered far beyond its value. The next time I showed interest in a painting from this house, she would not bother with an appraisal. She would simply assume I was a generous fool and accept my offer. And then, Poirot prompted, Lazarus's smile turned dry. The painting on the far wall, Poirot, is an unrecognized masterpiece. It is worth at least £5,000. Ah! Poirot exhaled a long, satisfied breath. Now, he said with contentment, now I know everything. Your purchase grants you a personal, non-transferable license to view this digital book's content on your screen. It is strictly prohibited to copy, share, electronically transmit or convert this text, nor may you store it in any database or system, whether current or future technologies, without obtaining direct written authorization from HarperCollins eBooks. This EBUNG file was produced in February 2004 with the reference ISBN 978-8-villains-61749278. The source material is the Agatha Christie signature edition from HarperCollins Publishers in London. The work was originally published in Great Britain by Collins in 1932. For additional details regarding Agatha Christie, her official online presence offers further resources. Concerning the publisher, HarperCollins maintains offices globally in Australia at 25 Ryde Road in Pymble, New South Wales, in Canada at 55 Avenue Road, Toronto, Ontario, in New Zealand with a P.O. Box in Auckland, in the United Kingdom at 77 to 85, Fulham Palace Road, London, and in the United States at 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York.